Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. A Familiar Void. Chapter 1. Another spell, another explosion. Louise didn't even know what she was expecting, to be honest. Was she expecting that this single time things would be different? Why would it be? Because it was a special day. With her track record, she should have expected things to go even more wrong. So had she even bothered to get her hopes up? Once the ringing from her ears was gone from the usual after effects of her explosions, she heard the mocking laughter and jeers. What else should we expect from the Zero? Another explosion? Typical. What a failure. She shut them out, as she usually did, standing up and dusting herself off. She stared at where the familiar would have been if she had managed to summon it, and all she saw was dew. No, her eyes widened when she saw something within. She stepped into the dust and reached for it with her hands. When they felt something, her heart was elated. A smile tugged on her lips, as there was actually something there for her. A familiar. When the dust finally cleared and when she pulled it close, the feeling dropped from elation to dread. There was something within the summoning circle. When the other students saw what was in her hands, they gasped in shock and surprise. Not that she noticed, as the mage was too focused on staring at what was in her hands. Is that? I can't believe it. She summoned something, but it's dead. Look at it. On the palm of both of her hands was a skull that belonged to something the size of a small child. It was smooth and shaped in a square, with two empty holes where the eyes should have been. It had horns growing on each side, spread out but curved inwards halfway. At the tip it split into 2 points. It looked like it would have belonged to a skeletal creature, or maybe even an insect. If she wasn't holding the skull that had already broken in two. She stared at the empty shell, her own eyes not believing it. She had summoned a familiar. She was a mage, but she had to mess it up by killing it before she could even see what it even was. Her hands shaking, she pushed the two halves of the skull together, forming the original shape. By the founder, she actually killed her familiar. How much of a failure do you have to be to do that? I'm not a failure, she mumbled to herself, staring at the empty hollowed-out skull. She had summoned something. She wasn't a failure. Miss Valier, don't feel bad. Her teacher tried to reassure her. While it is uncommon, there have been cases where a mage can accidentally kill their familiars. She didn't know how that was supposed to make her feel better, so she didn't reply. Instead, she chanted the spell that would have bounded it to her. So what if it was worthless? So what if it would explode if she did? This was her familiar. The desperate thought was enough for her to finish the chant and plant a kiss on the skull's forehead. Who are you? Her hands dropped the skull as a chill went up her spine. Her head turned from side to side, looking at who had said those words. But from the confused looks of her classmates, it was none of them. You. She turned back to the skull and noticed that it was glowing, just like US. On its own accord, her hand reached out for the skull. The wand in her grasp glowed. Born of God. There was no explosion this time. A stream of pure black fired from the tip of her hand. It moved so fluidly in the space between her wand and the skull that it looked like it was water. And void. Void. The mention of the fifth element knocked her out of her stupor. At the same time, the skull that had been empty was now filled with the black that she had conjured. It allowed the skull to float in the air for a moment, and then in a burst of magic that was black in color, a body formed. A small body with stubby arms and stubby limbs with no fingers or toes. Wrapped around it was a cloak that seemed like tendrils. The skull was the same, only now instead of seeing the whites of the back of the skull, she seemed to be looking at a black hole. It wasn't as if it was just simply black either. It was like something was missing in emptiness. It was like looking into the void. She said out loud. The creature, her familiar, walked up to her and tilted its head up. It stared at her with those empty eyes. There were whispers from her classmates, but she paid them no mind. She reached out for it, and when her hands were about to wrap themselves around its body, she stopped for a moment before going back in. She felt nothing when she held it, no heat nor cold. She brought up to eye level, and once more stared into those empty eyes. Creature of the Void, one of US. Chapter 2. Having a familiar was a weird experience for Louise. After her little show, despite a few more jeers and laughs, everyone accepted that she was Mage. She had a familiar with the skull of an insect, a body of... Well, when she had suggested void, they all laughed at her even harder at her insinuation. They called her a water mage, considering the fluid nature of what had fired out from her wand. She didn't really feel the need to argue with them. She accepted their remarks and instead held her familiar close to her. It stared at her silently, still with those holes for eyes. When it was time to go back to their rooms, Louise found herself holding her familiars. And as they walked back to her room, it still felt like she wasn't holding anything, despite the tight grip that she had on it. It was slightly spongy from how she was holding it, like jelly or slime. She entered her room, Her eyes went to the stack of hay that would have been the bed for a beast that she was expected to summon. She looked down at the childlike familiar and told her, "Is that okay for you?" It turned to look at her, still silent and without a word, and then turned to the stack of hay. Louise's eyebrow twitched. "Well, you can answer me, right?" she asked, irritated. It didn't reply. Instead, it released the grip on her hand and took a seat on the stack of hay. And once more it just stared at her. The mage sighed, ignoring the stare. Instead, she shrugged off her cape, placing on her bed, before she pulled out a chair and took a seat in front of the stack of hay. Her familiar continued to stare at her the whole time. "You're attentive at least," she said to it. She took a deep breath and exhaled to calm her nerves. She shut her eyes. "Okay, Louise, this is your familiar, proof that you're a mage, a creature that is bound to you for your life." She opened them, once more staring into the empty sockets of the skull. "Okay, familiar. As you are bonded with me, you will need a name." Neither of them spoke. The silence stretched on as they stared at each other. "Well," she broke the silence with an irritated growl, "I'm open to suggestions, familiar." It titled its skull, as if confused. "Don't play dumb with me." She snapped. "I heard you talk when I summoned your body, so don't try to just keep silent." It continued to stare at her silently. Her eyes narrowed. She reached forward and picked it up by its cloak, holding it to eye level. "Well," she asked, "don't just ignore me, speak." She shook the small creature in her grasp. The cloak that it worked flailed about, as did its small arms and legs. But it didn't react any more than that. The creature just continued to stare at her silently. She stopped shaking it, and it showed no reaction to have just been shaken. "Fine," her eyes narrowed. "If you don't want to talk, then you don't get to complain when I name you something you don't like." Her, rather harmless, threat was met with silence as it had everything else. She held back an annoyed sigh. She looked at the creature in her hands. "What even are you anyway?" She turned to see it from the side, turning it one way or another. Normally, she would have been a bit wary about playing with such a small creature. But it was her familiar, so it had to be powerful. It came back to life, so it had to be hardier than it looked. "I thought that you were a bug at first," she muttered, turning it around completely to stare at it from behind. There was nothing at the back of its head. It was just smooth white skull and the tendril-like cloak that it wore. She flipped it around until she was looking at its face once more, but besides your head, you don't look like a bug. She brought it close to her, and one of her fingers reached into its socket. "So what are you?" Her finger vanished within the socket. "A creature born of God and void." Her hands recoiled, pulling her finger out as a chill went up her spine. Her grip on it released, and it dropped to the ground. Her eyes widened as she pointed at it. "There, you spoke." It shook its head, and then tilted its head upwards to stare at her. A snarl grew on her face. "Fine, be like that." She stood up, pulling the chair with her so that she could sit in front of her vanity mirror. "If you're going to ignore me, then I'm going to do the same." There was a rustle of noise as she focused on herself, rather than the irritating creature that she had summoned. After a while, Louise found herself staring a parchment of paper with a quill in hand, contemplating on starting to write a letter to her family. After all, she had summoned a familiar, and she had also proved herself to be a mage with her little trick. So maybe Mom would be proud of her now. Her thoughts were cut short when she noticed her familiar by her side. The little thing was staring at the piece of paper on her vanity table. She ignored it, keeping true to her pro. It reached for the piece of paper, and immediately her hand snapped out towards it. "Hey, no." Her hand gripped its arm. "What do you think you're doing?" "Map." The chill returned. Her grip on its arm was released. She looked at it, her heart hammering in her chest. "You can speak, so why do you insist on not saying anything to me when I ask you to?" Silence. She growled. Her eyes went to the piece of paper, and an idea appeared in her head. She held out the piece of paper in front of it. "Can you write?" It finally gave her a nod. "Progress." Smiling, she gave the parchment of paper towards it, and then she gave it a quill. "Here, write something for me familiar." It looked up at her, and before she could give it an inkwell, it started to scribble on the piece of paper in its hand. A moment later, it stopped. "You need something to write, why dash?" Her statement was cut short when it revealed what it had wrote. It was a map, a rudimentary one that showed how to get from the courtyard where it had been summoned into her room. One part of her felt elated. She could communicate with it, even if it refused to speak to her. Another part of her, however, noticed something else. Taking the piece of paper from its hand, she looked at where there was the large circle that was meant to be the courtyard. A frustrated sigh escaped her lips when she couldn't understand the gibberish on it. "Of course you wouldn't be able to write my language," she muttered. "It was probably lucky that you could even speak or understand it." She handed back the map to her familiar. It took it and held it to its side. Despite that, she smiled. "Well, at least I know I can understand you." The smile turned into a smirk. "Huh. I'd like to see the looks on everyone's faces tomorrow when I show them all how much I'd bonded with you in just one day." It tilted its head. "Silent as ever, huh?" Her smirk vanished as she sighed. She looked at it. "Well, you still need a name, and I don't feel like making up anything unique since you don't want to help." She tapped her chin as she stared at it, and shrugged. "I guess I'll just call you Bug." She reached out, and gently she patted the top of its head. Bug, that's your name, now familiar. Bug nodded its head. Good. She got up from her chair and got ready for bed. As she lied on her bed, she looked at it, still staring at her. Get some rest, familiar. We have class tomorrow. It moved back to the stack of hay and sat on it. Good night, Bug. As she blew out the light from the candle, she closed her eyes. And faintly she could hear the scratching of quill on paper. Seen, deep within the magical vaults of the school, a singular object seemed to suddenly move of its accord. It was a skull, with two horns growing on the right side, while the left side of it was cracked open. One of the horns was larger than the other, and with the lack of it on the left side, it had long fallen over. A pulse of black filled the skull for a moment. The tendrils that grew from the bottom of it fluttered upwards. But then as sudden as it did, it went still again, and the black that filled the skull vanished. Chapter 3. Louise was awoken by the sound of her door opening. The mage sat up, rubbing her eyes as she wondered if she had overslept again. Turning to the door, she saw Bug closing the door behind it as it entered her room before turning around. She stared into its eyes. The sockets showed nothing but black. Bug, she called out groggily. She yawned. Did you leave the room? It didn't answer, instead going back to the hay stack by her bed. It reached into its cloak, pulling out the piece of paper she had given it and the quill. It began to scribble into the paper once more. Did leave my room, Bug? She asked again, her annoyance at its silence waking her up a bit. It turned to her and gave a nod. This made her frown. You shouldn't be going out on your own. You're my familiar. It tilted its head. She looked down at where it was sitting. What did you even do, leaving out so late in the night? For a moment, a thought came to her. It wasn't trying to find a way to escape, was it? Fear mixed with anger, it was already acting rebellious last night, but that couldn't mean that it was going to... It turned the paper in its hands, showing the map that it had drawn yesterday, and to her surprise, the contents of it was already larger than the one it had shown her last night. Fully awake, Louise's eyes widened. Bug, did you spend the whole night exploring the school? She looked out the window after nodded. Dawn was just starting to break, meaning it'd spend well over 6 hours just going around the school all so that it could complete its map. Turning back to her familiar, it scratched the parchment with precision. Despite the stumps that it had for hands, it showed remarkable dexterity as it expanded the map. A smile grew on her lips, a familiar that could write and draw. She'd like to see Zerbs try to say that her stupid fire lizard was better when her own was a literate cartographer. She sighed as another thought came to mind. What would a mage need a cartographer for? She thought about it in silence as her familiar continued to draw. After a while, the sun's rays were starting to peek through her window, and at that moment her familiar had finished adding things to its map. It turned to the window, black sockets staring out into the sun. Are you done? Louise asked. It turned its head back to her and nodded. She reached out. Let me see it. It stood up from the haystack, heading towards her bed and giving her the map. After that, it walked past her to stand by her window. Looking at the map, she was impressed. Even if a mage didn't have need for a cartographer, she figured that letting it have it as a hobby wouldn't be so bad. She noticed more details on the map. The courtyard had what looked like small trees dotting the edges of the circle and the gate. The room before had that fountain. She'd see Zerbs flirt with her boy toy of the day. She even noticed that one room had what looked like a chicken thigh. A grimace grew on her face when she noticed another smaller drawing of a rat near what she can only assume was the kitchen. Of course, all of them had gibberish writing, so she could only figure things out by the shape and diagrams. Well, she lowered the map to look at Bug. If nothing else, if I can teach you how to write the language, I can have you take extra notes. Her familiar didn't respond to her. At least it didn't turn to her. Instead, it was looking at the sun that was slowly rising up into the sky. I should get ready. She placed the map on the bed before pulling the covers off her legs. Louise got up from the bed and headed towards her closet. As she took out the clothes that she needed, she called out to Bug, Familiar, can you get some of the parchment in the drawer? And get the inkwell and quills as well. She had the day off today, as did the rest of the second years who had summoned a familiar, so she figured she'd get a head start in teaching Bug the written language. It couldn't be too hard. It could speak her language even if it didn't seem to want to, and could understand her orders. When she finished putting on her uniform and dropping yesterday's cloths in the laundry basket, she was ready to leave, only to find that her familiar wasn't. Not only had it not get any of the items she had ordered to get, but it was still staring out the window. Bug, she called out to it, her hands on her hips. It didn't turn to her. It continued to stare out the window, head tilted upwards to stare at the sun. Growling, she went towards it and grabbed it by the hand. Bug, I told you to dash. The light? A chill went up her spine, as it usually did when it spoke. She shook her head. Bug, she tugged its arm. When a master tells you to do something, a familiar must follow that order. Finally, it turned its head towards her. Nodding her head, she pointed at her desk. Get some parchment and quills. I'll be teaching you how to write after breakfast. She released her grip on its hand, allowing it to go to her desk. It rummaged through it and came back with a handful of scrolls and more than a couple quills in its hand. It stopped in front of her and then offered it to her. For a moment, she was going to tell it to go back and grab some inkwells. But she recalled the quill it had used last night and decided against it. It took a step closer and offered the scrolls and quills once more. Not now after breakfast. She walked past Bug, prompting it to follow her. I'll be in the dining hall to eat, so you wait with the other familiars. She reached the door, frowning a bit when she noticed that one of her keys was in the lock. Pulling it out, she turned to it and waved it in front of its face. Don't take my stuff unless I give you permission to. It tilted its head. She rolled her eyes. Stepping out, she held the door open for it. Seen? When it was told to wait with the other familiars, Bug did not object. The ever-silent familiar was content to leave the presence of the one that had awoken and summoned it, even if she herself seemed to be hesitant of allowing it to leave. It took a seat by the wall alongside the other creatures that waited for their masters to finish their meals. Scattered around it were the parchment and quills that it had brought along, which caused some of the other creatures to gather around it as they looked at them with curiosity. One of them, a fluffy creature with wings, had even taken off with one of the quills. Bug ignored most of them and instead focused on something else, mainly remaking the map it had created last night. From how its master looked at it, it figured that she wanted that map for herself. Drawing the map again took no time. The memory was still fresh. Some of the creatures stared at it as it worked on the parchment. It tweaked some of the diagrams and positions a bit. It was the first time it had to make a map from scratch as opposed to finishing an incomplete one. It was harder than it looked, but it didn't mean that it couldn't do it. A map was necessary in case it ever got lost, as it recalled needing it back when it traversed the twisting paths that resembled labyrinths. Had it not drawn all the paths back then, it figured that it wouldn't be able to do what it could do now. And not a moment later, it was done. The map was completed with a couple of additions, such as a small diagram of the one that had summoned it, drawn at where her room was. And outside where it and the other creatures were waiting for, it added a small drawing of them. The map and quill was then stored into its cloak, both of them vanishing inside it. With nothing else to do, Bug simply sat on the grass as it waited for its master to leave the hall. As it did, its head tilted up to see the large yellow ball in the sky. It was as bright as the last time it had seen it. It hovered so far above it, then it figured that it would need it to stand at the highest point of this area to challenge it. But it needed a weapon first. Going with a means to defend itself wasn't smart. It looked away from the sun and found itself looking at the two creatures staring at it. The other creatures had long turned away from it, with the exception of a large blue beast with wings and one brown, rounded creature with a triangle on its head that was staring at it intently. The latter of the two crawled towards it, brown beady eyes staring into its own. Then, without warning, it stuck out a tongue and licked it. Bug was pushed against the wall by the lick. It simply stared as the beast recoiled. It shook its head and staring, scrambling away from it, its tongue waving back and forth. It bumped into more than a few of the other creatures, and before it could do anything else, it quickly burrowed underground. The other beast, upon seeing the reaction of the creature, backed away with a nervous look on its face. Bug simply grabbed its cloak to wipe away the slime on its face. Scene. Once breakfast was over, Louise was the first to rush out of the dining hall, heading out to where the familiars were waiting. Bug, she called out to it when she left the building and entered the courtyard. The familiar in question was slumped against a wall. A few of the other familiars had picked up some of the parchment, and quills quickly dropped them at her voice. They scrambled away from Bug as her familiar raised its head. It stood up and gathered the scattered utensils and started walking towards her. Oddly enough, a sense of relief filled her heart as it walked towards her. Whether she was relieved that it hadn't simply left like it had done last night, or relief over the fact that none of the other familiars had decided to copy their masters and bully it, she didn't know. But when Bug reached her and once more had offered her the scrolls and quills, she pushed that feeling aside. Ah, isn't that adorable? Just in time for another feeling to take the place of relief. The familiar voice made her wince. Louise turned her head to see Kerchie looking at her familiar with a hand on her cheek and her usual mocking smile. She pointed finger at it. Did you teach it that? No. Louise's chest puffed up. Bug is simply smart enough to be able to do that from the beginning. Placing a hand on her hip, she pointed a finger at her. Something I bet your stupid lizard can't even do. Oh, please, Zero. She stepped past her, as if just carrying equipment is anything special. She cupped her hand over her mouth and called out, Flame, come here. The salamander responded to its master's call, crawling towards and stopping at her feet. She looked at her in the corner of her eye as she knelt down to pet the beast. Any familiar can do menial tasks for their masters. She narrowed her eyes and smirked. At least my familiar is a lizard that can breathe fire. What can your little water spirit do? Well, her smile couldn't have gotten wide. If you must know, my familiar is a skill map maker. She crossed her arms and looked at it show her Bug. Bug, who had still been offering the equipment to her, lowered its hands. It looked around for a moment before it dropped all of them to the ground, some of them spilling to her legs. It ignored her cries as it reached for the inside of its cloak and pulled out another piece of paper. Again, it offered it to her. Louise snatched it up, an annoyed look on her face for a split moment before a smile returned on her face. Turning to Kerchie, she held out the paper, unfurled it, and showed it. "See, my familiar is already smarter than yours." Kerchie's eyes widened at the piece of paper in her hands. She stood up and looked at it. Well then, she looked at the small child-sized creature at her side. It was already in the process of picking up the scrolls and quills again, and smiled. "I'll admit you have quite a smart familiar there." Louise let out a happy humph, handing the map back to her familiar, and started to walk away. "Of course I do. It's just befitting of my own skills." Bug quickly followed after her. Just as she was almost out of earshot, Kerchie called out to her, "I guess you'll be able to handle the familiar exhibition just fine then." "You know I will," Louise shouted back, and headed to one of the empty tables. The mage took a seat and then gestured Bug to do the same. It climbed up the seat with some level of difficulty due to load it was carrying, but it managed to get on the chair. It then promptly dropped them onto the table, some of them rolling off and falling to the ground below. Louise didn't care. She couldn't keep the smile on her face as she leaned forward. "Did you see the look on Zerp's face?" she asked giddily. She was shocked, actually floored by you. She almost held back a cackle. Serves her right. Bug had gone down to pick up any of the dropped scrolls, ignoring her apparently happiness. Once it had managed to pick them all up, it placed them gently on the table, before it placed their own hands as well. Louise nodded her head, still grinning. "Once we're done here, I'm going to make you the best familiar there ever was. And if a familiar is great, so is their mage." She opened a scroll and took a quill. "Now, Bug, we'll start your lesson today." Chapter 4. Louise, like many mages, liked to learn. She liked to learn about magic, spells, and when she had time, she would brush up on noble etiquette, because in the future, when she'd be wed, she would need to act as a proper wife at the same time as a noble. And even though most of what she'd learn was because it would help her status as a noble and a mage, she enjoyed learning nonetheless. It was why she and her sisters often had tutors that helped her in lessons, to add just a bit more knowledge to their repertoire. Not all of them were good. If Louise had to be honest, she'd even say that some of the tutors that she'd had were complete and utter rubbish, and she questioned how they even got their job in the first place. Some people would say that she'd be shifting the blame to the tutors, when it was her that was doing bad. But so what? She had a right to complain about who taught her. She had the right to grumble about not understanding what was being taught. After all, it wasn't as if it was something unique, since she'd hear her sisters loudly complaining about how bad a tutor was as well. Now, though, looking back at the many bad words she said behind a tutor's bad, and to their face, all the insults and shouts that she threw at them, she would be all too willing to take them all back. Because as Bug failed to write down its name for the third time in a row despite instructions, Louise was beginning to realize that teaching someone wasn't as easy as she thought. "No, Bug." Louise barely held back a growl as she pointed at the big bug that she'd written on the top of the piece of paper that they were writing on with her quill. "Just write your name," she said in an exasperated tone. Her familiar looked at the words, looked at her, looked at the previous failed attempts. It didn't do anything at first, simply staring at its name written in big letters. It raised the quill in its hand and drew the exact same symbols as last time, meaning that it was total gibberish to her. Bug looked up from his writing and then pointed at it with its own quill. Louise looked at the symbols and the three other symbols that littered the page. She let out a groan, dropping her face in her hands before she finally laid her head down onto the table. "I know it'd be too easy," Louise thought to herself. Her eyes went from the paper that Bug was using to the other open scrolls that had more advanced words and even sentences that were strewn about the table. All of them had the same effect. At first, she thought that it'd be fine to start with "I am Bug," familiar to Louise Françoise Leblanc de Lavalier. After all, it would need to be recognized as her familiar. What if it got lost somewhere and it refused to speak like it had been stubbornly doing with her? She needed to be able to get back to her, so being able to identify itself in her language was a necessity. Only just kept making those gibberish symbols over and over again. At first, she let it. Of course, that was probably its language, so it was just trying to get the feel of its written language to hers. But Bug just didn't seem to want, or at the very least, not able, to write in her language. Even when she went from "I am Bug," familiar to Louise, to even simpler sentences like "I am Louise's familiar," before going even simpler ones, "I am Bug," until she reached just single words. And when it couldn't even write Louise, she thought that it could at least write Bug in her written language. But alas, it could not. And now the table was filled with scrolls covered with gibberish doodles. More than a couple few of the students were laughing her way. Still, if there's anything to come from this, at least that you're a never-ending inkwell, Louise muttered to herself, looking at the pointed end of her quill. It was still as dark as when she wrote the first sentence and didn't seem to dry anytime soon. Plus, It didn't drip or pooled if she lingered on a spot for too long. She eyed her familiar, who was just staring at her. It still occurred to her that she didn't know what it was, even if she was calling it bug. It was obviously wasn't any kind of insect. And from the fact that it had made it so that she would never need to spend another ECU on an inkwell, then maybe it really was a water spirit? She'd asked it, but then she'd get the same born of void and God's spiel, and she didn't need to be labeled a heretic. Assuming she'd even get an answer this time, instead of just silence. She looked at her familiar, continued to write down bug in its language, and pointed it at. Having trouble with your familiar, Louise? Her annoyance turned into irritation at the pompous voice. She raised her head, turning it a bit to look at Guiche. The blond boy had his usual cocky smile as he approached her table. Her eyes narrowed. What do you want, Guiche? His smile actually dropped, looking around in worry. I'm wondering if you've seen Verdante anywhere? He gestured at her. I haven't seen him ever since I left the breakfast hall. I haven't seen your familiar, Guiche. Louise shrugged. She sat up and raised an eyebrow. Why are you asking me, though? He pointed at Bug. Well, I overheard Kirchi say that your familiar is smarter than it looks. He shrugged. I figured that it might know where Verdante is since it was waiting outside with him. Louise stared at the blonde for a while. Inside her head, she weighed the pros and cons of helping him. Personally, she didn't want to. But he came here because that Zerth had said that Bug was smart, and she knew if she heard that Bug couldn't help it would be more ammunition for her. Fine. Louise sighed and turned back to her familiar. Bug. Her familiar hand rose, seemingly waiting for another order to write something. She shook her head. No, put the quill down. It obeyed her order. Have you seen a... She paused and turned to Guiche. What does Verdante look like again? Why, he's just the most adorable familiar you've ever laid eyes on. He had a proud smile on his face, cute but intelligent eyes, a long, adorable nose, and the finest brown scales you'd ever see on a mole. His finger then tapped his forehead. Oh, and he has a green triangle on his forehead. Did you see anything like that, Bug? Louise turned to her familiar. Tilting its head, it picked up the quill again. Louise, no, Bug, don't write that down. Her familiar ignored her orders and began to scribble, and a moment later it held up the paper. Besides the bug symbols, there was one rounded creature that with two large eyes and a long nose. Oh yes, that's him. Guiche's smile widened. So you've seen him? Bug put the paper down and then pointed to the ground. Guiche raised an eyebrow. Where are you pointing at? The blonde mage looked at the ground where the stump was pointing to. I don't see Verdante. It shook its head and then pointed down once more. It took Guiche a moment before he sighed and slapped his head. Underground, of course, he's a mole after all. He let out an easy laugh. I should have expected that. No wonder I couldn't find him. Where did you last see him? It raised a hand, pointing to the far wall. Both Guiche and Louise turned their head, and sure enough, there was a noticeable mound of dirt that some of the staff were starting to push back into the hole. Thank you, little bug, Guiche nodded. He turned to Louise and smiled. Looks like Kirchi was right. It is smarter than it looks. As he walked away, a snide look appeared on his face. It must be the only good spell you've casted in these 2 years. The smile on Louise's face dropped into a harsh glare. For a moment, she contemplated screaming after him, but she just sighed and leaned back in her seat. Bug looked at the blonde as he walked away. Pink eyes narrowed. So you can understand what I say. It turned its head to her. Sometimes you can even talk, and now you can draw from just getting a description. She pointed a hand at the piece of paper that it said drawing. But you can't even write your name in my language? It looked down at the paper, and then scribbled the same 3 symbol that apparently meant bug, and then pointed at it. Louise sighed again, picking up the piece of paper and looking at it. Either you can, and you're just mocking me, or whatever magic that lets you understand in the first place is making you only right in this. She glared at it gibberish. Closing her eyes, she placed it down and picked up another piece of paper. Well, in any case, if you can't write it in my language, she began writing down her alphabet from beginning to end. I might as well see if I can understand your written language. With the final letter, she passed the piece of paper to it. There, translate that to your language. Scene. Marion was already having a bad day, and breakfast had just ended a moment ago. It started when she had to clean up a bunch of rat carcasses in the kitchen that had showed up out of the blue. Thankfully, she didn't have to mop up the blood, nor did any of them manage to contaminate the food storage. After then, she got an earful from the chef when he started complaining about damages to the equipment. She had to shout back that she wasn't responsible for the scratch marks on the door, nor was she responsible for the missing kitchen knife when he noticed that one of them was gone. She even questioned, out loud towards him, why she'd even need a kitchen knife. It only got worse when she actually left the kitchen and when she went outside and saw that massive pile of dirt. For a moment, she was horrified and thought that one of the larger familiars of the noble brats had taken a gigantic shit on the yard. But when she didn't notice any dreadful smells, as well as the lack of flies, she was relieved that it was just a large mound of dirt. She could let the groundskeeper handle that if that was the case. Unfortunately, that almost meant that she was stuck handing the food to the kids. All of this was topped off by the fact that sleep yesterday had been brief because she swore she heard tiny footsteps and sudden squealing in silence. And when she checked, she just see flashes of white and black in halls. The maid let out a sigh and tried to hide the irritated and tired look on her face, and instead she adopted happy and patient. She didn't need some of the brats to get angry at her just because they thought she was mocking them by looking ungrateful for serving. Wheeling a card out to the tables where the nobles and their familiars were bonding together, she began to hand out the food that was requested. Marian went through her "here you go" and "I hope you enjoy them" to the kids. Some of them waved her away, some of them ignored her, and only one or two said thanks. Her next table was the Valier, or Zero, as the other nobles called them. The staff liked to call her Explosion Noble for obvious reasons, and the fact that this girl probably doubled the workload of the maids every time she casted a spell. In any case, carrying a cup of tea in her hands, she went to the table with the pink head of hair. She saw the noble looking at a piece of paper with a bewildered look on her face, an eyebrow raised and her mouth hanging open in confusion. "What is this? It's like you didn't even write, and you just drew something in a circle." Marian hid away her curiosity. She doubted she could understand whatever was on the paper, if even a noble couldn't, and headed up to her with the cup in hand. "Your tea, my lad dash." Marian's voice hitched when she saw the other person sitting with the noble. Or rather, the other thing. It was only through her experience for keeping calm in the face of petty nobles that she didn't drop the cup in her hands as she stared into the black abyss that was the eyes of the creature on the table. The white skull seemed to almost glow in the sun, which was a rather fitting considering that it was doing the same when she caught glimpses of the thing roaming the halls last night. "Is something the matter, servant?" She knocked out of her stupor by the voice of the Valier. Shaking her head, she plastered the smile on her face. "Sorry about that, my lady. I've brought you your tea." She placed the cup on the table before giving a bow. "You were staring at my familiar." Her voice was annoyed. That wasn't a good sign for Marian. "Is something the matter?" she asked. "W.L." Marian gulped. "I thought that I might have seen this same creature roaming halls yesterday night." She raised her head to see the Valier was looking at her with a raised eyebrow. "It must have just been my imagination, my lady." She sighed and turned to the creature. "So you were roaming the castle halls yesterday?" She shook her head and turned back to her. "Bug didn't do anything, did it?" Marian found herself staring bewildered at the attention. She tried to think of something that might have been related. "Nothing, my lady," she told it. She wasn't impressed. If Bug hadn't done anything, you wouldn't look so shocked at it. She crossed her arms. "Did my familiar do anything?" Oh no, why was she being tested like this? She was just trying to get through the day, and here she was getting accosted by a brat wanting to know what her little creature did wrong. Marian stared at the noble, who raised an eyebrow. "Well, Marian, think the rats?" No, that might insult the noble thinking that its precious familiar was with vermin. Not to mention, just flat out saying that there were vermin in the castle would cost her job. The damaged goods? Not that either. She recalled the second years last year had said something stupid that familiar was a part of the mage. If she said that it had damaged the food, it would be mean that she was basically telling the noble she was sabotaging the castle. In which case, her job would be the least of her worries. She tried desperately to think of something before she recalled the other thing the chef had complained about this morning. We're missing one of our knives, my lady." She opened her mouth and immediately regretted it. She was quick to hold out a hand forward. "Boo, but I'm sure that it had nothing to do with your familiar." The noble wasn't looking at her. Instead, she asked the creature, "Did you take anything, Bug?" And before they could react, the small creature reached into its cloak and took out a kitchen knife that was covered in dried blood. Even from her spot, she could see that the edge was chipped and dulled. She heard the noble gasp, "Bug, what did you do?" Marian winced at the sudden shout. She couldn't really blame her. Holding a bloody knife wasn't really a good thing no matter who was holding it. But Marian didn't panic. Instead, she simply recalled the rat carcasses that she had to clean up. Many of them had cut marks and slash wounds. Some of them had lost entire limbs and heads as well. It was why she was lucky she didn't have to mop up the blood. She turned to the noble. Her face had gone pale as the creature held up the knife. She admired the terrified look on her face for a moment before she clarified, "My lady, do not fret. Alongside the missing knife, we found some rat carcasses nearby. Your familiar appeared to have gone out hunting yesterday," she said out loud. "Our rats?" the Valier asked, eyes still wide and face still pale. Marian nodded. Oh, she gulped. "I see, that's good then." The girl took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Familiar." The noble's voice was still shaky. "You shouldn't take stuff without permission. Your actions reflect on my status as a mage." She pointed at the knife in its hand. "Give it back to the servant." The creature looked up at her with its unsettling eyes and then offered her the dirty knife. She reached out and plucked it out of its grip. "Thank you," she said, and held it close to her and began to walk away. "Why did you have a knife? It's dangerous to have one, even if you're going out to hunt rats or whatever. Why were you even hunting rats? Were you hungry? You should have just told me." From now on, I don't want you carrying knives, and tell me if you get hungry, got it? Marion could never understand mages. Oh, there you are, Verdante. Speaking of, she managed to see a blonde boy holding up a mole in the air. She ignored the large mound of dirt on the ground, and instead looked at the mole, seemed desperate to lick the blonde as much as it could. And despite that the blonde was laughing. This was the same noble that she recalled would throw a fit over a piece of dirt on his cape. Marion shook her head. She would never understand mages. Chapter 5. And these are the reports that needs to be filled out today. Longueville handed the documents to the old man sitting at the table. Osmond's eyes scanned the documents, his wand shifting them aside one by one as he deemed which could be filled out with his eyes closed and which one needed to be examined lest he accidentally sell the academy. As he scanned through them, his eyes were drawn to a small white figure that entered from below the door to the office. A smile grew on his old face as the mouse easily ran past underneath the legs of his secretary, earning a short, shocked yell from her, before it easily scaled his desk and planted itself in the middle of it. "Good morning, Choo-Choo. Any luck today?" The mouse raised a paw to scratch its face, but then shook its head. Osmond sighed, and when he looked up, he could see the glare forming on Longueville's face. The old principal was quick to raise his hands. "I'm joking." He gave a forced laugh as he prepared to evade whatever she might throw. There was a moment of stillness between the two, before Longueville just gave an irritated sigh. "You really need to stop doing that, principal." She turned away from him, reaching for one of the books in the shelves. One shouldn't use a familiar in such a disgusting way. Osmond let out a chuckle. He held out a finger for the mouse to climb up. It scurried up his arm before it reached his shoulder. "I suppose I might need to start teaching him not to run between your legs then." He looked as the mouse itself seemed to look confused. He closed one eye and smirked. His secretary could only roll her eyes. Speaking of familiars, Osmond looked away from the mouse. He stood up and looked out the window behind him. Were there any problems with the summoning ritual yesterday? Longwell pulled out the book she needed and turned to face the old man. Besides an explosion that happened, there were no problems. According to Professor Colbert, everyone managed to successfully summon their familiar. Even that Valier girl. Osmond turned his head and raised an eyebrow. Apparently so. She flipped through the book in her hands absent-mindedly. They're calling her a water mage now, since that's the element of the familiar that she summoned. Osmond made a sound. Good for her. Even with the trouble she's had ever since she got here, being able to summon a familiar is a good step forward to be a mage. Now that she knows what her affinity is, she can focus on that element. He raised a hand and stroked his beard, looking out the window once more, but still surprised that she's a water mage since I recall that she had trouble with water spells as well. It seems even Professor Colbert thinks so as well. Longueville commented, closing the book in her hands. After he told me about the familiar that the Valier had summoned, he's been holed up in the library reading up every book he can find. Well, if something like that can get Jean's attention, then it must be a fascinating familiar. Osmond let out a laugh. He waved his wand, and with a chant under his breath, one of the walls of his office shimmered. In a flash of light, it revealed the courtyard where many of the second-year students and familiars were bonding. For a moment, Longueville didn't see the old perverted man that had tried to peek under her skirt with his familiar, and instead she saw a teacher when she saw how the old man's eyes seemed to sparkle as he looked at the many familiars that were bonding with their masters. "We have quite the selection this year." The view would shift every once in a while. It showed the Germanian mage with a salamander. The redhead was happily rubbing the creature's stomach. It shifted to the silent Gallian blue-hair student that was using the blue dragon she had summoned as a chair while she was reading. Then it showed the gray moth, getting his face licked by a large mole. He nodded his head. With such fine familiars, the second years have some good potential. The view shifted a few more times before it finally reached the Valier girl. Longueville watched with some hint of curiosity at the odd creature that the girl had summoned. It had what looked like the skull of a bug, if bugs had skulls, but had a human-like body that was blacker than the night sky, with a cloak that covered most of it. It looked like a golem more than anything. She was also curious as to why the Valier girl seemed to be trying to teach it how to write, if the multitude of paper with scribbles were any indication. Osmond let out a gasp, knocking Longueville out her thoughts. She saw the old man's eyes widen as he stared rather intently at the familiar. "Is something wrong, Principal?" Longueville asked, stepping forward. He turned to her and then smiled. "Nothing to worry about." He went back to the wall and stared at the creature. "I was simply caught off guard by Miss Valier's familiar." His hand gripped his wand tighter. I can see why Jean was so curious about it. As if on cue, the fire professor himself stepped through the door carrying a rather large book in his hands. "Principal Osmond, can I have a word?" His eyes landed on Miss Longueville. "Oh, Miss Longueville, good morning." "Good morning, Colbert." She nodded. "I suppose you've finished up on your reading?" Osmond waved his wand, dispelling the spell with the last image being of the Valier's familiar. Jean nodded. "Yes, and I have something I need to tell you." As I do as well. Osmond turned to Longueville. Do you mind giving us some privacy, Miss Longueville? Not at all. She gave a bow. I'll be heading out for today. Scene. As the green-headed secretary left the room, the two men looked at each other. Both had something that they wanted to tell. I assume that you wish to tell me something about the familiar that Louise summoned? Osmond asked, walking over to his desk and taking a seat. He waved his hand to levitate the documents in a neat pile so that there was room. Jean nodded his head. He headed towards his desk. He placed the book on the desk and flipped it open. When Louise summoned the creature, at first the only thing there was its skull. I thought that she had managed to accidentally kill her summoned familiar with her spell. He stopped when he landed on a page that depicted a creature that looked almost like her familiar, but when she casted the spell to contract the familiar to her, she managed to give it a new body. When we wondered what it was, her words as its body was being made drew my attention. He pointed to a certain word under the description. She had muttered out void. Osmond hummed, the mysterious fifth element. He stroked his beard, fitting for such a mysterious creature. Indeed, he nodded his head, and when I searched for the species of the creature that Louise had summoned, I could not find it in any of the normal bestiaries of the castle. Even a supposed water spirit that the other students suggested had no subspecies that could result in such a dark color in their water. So I had looked deeper and found an answer in a rather. He looked down at the book, controversial book. Osmond finally noticed how dry and factual the book on his desk was. The elves apparently call its kind void vessels. Osmond looked at the drawing. Besides the horns, it was a splitting image of the Valier familiar. There were other drawings of similar-looking creatures. Then there was one that was the odd one out, as instead of the usual appearance of a white skull with a black body, it was completely black with white eyes and tendrils for its lower limb. And here I thought that the void element was truly just a myth. Had you found this information in another book, Jean, I would have thought so. He read the contents as he thought to himself, to think we might possibly have a void mage in our academy. Should we be worried, sir? Jean asked. We should be careful not to let this information spread too quickly, Osmond replied. Looking up from the book, I can only wonder what the palace would want to do if they hear about this. And the familiar? Osmond went silent. Has it done anything violent? He asked. It was very docile when Louise summoned it. He frowned, although I overheard some of the servants complaining about rats this morning. I see. He looked down at the book. Well, whatever the case, we must make sure to keep it docile. I've seen the strength that one of its kind has, and if it were to ever become aggressive, we must not hesitate to kill it. Jean's eyes widened. You've seen one before? Osmond nodded his head. 30 years ago, I was attacked by a dragon, and one of the void vessel appeared out of nowhere. His eyes turned soft as he recalled the memory. I remember how it fought and managed to slay that dragon, but at the cost of its life. Its skull broke open, and from it the black spirit. He pointed at the odd illustration of these void vessels seemed to pour from the opening. He sighed and opened his eyes. I regret not being able to thank it for saving me, but I regret more about having so slay the spirit when it turned its attention to me. How frightening. Jean muttered, strong enough to slay a dragon, and leaves behind a spirit when slain so that it may take revenge. The two men were silent, one lost in memory while the other was lost in thought. In any case, Osmond stood up and handed the book back to Jean. We should be prepared for any incident that might occur. The familiar exhibition is coming up and the princess herself wishes to attend. As the professor took the book, Osmond couldn't help but smile. What an odd series of events. I feel like this year might be an interesting one. I hope not. Jean shook his head as he walked away. Interesting often means dangerous, especially for the students. And with an apparent void creature on the academy grounds, who knows what trouble would occur. Scene. Louise gripped the cherry by the stem and slowly moved it closer to her familiar. She paused and narrowed her eyes. Where's your mouth? Bug just stared at her, not moving from its spot as she dangled the food closer towards him. Maybe. She went towards the eye socket, and when Bug didn't back away, she carefully inserted at the socket. She let go and the small fruit dropped inside. She waited for a moment and then asked, well, did that do anything? Bug shook its head, and faintly she could heard the thumping of the fruit against its skull. Chapter 6. By the time Louise and Bug had to head back to her dorm, neither of them managed any progress in understanding either of their languages. Bug still seemed to be automatically translating anything that she wrote into its own language, and then wrote in its own language, while Louise still struggled to understand the alphabets of Bugs. Their efforts bore no results other than a couple of scrolls filled with meaningless scribbles of her familiar, and her few attempts at her own. Attempts that, from Kerchie's mocking laughter when she saw them, were very poor. She seemed to have gotten over the awe of Bug making maps, and was back to bugging her instead. It was, in her opinion, a mostly wasted day. After dinner, where she had tried and failed to feed Bug again, she decided it was enough for today. So the two were heading back to her room, Louise looking irritatedly at the piece of paper that had both her alphabet and Bug's. It still didn't make sense to her, since the symbols that made it up were designed to be drawn together. She thought she could understand it more if she had Bug write it one by one. But no luck. In fact, with them not being connected to each other, they seemed to make even less sense. She sighed and lowered the piece of paper from her face. While she shouldn't be so down at not being able to learn a new language in just one day, it felt kind of disappointing to her. She glanced at Bug. Her familiar was carrying the remaining scrolls that they hadn't used. From the corner of her eye, she saw Bug look at her. It turned its head back forward, raised it a bit, and bent it forward. She raised an eyebrow at the sight. Seen? Put the scrolls on the table, Bug. I'll handle it later. Louise shrugged off her cloak, placing it in the laundry basket for the maid to pick up tomorrow. Bug followed her orders, dropping the parchment on top the table before it moved around to drop the quills separate from them. I'm going to head to the baths, she told it as it went to sit on the haystack. I'm going to need you to join me. She called out to it before it could sit down. Bug tilted its head. Well, since solid food doesn't work for you apparently, she looked into the socket where she had put more than a couple of cherries and smaller fruits. I figured that since you're a water spirit, you'd feed off water. She ran a hand through her hair. Besides that, I'd need something to relax after today. It untilted its head and then sat down on the haystack. Hey, she stomped towards Bug and stood over it. Look, I'm trying to be nice and seeing what to feed you. You shouldn't just toss away a master's kindness. It looked up at her. She crossed her arms. If you're feeling annoyed, then it's your fault as well, Bug. Tapping her fingers against her arm, she gave it a slight glare. If you just told me what you can eat, maybe I wouldn't have to drag you to the bathhouse. Its hand went to where its mouth would have been if it had one. Yes, you need to eat. Louise rolled her eyes and sighed. I don't need my familiar suddenly falling over and dying because I didn't feed it. It'd be. She looked away, embarrassing. She shook her head and glared at it, bending over so that she could look it in the eye. And I'd also be angry that the reason I couldn't feed my familiar was that because it was too stubborn to tell what it should eat. It lowered its hand. For a moment, she thought it looked annoyed, though that was dispelled when it just stared at her, as it usually did. Get up, Bug. She stood up straight, arms still crossed. We're going to the baths. Bug looked at her for a moment and then looked at the ground. Louise narrowed her eyes. Of all things, getting a bath is what disappoints you. Scene. Louise found herself in the bathhouse of the academy, a towel wrapped around her as Bug followed her inside. The steaming air from the hot water soothed her nerves immediately, even without stepping into the water. There were a couple of other students who were already there. More than a few gave her wary looks, while some of them were looking at her familiar, the latter being mostly first years. Louise kept her head high, ignoring the looks as she and Bug approached the pool of water in the middle. Her familiar was about to step in, but she was quick to pick it up before it could put its stubby little foot in hold at Bug. She called out, keeping it in the air. It stopped its movement and turned its head towards her. Oh, don't look at me like that. I just want to make sure you don't accidentally pollute the bath water. She told it. She looked at its body. You don't exactly look like clear water, if you haven't noticed. The moment she said that, all the other students who had been relaxing in said pool of water immediately climbed out. They all quickly found a bench at the walls, keeping as far away from her and her familiar as possible. Zero, if you so much as turn it light gray. One of the students called out to her. Louise snapped to her. Why do you think I'm testing it first? A first year looked around nervously. Are familiars allowed in the bath area? She asked. No. There was a chorus of replies. Leave it to Zero to bring a familiar to the bathing area. The previous student called out to her. Shut it, she shouted back. I can bring in a familiar, you idiots. Bug seemed to went limp in her grip as she and the other students argued. The familiar stared at the pool of water in the middle. The steam emanating from it told them it was hot. There were fish statues that seemed to be pouring more water into the pool in the middle. It was different from the giant bug statues it was used to, but it figured that once its summoner, or master as she called herself, allowed it to rest inside at the pool, would have the same recuperating effects of a hot spring. So it simply waited as she and the others continued to yell at each other. I'm trying to actually be careful and mindful of my familiar. And this is the thanks I get? Louise snarled out. Huh. One of them laughed out. With your track record, it'll probably blow up the whole pool, or turn it black and icky. Bug turned its head towards her. The spring won't be corrupted. Her grip on Bug tightened involuntarily at its sudden voice. She glared at it for a moment, before turning that glare to the other students. You heard my familiar. It won't pollute the bath water. So quick acting like babies. They looked among each other confused. One of them asked, what are you talking about? Your familiar has been silent the whole time. What? She brought her familiar closer to her, turning it so that Bug could face her without turning its head. You talked, didn't you? Why can't they hear it? It tilted its head. You can hear my thoughts, but others cannot. She flinched at the voice, but again she turned to the others. Can you really not hear that? They responded by laughing at her. Look at that. Louise is finally going nuts. She's talking to herself, and she thinks her familiar can talk back. Her face fell, turning away from the others. She looked into Bug's eye sockets and sighed. Silently, she walked towards the pool and held it just above the water. Just touch it so we can actually relax. Bug looked down and reached down with a foot. The stump made no other impact other than a small ripple in the water. It looked up and nodded its head at her. Louise lowered her familiar until it was up at its neck. She followed suit, stepping into the hot water. She let out a sigh of relief as she sat down, submerging herself to her chest. The other students watched her, which she paid no mind. Let them think that she was insane. It was stupid of her to engage in an argument with them in the first place. Turning her head to Bug, she asked, "This do anything for you?" Her familiar didn't respond, simply standing in the neck-high water for a moment. Then it gave a nod. She smiled. "Well, I guess we might need to come here more often then." Louise leaned back against the edge and allowed the hot water to soothe her nerves. The other students were now whispering at each other about her familiar sitting in the pool, some of them outright leaving the bathing area in disgust, muttering about her letting a familiar in the bath. Oh, who cares about them? She closed her eyes and tried harder to relax. As she did, she wondered what was ahead of her. She now had a familiar proof that she was a mage, a water mage, if she was to be specific. Her eyes opened slowly to stare at the water that she was in. Cupping her hands, she took out a handful of it. If I'm supposed to be a water mage, how come I have just as much trouble with that as every other element? She muttered to herself. Fire, earth, wind, and water. The 4 elements that a mage could use. There was a 5th, void, but could only be used by the founder, Bremir himself, and to call one a user of the void was almost akin to calling oneself as God. And she doubted that her familiar was truly made of the void, nor did she believe that it was born of God as well. Because the logic that followed, that was that she was a user of the void. Impossible, just the thought of it tickled her. So that left a mage being only able to use 4 elements. But she had been here for 2 years, and she never managed to cast any spells that didn't result in them being explosions. But now, at least she knew where to focus her efforts on. Water mage. She spoke the chant to make the water rise. It bubbled as she pointed her wand. It rose just a bit before it detonated. Water splashed over her face, knocking her out of her thoughts. She turned to the source and saw Bug staring at her. Her eyebrows furrowed. "Did you splash water at me?" she asked incredulously. It responded by swinging its arms and splashing her again. Ah! She raised her hands to cover herself, splashing herself with the water that was in her palms. She looked at it. Bug, water yo dash. She was cut short as it splashed her once more. Hey Bug. Her familiar continued to splash her when she reacted. It seemed to splash her faster the more she tried to cover herself. Had it have a mouth, Louise would have thought that it was smiling. But considering its face was just those 2 holes that it had for eyes, all she could think was that it was doing this just because. Another splash hit her, and that made her growl. That's it. She moved away from the edge, pulled her arm back, and swung. Bug was pushed back by the amount of water she could splash at it with her relatively larger size. It seemed stunned for a moment, staring at her. Yeah, she narrowed her eyes. Doesn't feel good to be on the other end, does it? Bug head tilted down, as if it was contemplating something. Louise waited. Once it wasn't going to splash her again, she relaxed. In the moment she did, its head snapped up and then splashed her again. Hey, scene. A familiar shouldn't act that way towards its master. Louise scolded Bug as she dried her hair. Despite her scolding tone, she couldn't, or didn't, hide the smile on her face. Bug, who she had wrapped with a towel that was way too big for it, looked at her and tilted its head. Holding the towel with one hand, she pointed at it. You should treat me with respect, not splash me with water in front of the other students. Her other hand went back to her towel and redoubled her efforts to get it dry. I have to keep up a reputation, and what would they think if they see that I cannot control my familiar? Bug didn't respond, instead opting to grab the towel around it and dried its skull. Louise paused in drying her hair. Once again holding the towel with one hand, she reached towards her familiar. It stopped its own self, trying to look at her hand, touched its body. I said, I want to keep my reputation. She spoke slowly and carefully. Do you understand that, Bug? Understood. So that's the trick? Louise pulled her hand away, looking at it. I have to touch you before you can actually say anything to me. Part of her felt elated, another step forward in proper communication. Another part of her felt irritated. What kind of stupid limitation was it to need physical contact for telepathy? The whole purpose of telepathy was that they didn't need the two having the conversation to be near each other. Whatever, it was still a step forward. After she got dressed in the change of clothes, she brought she was ready to leave, and so was Bug. After having to take the towel from it when tried to leave with it, they left for her room. After getting back to her room, refreshed after the bath, she was more than ready to sleep. Just as she was about to, she turned to Bug and wagged a finger in its direction. You get some rest today because I'm bringing you to class tomorrow. Already at its haystack, Bug did as it usually did and tilted its head. I'm still going to get you to write in my language, so you'll be following me to class tomorrow. Got that? Bug nodded. Good. She turned and headed towards her bed. That means no leaving the room today. She climbed onto the big, and with a wave of her wand, extinguished the candle in her room. Bug looked at its master as she quickly went to sleep. It pulled out its map and added the new hot spring space. It paused before it drew the image of a fish there, since the statues were fish instead of bugs. With that addition made, it kept the map in its cloak and then lied on its side. It allowed itself to fall into unconscious. Chapter 7. The next couple of days for Louise were, surprisingly, uneventful. She had taken Bug to her classes as she told it, and it followed her orders by taking notes, mostly by copying what was written on the blackboard. Well, she assumed that they were taking notes. From the time she glanced at the notebook she had given it, all it had was the writing in its language, so she didn't know whether it was actually taking notes like she told it to, or it was just doodling into it. But besides that, they had gone back to the normal routine of going to class and listening to the professor teach about their specific element or just about magic in general. And going back to that routine meant that the jeers and insults were back. They even found new ones when she first brought Bug into class, calling her overcompensating for her lack of skills by making her familiar come to class as well. She figured it was only because they saw her familiar taking notes. Besides that, the professors also seemed to avoid picking her to demonstrate most of the time, which meant there was no chance of her messing up a spell if she wasn't chosen to cast it. Didn't help that if the professors were to call for her to step forward, the others would be very quick to tell them it was a bad idea or that someone else would take her place. She was being recognized, she supposed. But for these 2 days, nothing really substantial happened. They simply followed the motions of waking up each morning, heading to class to learn until they had to go back to her room to sleep. But this peaceful routine had to come to an end at some point. Scene: Good morning, class. A rather rough-looking man greeted the gathered students in the classroom. He had a map of brown hair and a pair of green eyes. A scowl seemed to be permanently fixed on his face. Despite that, he stood tall with his attire immaculate. This was their water mage professor for the year, Levi the Tide. Louise and the other students returned his greeting, earning a nod. He held out his wand to the side, muttered something under his breath, and levitated the chalk piece. I'll be continuing my lesson from the last class. He spoke as he conducted the chalk with his wand. I hope you all been reading up what you're supposed to do. There were a few murmurs among the students, some of them looking away from his green eyes. Louise herself was one of them, simply content to look down at her notes. I'll take the silence as a no. Levi sighed as the chalk finished writing. He lowered his wand before ducking under his desk. A moment later, he brought up 2 jugs and placed them onto the table. He raised his wand and chanted, Ah, Kavai. He flicked his wand upwards and a thin stream emerged from the jug on the left. Just as before, he moved his wand like a conductor, and the thin stream of water moved as if it were alive. He wasn't even looking at it, instead opting to stare at them all. It moved in intricate patterns, zipping above the professor's head as he moved the stream effortlessly. Then with a downward flick, it entered the jug on the right with enough speed that it shook. All the while he stared at them impassively. You've all learned how to push and pull water, he said to them. Some of you might even have learned to direct water. He flicked his wand, muttering under his breath, and the chalk began to move once more. It wrote more information on the blackboard as he spoke, but that's all that you learned in your first year. Now you need to learn precise control over your spells. And this is why I will need you to remember and practice this water levitation spell. A couple of hands were raised. He pointed at one of them. Professor, Montmorency stood up. Controlling water in such a fashion can't be a level spell, can it? In a sense, he raised an eyebrow. It is that level of control can only be gained through practice, but the precision is not. He swiped his wand to the side. The chalk he was controlling followed, drawing an underline at the last thing it wrote. This spell and its derivative's sole purpose is provide fine control that even basic levitation cannot provide. I see. The blonde sat back down. Louise quickly wrote down what was said, while Bug, who was standing on a chair due to its height, was simply copying the new information on the board. Professor. Louise, I twitched at Kerchie's voice. Standing up still with her hand raised, the Germanian asked if this spell, if for water levitation, how will it help with other elements? Because water is the safest choice, Levi answered. He chanted under his breath and flicked his wand upwards, drawing the stream from the jug once more. Unlike fire, if you fail to control it, you won't set yourself ablaze. Unlike wind, if you fail to contain it, won't suddenly blow you away. He casually swung his wand to left, and the stream traveled in an arc towards the jug on the left. And unlike earth, water is relatively lighter. They all watched as the stream of water kept its shape even as he seemingly relinquished control. Once you learn to safely control an element that is safe and forgiving, you can then do the same for the more dangerous ones. Kerchie gave a nod and sat down. Levi looked away from her and focused on the rest of the class. In your second year, you will learn what each element excels in. Why fire mages are feared in a different capacity than wind mages. He placed his hands on his desk. And to repeat myself from my first class, I will be here to teach you all about water magic. Louise paused in her note-taking, staring at the water mage for a moment. Such confidence, such assurance in his abilities. It was something forged from years of hard work and success to think so highly of themselves. Her grip on the quill tightened. Now, I'm going to ask one of you to give me a demonstration. His eyes immediately went to her, specifically, you with the familiar. Louise's eyes widened, while Bug looked her way. A professor. One of the students stood up. We warned you about Louise last time. Yes, I remember you told me not to pick her because of her lack of ability. He nodded his head, but I asked around, and apparently she has a water spirit as a familiar. His eyes went to Bug. Any water mage that can summon one of those can't be too bad. Once again, her classmates murmured amongst each other, all of them looking her way. She gritted her teeth and stood up. I'll do it. Louse, please. Kerchie stood up. It's been merely a week since the last time you blew something up. Don't you think you've done enough damage? You've done nothing but cause explosions. Guoche was next, already leaning away from her general direction. Shut it. She pointed at Bug. You heard what the professor said. I summon my familiar. I can do this. Can you, though? She growled and stomped down the steps. Vaguely, she was aware of Bug hopping off its chair and following her. But she was too angry to care. She reached the bottom of the classroom, with her looking at the impassive face of the water mage that waited at his desk. He gestured at the jugs. Just cast a spell and let your affinity help you. A water mage can perform this task easily. All right. Louise nodded her head and held out her wand. Everyone ducked under their desk, and from the corner of her eye she saw Bug seemingly brace itself in response to the panicked reaction of everyone. Louise ignored them all and instead focused. Akavai. She spoke the incantations. Her magic filled through her. She recalled from before that a mage that used their affinities could feel the magic within them when casting. It was how one could tell that they were connected to a particular element. Louise felt nothing, and when she realized that, she barely had time to flinch. The jug holding the water exploded outwards. The ceramic pieces went flying while the water inside splashed her entire body alongside anything else that was nearby. The force of the explosion knocked her back, as did the professor was nearly slammed into the blackboard behind him. The explosion was smaller than her usual ones. Whether it was due to the nature spell, or the target of her magic was contained within the jug, she didn't know. And frankly, she didn't care. Levi grunted as he pushed himself from the wall anew. We told you, sir, that Louise is nothing but trouble. She isn't just trouble, she's just nothing. Summon a familiar, yet she can't even use a spell. Louise stood there, shivering from both anger and from the cold water that had spilled on her. She turned her head to Bug, who was drenched but looked fine. It turned to her, and she felt her anger subside just a bit. That's enough. Levi waved his hand, silencing the mocking jeers. He looked at the shattered mug and waved his wand. With a chant, all the water that had spilled due to her mistake gathered and entered the remaining jug. He sighed, try again, Miss Valier. At the very least, bring it out of the jug. She turned back to him, shocked. Again, Kerchie stood up, sir. If you make her try again, she'll blow up the whole school. She failed once. He turned an eye to her. If that's enough for her to stop trying, then she might as well leave the school entirely. He turned his eye back to her. Try again, Miss Valier, and remember, feel the affinity for your element. There's a reason you were able to summon your familiar. Recall that feeling and cast the spell. Recall the feeling. Louise tried to remember when she had summoned Bug, or when she had summoned its skull. She remembered when she casted the summoning spell, her magic hummed stronger than it did before. She looked at her wand and tried to rekindle the feeling. Instead of simply thinking about moving the water, she thought about summoning Bug again, her desire to bring a familiar to prove that she was a mage. And as she did, her magic responded. She could feel it inside her, responding to her call. She pointed her wand to the remaining jug, holding onto the feeling as much as she could. Akavai. She spoke the incantation and wished nothing more than for the spell to work. The jug shattered outwards, this time even more violently. She'd be aware of the piece that nearly cut her cheek if she hadn't noticed another thing. When the jug broke, instead of smoke and a bright light, Louise could have sworn that she saw black tendrils exploding outwards. But the image lasted only for a split second, and a sudden force slammed into her chest and threw her onto her back. When she landed on her back, she heard the sound of wood splitting. Then she heard the sound of a heavy slam, followed by a slow, painful groan. After that, she felt water splash on her face. Louise stared upwards at the ceiling of the classroom as the other students got up from their desk to check on the professor. Her hand holding her wand tightened as she processed another failure. Her other hand went to wipe the water from her face. That was all there was. Just spilled water from another mistake. Scene, I'm being sent to the principal. Its master told it as they left the classroom, so you don't have to follow me there. Bug looked at her. After that is lunch, she informed it with a quiet mutter. So I'll see you after that, okay? She turned around without another word, her feet dragging behind her. As she was walking away, Bug waited for the next order that she would have gave. When she left its sight, it realized that she hadn't told it to wait with the other familiars. With the lack of order given, Bug took out its map and walked away from where it usually waited after its master had food. Instead, it proceeded to the incomplete areas of the map, hoping to not only complete it, but try to fight a way to higher ground. Chapter 8. Is it too much to ask for at least a month of peace? Montmorency ranted as she, Kerchi, and Gueche exited the tower. The blonde was fuming. It's only been a week, and I've been covered in more dust and water than I would have liked. As long as Zero is still here? Probably not, Kerchi shrugged. Until they expel her, we're stuck with explosions disrupting classes. Honestly, I'm just worried with the amount of classes we have to cut short because of Zero's mistakes. Gueche let out a sigh and placed a hand on his temple. If this keeps up, we might even leave the academy as improper mages. He held his head high and gave a dramatic sniffle. How will I match my brothers? Montmorency rolled her eyes at his flare. I just hope that the professor is okay. She said, taking 2 explosions, even from Louise, is pretty dangerous. They all recalled the aftermath of Louise's second explosion. While it had knocked Louise flat on her back, the professor hit the back of his head against the wall and passed out. Considering that the table that held the water jugs had been splintered to pieces, it wasn't a surprise that it had pushed him back hard enough to knock him out. Not to mention, it was sprayed the ones closest to explosion with water again. The only consolation was that it didn't create any smoke. Kerchi scoffed. I'd feel more sorry for him if he wasn't so insistent on getting Louise to cast a spell. Crossing her arms, she grumbled. All he had to do was listen to us, but because she happened to summon a water spirit as a familiar, that means that she's a talented water mage. Montmorency frowned. You know, I've been thinking about that. Turning towards the fire mage, is it really possible to summon a water spirit as a familiar? Because the ones that me and my family know and converse with, they hold too much power and sentience to just be able to contract it as a familiar like that. Her eyebrows furrowed. And even if they could be contracted as a familiar, she paused, how strong do you need to be able to bend a water spirit to your will? Who knows? Kerchi sighed and shrugged. All we know is that it's given Louise enough of confidence boost to actually try and cast a spell again. Speaking of Louise's familiar, Gueche spoke out, isn't that them right there? He pointed at the outer wall, just next to the tower. They all turned to where he was pointing and saw the small creature was facing the wall, head titled upwards. Oh, what's it doing here alone? Montmorency asked. I thought Louise went to the principal's office. Kerchi laughed. Maybe she didn't want it to follow because she's afraid it'll learn how bad of a mage she truly is. Or maybe it's running away from her. She shrugged her shoulder. Knowing Louise, anything bad is possible with her. I doubt that. Gueche commented, from how obedient it is, I don't see her familiar simply up and running like that. The 2 girls turned their heads towards him, which prompted him to raise an eyebrow. What? I'm just stating what I know. He placed a hand on his chest. As someone who's more than bonded with his familiar, I can see loyalty from a mile away. He glanced at the small creature, or at the very least compliance. Montmorency looked at him for a moment longer, unimpressed, before turning back to the familiar. Well, if it's not running away or avoiding her, what is it doing then? The moment she said those words, the familiar suddenly leapt into the air. Jumping more than 3 times its height, it almost reached the top of the wall, but came short. It tried to reach for the edge, but it was too far away. It fell to the ground, landing on its feet. Well, that was a big jump for such a small familiar, Kerchi smiled, and here I thought all it could do was draw maps. What is it doing? Montmorency asked again. The familiar tried jumping again, but failed just as last time. When it landed on the ground, it looked at the edge of the wall for a moment before it took a couple of steps away from the wall. Once it was at a respectable distance, it ran towards the wall and then leaped once more into the air. Unfortunately, the running start didn't help, as even at the apex of its jump, it wasn't anywhere close to the top. Then there was the fact that due to its momentum, it slammed skull first into the wall that it was trying to climb. Oof! Both Gueche and Kerchi couldn't help but wince as it smacked into the stone. Is it trying to climb the wall? Montmorency asked as it tried again, smacking into the stone wall once more. Despite that, however, it didn't seem any worse for wear. It looked up at the edge of the wall and walked along it. It was walking closer and closer towards them, head still following the edge of the wall, until it stopped. It turned away from the wall and jogged towards them. Neither of them managed to say anything as it ran past them and went into the tower that they just left. They turned to where it had ran. confusion plain on their faces. A moment later, they heard a window above them open, and then another moment later, they saw the familiar walking along the top of the wall. It took a couple more steps before it stopped, and then took out a piece of paper from its cloak. Montmorency didn't even get to finish her question when it tucked the paper back into its cloak. It turned from its current path, which would have just led it to another tower, and looked at the main tower in the middle of the academy. It then turned to the roofs of the hallways that connected it to the other towers beside the Void Tower. It leaped from the wall without any hesitation, jumping over their heads. "It's going to fall again," Kerchie commented. The distance between the outer walls and the hallways were too far away to clear even with its ability to jump. Her assumptions were both correct and wrong. Correct when it started to fall from its jump while it wasn't close enough to reach its destination. And wrong when, just as it was level with the hallway's roof, its body shifted. The black eyes turned bright white, while the rest of it turned as black as its body. Its cloak seemed to lengthen, further resembling tendrils than it had before. It seemed to stretch across the remaining distance. A burst of black and wind followed it, leaving behind a trail of the black bubbles that hovered in the air. It stopped just as it landed on the hallway's roof. Once it did, its body turned back to normal while the black bubbles that followed it dissipated a moment later. It turned towards the main tower and jogged towards it. The three who had been watching it looked amongst each other. They all looked just as confused as the other over what they had just witnessed. Well, that was something. Guoche finally spoke, breaking the silence between them. "What just happened?" he asked. "Scene?" Marion held back a yawn as she headed towards the dining hall. Lunch was coming up, and she needed to be there to set up the tables. She wasn't getting any sleep lately, and it was starting to get on her nerves. With the second years just getting their familiars, sometimes she'd awaken to the sound of snake hissing, or she would see fire coming out from one of the windows that just so happened to shine in her eyes. She didn't know who thought it was a good idea to have these spoilt children summon up magical animals. But if she knew who it was, she'd, without hesitate, to start spitting on their grave. "Endure it, Marion. You've come to expect this," she sighed. She really hated the time period where the noble brats got their familiars. Things were always chaotic and hectic. If it wasn't from the familiars themselves acting out, it was from the brats that ordered her to bring them whatever fancy meal they wanted to give their familiars. Some of them were even too lazy to just go out and scoop up a pail of water because they wanted their stupid magic frog to stay hydrated or whatever. Like they couldn't be asked to work just a little bit to take care of their pets. But orders were orders. She couldn't really do anything against the nobles. If she tried to disobey, she would have to kiss this job goodbye, which was the best outcome out of the various other, more horrible fates that befell servants that stepped out of line. As she was walking close to a window, she couldn't help but sigh at the sunlight passing through. It had just passed noon a couple of minutes ago, meaning that her day was far from over. She turned her head when she passed the window, hoping that burning the sun into her eyes could wake her up. Instead, she found herself staring into child-sized skull with eyes as black as the night sky, alongside a pair of horns that curved upwards. A shriek echoed out in the halls as she scrambled away from the window. Her hand went to her chest as she heart started to hammer against it. The figure at the window was still there staring at her, not even reacting to her panicked reaction. It took her a moment to recognize who it was at the window. But once she stopped breathing so hard and her heart stopped trying to burst its way out of her, she realized who it was at the window. "Are you?" She blinked. "Are you that knife thief?" She pushed away from the wall and slowly approached the window, still wary of the creature on the other side of the glass. It titled its head towards her. "What are you doing here?" She stopped in front of the window and furrowed her eyebrows on the second-floor roof. As if to confirm it herself, she peeked around the creature, and sure enough, she was on the second floor, and it was standing on the roof. She turned back to it. It pushed against the window, which didn't budge since it was locked. "Do you want to?" She trailed off, still not believing what she was seeing. She pointed her fingers inside and raised an eyebrow. It nodded its head. "Okay, I guess." She unclasped the lock around the window and pulled open the window. She took a step back, and the creature hopped inside. Once it was inside, it looked up at her, its black eyes boring into her simply brown ones as it waited for something. Marion didn't really know what to say. She was still processing what was happening in front of her. So instead, she kept silent and stared back. After a moment of silence, it lowered its gaze seemingly in response to her silence. After that, it just turned away and walked. Marion watched as it disappeared around the hall and kept still until even its tiny footsteps were gone. She looked at where it had gone, then back to the window, then back to the hallway. The maid let out a frustrated sigh, once more turning to the window so that she could close and lock it. "I hate these stupid creatures," she muttered out. At the very least, she wasn't tired anymore. Her grogginess had been scared out of her. Scene? Longueville stared at the large double doors that was the entrance to the Academy's vault. In addition to the large wooden beam that blocked physical access, She could feel the magic humming through the doors. She tapped her fingers against her arm, her eyes looking at the doors with a small hint of curiosity. The guard that stood in front of the doors would look at her from time to time, eyes lower than she'd like, but he didn't do anything to stop her from just staring. After all, it wasn't like she was doing anything wrong. She was brought out of her thoughts when she heard footsteps approaching her from the left. The secretary turned her head towards the source of the sound, but found no one. When she could still hear it, she lowered her gaze and spotted a child-sized figure ascending the stairs. Its head was buried in a map as it climbed the steps. Just as it was about to collide with her, she coughed into her hand. It stopped and lowered the map. It raised its head and its two horns. "Oh," Longueville's eyes widened. "You're Miss Valier's familiar, aren't you?" It nodded its head. She adopted a worried look. "I heard that she was called to the principal's office and I ran into her, but I didn't see her familiar with her." She looked at it. "Are you looking for your master?" To her surprise, it shook its head. "No." She raised an eyebrow. "Then what are you doing?" Wordlessly, it held up the map in its hand. "Exploring the school, are you?" She turned her body to face it. "Having nothing to do until your master comes back?" It nodded its head, once again not saying anything. She frowned. "You don't talk, do you?" she asked. It shook its head. The guard snorted as its response. She ignored him and took a step closer towards it. Crouching down, she held out a hand. "Can I see that map of yours?" It nodded its head and gave her the map. Plucking it from its grasp, she scanned it. It was mostly a map of the ground floor of the academy, stretching from the 5 towers to the main tower. Then she noticed that there were some other details, such as drawings of a girl in one of the rooms. The servant quarters had the drawing of a rat on top of it. Then there were the symbols that made no sense to her. It took her a moment before she raised her head from the map. "Did you make this?" It nodded its head. "Huh. Well, keep it up then." She handed the map back to it, and she watched as it tucked it into its cloak. The familiar turned away from her so that it could face the door to the vault. The guard changed his focus from her, and instead turned his gaze to the familiar. More so when it started to walk closer to the door. When it was close to the door, he held out a hand. "Halt. Come no closer." It looked at him for a moment, the guard meeting its empty gaze with his serious one. After a moment of silence, it turned away and continued ascending the stairs without another word. Once it was gone, the guard lowered his hand and turned his head to the stairs. He turned back to the secretary in front of him. "What was that?" Longueville stood up and dusted her skirt, a familiar of one of the students. He frowned. "Yeah, but what was it?" he asked again. She shrugged. "Some of the students and staff call it a water spirit," she told him as she descended the steps. She was done looking at the vault for today. She had other things to do for today. The guard watched as she disappeared down the steps. He sighed. He was alone once again. Chapter 9. We meet again, Miss Valier. Louise shrunk a bit at the words, even though they were said in a neutral tone. The girl fidgeted in her seat as she sat before the principal of the academy that she resided in. Osmond, or Old Man Osmond, as some of the students would call him, wasn't even looking at her. Instead, his eyes were preoccupied with the various floating documents that surrounded him, though there was a gap in between the floating papers that allowed her to see him. "It's only been a week since the last time you were here," he said, eyes focusing on a document to his left, "just before you summoned your familiar, if I recalled." "Yes, Principal Osmond." Louise nodded. "It was the incident with Professor Chevreuse." He nodded his head and gave a thoughtful hum. "And I assume that the situation this time is the same as well." He glanced at her from the corner that, despite warnings, Professor Levi still asked you cast a spell? "Yes," she nodded again. "He asked me, specifically, to try and cast the water levitation spell." She saw him raise an eyebrow and explained, "He said that it was because of my affinity that he was confident that I could perform the spell." "I see." The papers that were floating in the air moved. They all shifted into a single neat stack and placed in the middle of his desk. He turned his gaze on her completely. "I hope that you are aware that in both incidents you harmed both of the professors." She flinched. She gulped down the saliva that she didn't realize was in her mouth. "Apologies, Principal Osmond." Her eyes met his. "I tried to cast the spell, but I failed both times." Osmond nodded. "I appreciate your continued attempts and your spells, Miss Valier." A gentle smile grew on his face. "Rest assured that you won't be in too much trouble." However, his voice turned from calming to serious. "Know this, Miss Valier. Even if these were accidents, both Professor Chevreuse and Professor Levi were injured because of them." His eyes narrowed. "Chevreuse is still somewhat recovering from the explosion last week." He tapped the side of his head. "The injury to her head seems to be taking longer to heal than her injuries to her body." Louise didn't know that she was still recovering. She seemed fine when she came back to teach any following Earth classes. All she seemed to notice was that she just flinched a lot. In this incident with Professor Levi, Osmond's voice knocked her out of her thoughts. "You said that he took 2 explosions during class?" He asked her. "Yes. The first one only broke the jug and pushed us away from the table. But the second one was the explosion that broke the table and knocked out Professor Levi," she explained. "That's concerning." His eyes looked down especially. He trailed off before he closed his eyes with a sigh. When he opened them, he had a weary look in them. Miss Valier, I hope you know how important these two are to their families and to the kingdom. If any of them were to suffer any kind of grievous or permanent injuries, even if by accident, the fallout of such actions cannot be simply dismissed as it was their fault. Louise didn't say anything. The thought of her explosions harming someone had never even came up to her, since this was the first time it had been brought up like this. Frankly, Louise was lucky that she had gotten away scot-free for just the property damage that she had built up over the course of last year. Broken windows, broken chairs, broken desks. Before this year, the teachers had been impersonal, simply giving them a task on their tables and told them to cast the spells until they could memorize them. Push and pull the earth, move the water to the side, make the fire on the candle brighter or dimmer, a gentle breeze. She never managed to cast any of them. They'd all blow up in her face, break her desk, and ruin her notes for the day. Miss Valier. Osmond's stern voice knocked her out of her thoughts again. I understand, Principal Osmond, Louise replied to her previous statement. Good. Then I hope you can understand when I say that until you can control your spells, I'll asking you not to cast them in class. Her eyes widened. But Principal Osmond. It's for the safety of the professors, the other students. His eyes narrowed and stared right through her, and your reputation as a Valier. The last sentence cut off her retort. He saw her body went stiff and nodded, and I'm sure that your mother would not like it if her daughter were to be dismissed from the academy because of accidentally hurting another noble. Now would she? There was a moment of silence between them. Neither of them said anything as Osmond's last words hung in the air. I refuse. I am a mage. I shouldn't have to limit myself just because of a few mistakes that I made. I want to keep casting spells. I want to show that I can actually do it. Those words were so tempting to say, for Louise to proclaim proudly to the man in front of her. She wasn't going to back down just because she wasn't good enough. But she couldn't say them because the alternative of being assumed that she wasn't good enough was overshadowed by the figure of someone who already knew that she wasn't good enough. And even if her being seen as not good enough wasn't enough to dissuade, what was she going to do in response? Go against the rules, break the rule of steel that had been hammered in her. She's already disappointed her mother enough. I understand, Principal Osmond. Louise meekly nodded her head. I'll avoid casting any spells in class. I'm glad we could come to an agreement, Miss Valier. Osmond nodded thankfully towards her. Don't feel too bad, however. You can still practice on your own. Maybe you can finally get the hang of your affinity so that you know what element to focus on. Right. Louise got up from her chair. I'll do that, Principal Osmond. She turned and left. When she exited the room, she was surprised to see another small figure climb up the stairs. Bug's head turned towards her when he reached the top. Bug, she asked, crouching on the ground as it approached her. What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you not to follow me? Wordless, it brought out its map and then pointed at it. So you just wanted to explore, huh? She smiled before she reached forward and lifted it under her arms. You never seemed to have much of a goal in mind for such a smart familiar, you know. I do have a goal in mind. Do you now? She looked down at it. It nodded its head and pointed out the window. She followed its arm as it pointed to the outside world. Her smile faltered a bit. You want to be free? She asked it. It shook its head and pointed again. She stood up and moved closer to the window. She turned Bug so that it was facing the window instead of her and held it against her chest. There was sound of whatever Bug was made of against glass as it pointed outside once more. She looked at how it was pointed high the sky. You want to fly? It shook its head, it tapped against the glass once more, and she guessed the next thing, the clouds. You want to reach them? Again, it shook its head and kept pointing into something that was high above them. It took a moment, and she couldn't help but laugh when she saw what Bug was pointing at. You want to reach the sun? It nodded. I wish to reach it. Louise continued to laugh. Such high goals for a small creature. Her laughter died down as the words registered in her mind. I guess you really are my familiar. She stared out the window for a few more moments, holding Bug as she thought about what was told to her. Her skills were just too dangerous because she wasn't competent enough as a mage to control them. Her grip on Bug tightened. Even here, she was looked down on due to her lack of abilities. Her dream as a mage just seemed less and less possible. Yet in her hands right now was a small water spirit that wanted to reach the hottest object in existence, probably not even knowing that it would evaporate on the spot just by coming close to it. But it was still trying. The map it was making grew every time it moved about the school. You know, Bug. She looked down before she had to move her head back when its horns nearly caught her eye, but winced a bit when it dug in her shoulders. Maybe we can find someone to get you to the sun, or at least as close as we can get to it. She started walking towards the steps. Who knows? Maybe you can get help yourself if you really want to. You would allow it? The statement confused her for a moment before she recalled the many limitations that she had placed upon it. Not allowing it to leave for the night, not allowing it tools for its use, admittedly against rats. so she shouldn't be surprised that it was confused by her allowing another person to assist it. Of course, she smiled. As long as they don't ask you to do anything bad, you can get some help from anyone. There is pause. Before she frowned, except for Zerbs, she paused on one of the steps to bring Bug to eye level, turning around so that she could look it in the eye. I do not want you to be anywhere near her. It nodded her head. Good. Her frown was replaced with another smile. She continued down the steps, of course, with such generosity from your master. I'd expect something in return. She looked down at it. You're supposed to be my familiar, right? It nodded its head. Well, as a familiar, they must assist a mage in whatever they can do. She passed by the vault of the school and the slightly confused guard that stood over it. So, as your master, you'll be helping practice my spells for the next few days. Spells? She nodded her head. Like what I tried this morning, I'm going to prove that I can cast spells safely. She looked forward. I'll prove my own abilities to everyone, that I'm worthy of the Valir name, she muttered. She could feel it tilting its head against her chest, its horns digging slightly into her cloak. Well, that's for later. For now, it's lunch. She looked down at Bug, head still tilted upwards to face her. Want to join me? A familiar void. Chapter 10. Night had fallen. The sun had been replaced by the twin moons, and the bright blue sky had turned dark. Louise and Bug trudged their way back to her dorm, the mage running a hand through her hair, grimacing as it felt more damp than she'd like. She looked at her familiar, who besides a couple of droplets on its cloak, was completely dry. Pays to be a water spirit, I guess, she noted in her head, ruffling her hair just a bit more. The rest of the day after her trip to the principal's office was more than a little relaxing. She'd gone to lunch with Bug, continued with classes after that, making sure to take notes, went for dinner, and then headed for the bath. As they climbed the tower to her room, she thought about what she would do. Tomorrow was the day of the void. She'd have most of the day off, meaning she'd be able to put her words into actions. Training her spells. How would she do that? Just blast away at all of the spells that she knew? Try to find a book with all known water spells, just so she could use her affinity to get the hang of it? Everything she's casted so far had resulted in explosions, even with her focusing on water spells. Maybe she could find some that were for explosions? Back from a bath, Louise? A voice called from 3 doors down, knocking her out of her thoughts. Kerchie stepped out of her room, wearing an outfit so inappropriate that she'd cover Bug's eyes if it wasn't a familiar. Zerbst, Louise growled, just as she was able to enter her room too. The redhead looked at her nails. How was the water? She glanced up from them, but felt nice, didn't it? Taken aback, she could only nod. Yeah, it was a nice bath. Want to know why it felt so good? She didn't allow her to reply. Instead, Kerchie smirked and continued. It's because a fire mage can enchant the bath so that it stays nice and warm, while a water mage can keep the water pure and fresh. A marvel of magic, isn't it? Aye. Louise's eyebrows furrowed as she turned towards the Germanian. I know how the bathhouse works. You don't have to explain it to me. Do you now? She sounded surprised, placing a hand over her mouth. Well, it's just with how little you can use magic. I thought you'd be clueless about it as well. Louise gritted her teeth. Is that all? She asked, pointing at her. Did you really leave your room, looking like a skank so you can mock me? Of course. I mean, after all. She lowered her hand and grinned. It'll probably be too soon when you have to leave the academy, Louise, especially with how you hurt the professor today. A hand went to her chest. Did you hear? He almost broke a rib from your mistake. Truly something that can only be done by a zero. Not soon enough, unfortunately for you. She shot back. Principal Osmond was willing to forgive me for what happened today. They're letting you off the hook again. Kerchie pushed away from her door, stomping her feet. Why? Louise shrugged. Who knows? She opened her door. She jerked her head inside, allowing Bug to enter, and as she was about to step inside, as well, she looked her in the eye. Maybe if you actually studied and be a good student instead of just sleeping around, you'd get the same treatment. She slammed the door closed before she could get a reply. Her hand shook as she held onto the handle, her head pressing against the wooden door. Stupid Germanian, she muttered under her breath. She moved away from the door. She caught sight of Bug sitting on its haystack and writing away at its map. She turned away from it and took a seat on her desk. Wordless, she took out a piece of paper, the quill that Bug had given her, and began to write. She wrote down every spell she could think of, starting with the most basic water spell to the even ones that were the opposite of her affinity. Her writing was cut short when she noticed Bug approach her. She turned to it. It was looking at her drawer that had the extra pieces of paper before it turned to her and pointed its hand at it. She glanced at the map in its other hand. The ground floor of Academy had almost been fully mapped, from the courtyard to the stairs, to even the dining hall that it had entered just this morning. But it was still only the ground floor. She pulled a couple of them, more than enough to cover the floors of the Academy, and handed it to it. It took it, and when it waited for another moment, she sighed. Turning towards it, she told it, go out tonight if you want. Her attention returned to her own project. Bug tilted its head for a moment before it turned around. It exited her room without another word. Scene. Longueville took a deep breath, enjoying the cool, fresh night air. Working for Osmond was more than a little annoying, what with his lecherous attitude and that stupid mouse of his. But what can she do? She had a job that needed to be done, and if she had to withstand some old man trying to relive his youth, then so be it. She supposed that with the day of void tomorrow, she could head out for town. With the day off, she didn't think anyone would notice if she... Her thoughts were cut short when she noticed a small commotion. From the female student's dorm, a small figure suddenly leapt through the glass window of the female's dorm. It was a black being with white eyes, before it shifted in midair into a smaller pale creature that emitted a soft glow. Despite the height, it landed on the ground without any issues and kept moving. From her position, she could see something smack into the glass before it retreated away. The small orange glow told her it was something that either made a fire or wanted to torch the other creature. The pale being stopped. It turned around for a moment to look at its pursuer before it turned away and continued walking forward. Her eyes widened when she saw it take out a map. A smile appeared on her lips. With a burst of magic, Longueville kicked off from the wall she was standing on, jumping high into the sky. With another swish of her wand, she slowed her descent until she could land in front of the familiar. Once more she coughed in her hand, prompting it to stop and look up from its map. Hello again, she gave it a small wave. Do you remember me from today? I was the one that you ran into while you were heading upstairs to the principal's office. It stared at her silently. Well, in any case, she coughed into her hand again, ignoring the silence. I never introduced myself. My name's is Longueville. I'm the principal's secretary. She waved her hand towards its what's your name? It looked at the map in its hands before it reached for the inside of its cloak. Pulling out a quill, it wrote something on the margins and then presented it to her. Oh, she squinted to see the weird symbols that it just wrote, that's your name, she said. Then she looked at the rest of the paper and asked, Oh, I see you're still exploring the school? It nodded its head. Does your master know that you're out here? She asked. It pointed behind it, where it had just leapt through the window without breaking it. I'll take that as a yes. She glanced at where it was pointing. In any case, she turned her attention back to the familiar. I see that you're still making that map of yours. May I ask what the purpose of it is? It pointed forward and above, past her head. She turned and followed the stump of the hand. She turned back to it with a raised eyebrow. You want to reach the top spire? It nodded its head. I see. She could work with this. Well, she leaned forward and whispered with a smile. Personally, I still get lost in this place. So many floors and twisting paths that I can't even keep my bearings. She looked away from it, and that's not even getting to the areas that are locked away from me. She straightened up and shook her head. Some of the rooms I can't even enter, and I'm a staff member. So I can only imagine the places that you can't get to. I fear that maps of yours is doomed to be forever incomplete. It looked at her for a moment. It pointed at the spire again. Sadly, yes. Even that's out of my reach, she gave a sad nod. It lowered the hand that was pointing to the top spire and brought up the map, staring at it. Oh, don't feel so down. She reached forward and gave a small pat. I could always use a map of the area to get around as best I can, she smiled. And for tonight, I can give you a tour of the academy with as much access that I can give you. She pointed at the piece of paper in its hands. At least then it'll be more complete, and you can get to the top spire with some other way. It looked up and then nodded. Excellent. She clapped her hands together. Oh, and after you're done for today, may I have that map? It tilted its head. I'm not going to take it. She pulled out her wand and gave a little swish. I just need it to be duplicated. That way you have your map, and then I'll have mine. She tucked her wand back to its spot. So what do you say, shall we? It looked at her and nodded. She smiled. Seen? Bug followed the woman into the main tower. The two big doors had blocked it from entering on its first day here. It only managed to get in through the back entrance that lead to the kitchen, where it had acquired its temporary weapon. As they entered the first room, the dining hall that it had managed to enter just today was brightly lit with a color that wasn't there last time. The woman, Longueville, grunted as she covered her eyes. These are new, she said in a low voice. Did Colbert just put these up? Moving away from her, Bug leapt on one of the tables. Using it as a platform, it made a second, higher jump. Once it was in the air, it shifted its body and propelled itself forward. Its form stretched over the distance until it finally landed on its destination, on top of one of the light sources. It looked down at the glass orb that was held in place by the wall. Within it was a small winged creature that was the source of the bright glow. It was the size of a cherry. Its glow hid any features other than the two wings that carried it aloft. It flew around in the orb before it finally noticed it standing on two of its place of holding. It flew to the top and seemed to stare at it. Bug returned its stare. Their stare down was cut short by two things. Hey, get down from there. One was Longueville coming over, calling it down. The next was the sound of glass cracking. It looked at its feet and saw that the orb was breaking. Before Bug could move, it shattered under its weight. The fly fluttered out of its broken prison, while Bug plummeted down to the floor. Before it could hit the ground, a force grabbed it by its cloak. It hung above the ground, swinging slightly from the momentum of the fall. Longueville sighed before she pointed the wand to the ground, letting it touch the ground. "Why did you do that?" she asked. Bug pointed to the flying creature. It responded to its gesture by fluttering down and gently rested on its stump of a hand. It looked at the creature for a moment before it used its other hand to point at it. "The Lumafly?" She approached the bright creature. "It's something that one of the professors here is interested in." Frowning as the Lumafly flew from its hand and circled around it, somehow being large insects that produce more light than a torch is enough to get his attention. She pointed at the glass shards on the floor. With a swish of her wand, they all floated from the ground and reformed the orb above them. Apparently, a village somewhere has been handing them out, and Colbert's been excited to get them to be installed in the academy. She left a hole as she muttered something that made all the glass reform back into the orb. Turning to the Lumafly flying around Bug, Longueville jerked her head towards the orb. "Get back in there," she told it. It didn't respond, prompting a sigh. "I'm not sure why Colbert wanted insects as a light source. If they escape, it's one big hassle." She pointed her wand at the Lumafly. It froze in place. She moved her wand to the orb, stuffing the creature back in the orb. Her wand flicked to the remaining glass shard and quickly closed the hole before it could escape. The bright creature flew into the newly closed hole once, before it simply resumed flying around in its orb. "There." She turned her head towards Bug now. "Let's continue, and this time, don't," she pointed a wand at it, "break any more of these lanterns." Bug looked away from her wand and watched the many lanterns that held the Lumaflies. It turned back to her and nodded. She sighed and walked. They both climbed the stairs, stepping off one of the floors so that they can in front of a door it couldn't enter last time. "This is the library." She twisted the knob, paused, and then stepped inside. Bug followed after her and surveyed the area. It was a big room, not as big as the dining hall, and had large bookshelves that stretched the length of the room. And like the dining hall, it appeared that there were Lumafly lanterns here as well. "TC here," Longueville muttered, looking around at the lanterns. It jumped to one of the bookshelves and hit it mask first. When it landed on the ground, it glanced at its hand for a moment. It hopped on top of a table and then jumped on top of the bookshelf. Its head turned left and right, getting the area correct. It moved, walking on top of the bookshelves. It crossed the length of the room and then turned to cross the gap between the bookshelves. It shifted its form and dashed over the gaps. It continued to move, eyes looking at each row to see anything. Below, Longueville seemed to be staring at the ceiling above her, a hand under her chin. It finally reached the wall and stopped. It walked along it until it stepped off the top. It turned its head when it noticed another door at the wall. "Oh, that's the teacher's section of the library." Longueville caught up. She swished her wand, and the sound of a lock coming undone was heard. "It's usually restricted from students, so your master couldn't have gotten in here on her own." They entered. It was smaller than the room outside, and instead had a single Lumafly lantern hanging from the top of the ceiling. There was nothing really to see, besides a few more scattered books. Loungeville was still looking at the ceiling. It jumped on top of the table, knocking over the few books that had been stacked there. It hopped onto one of the bookshelves and looked around in the small room. Again, there was nothing much, so it hopped down and picked up one of the books. "Creatures and Beasts of Hawkaginia, Abridged." It flipped through the pages. It saw various creatures like the ones that had waiting with it in the courtyard, and some that wasn't. Nothing else got its attention. It dropped the book and looked at another one. "The Legends of the Void." This was a bigger book, one that it couldn't pick up. Instead, it simply turned the pages. The opening spoke of a mage that could use the void, empowering 4 others with abilities that made them stronger because of it. It spoke of the user being a savior to humans, and that they brought salvation, that it brought light to humans. It tilted its head. That's odd. Why would something that used the void bring their ancient enemy to others? Eventually, it found that there was nothing to be found in the book that could be of use to either it or its master, and moved to leave. Longueville was already waiting at the door. She closed the door, swished her wand to lock it, and they left the library. They traveled around the academy for a while. Each time she'd note that the lights had been changed for the Lumaflies for some odd reason. When it tried to reach for the vault and had pointed at it while they were heading to the office where its master had been sent to, Longueville had shook her head. Shame. They wanted to know what was calling from inside. But eventually they exited the tower. The 2 moons above them were falling, while the sun was starting to rise. It took a seat by the wall as Longueville waited beside it. It scratched a new map, discarding its old one as it remade each piece of paper for each floor. It recalled all the steps it took. Dawn was starting to break when it was finished, and it still wasn't complete. The room where the vault had been was still an empty space, as was the room of the principal since Longueville couldn't unlock that door. There were a few more rooms, but it was more comprehensive than the last one. It stood up, and Longueville jolted awake. She looked down at it. "You're done?" she asked. It nodded. "Good." She reached for it, handed over. Bug held out its hand. There was a pause, and she looked at it. What? It simply held out a hand again. Hay eyes narrowed, and then widened. Are you asking for money? Well, of course. Maps were meant to sold after all. They stared at each in silence. Bug holding out the maps and a hand, while Longueville looked more than frustrated. She sighed and took out a handful from a pouch. Whatever, she dropped them in its hand and took the map. Already, she was waving the wand to duplicate it. Bug looked at the gold pieces of metal and wondered what these were. Chapter 11. Day of Void. A holy day of rest brought upon by Founder Bremere and his magical achievements. It was a testament to his abilities that a day was named after the element that he wielded, an element that made him known as the savior that he was. It was a day where mages could relax and enjoy themselves. Most of them anyways. Because it allowed for rest, Day of Void happened to be Tabitha's favorite day of the week. Of course it was the favorite day for many, but she liked it because it meant she could stay in her room all day and read. She'd be in her own world and enjoy the peace and quiet of said world. An explosion went off. The force shook the glass and rattled the wooden frame of her window. Art again. A shrill shout that was almost as loud as the explosion that just happened followed. Not a moment later, another explosion shook her windows. Unfortunately, said world is currently being assaulted by unwanted sounds. Bug, fill the pot with more water. Tabitha's eyes zoomed across the page that she was in. She didn't even care that she was missing any of the details. The explosions had started since early morning and had been going on for enough that she could already figure out pattern. 3 explosions, a shrill shout of frustration, and a couple of moments of silence. It was because of this pattern that she could even manage to get any progress with her book. If the rhythm continued, that meant she had a couple more moments of S. Good, you're getting faster, Bug. Now stand back. Damn it. Following the declaration was another explosion, this one louder than the last. A weary sigh escaped her lips. This cannot get any worse, she thought to herself. Louise, what in the name of the founder are you doing? She stood corrected. What does it look like, Zerbs? There was another explosion. I'm practicing my spells. It's not even noon yet. Kerchie's voice screamed from her window, which was unfortunately loud enough that she could actually hear it past her own window. Some of us are trying to sleep. For a moment, Tabitha wondered if she could just open the window, wave her staff, and just cast a spell of tranquility at Louise. But she figured that her range wasn't large enough for it. She also considered just leaning out the window and blowing Louise far into the distance with a cyclone, but she didn't want a suspension just because she was annoyed. The next best thing would be to do the same to Kerchie, but that wouldn't really solve the main problem that was currently plaguing her day. Plus, that meant Kerchie would eventually come to her and beg for the spell to be dispelled. In the end, Tabitha could only endure the noise. Boom. Art. Or maybe she could at least leave and head for the library. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Scene. Louise hunched over, her hand placed over her knees as water dripped down her uniform. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as the exhaustion from the repeated casting were starting to take its toll, not to mention the headache that came with it. The sun hovered over her head. The heat that come from it countered the cold from the water that drenched her entire body. How early had she rose to practice her spells? How long she spent waving her wand about, screaming any water spell that she could chant from the top of her head. That little list that she had spent the whole night making was destroyed when she tried to cast a simple water pulse spell. Her spell detonated and drenched her, Bug, the list, and the ground underneath them. It didn't matter. She could just keep casting them until she could control them. That had been more than a couple of hours ago. And after more than a couple of spells, she was no closer now than when she started. Her throat was starting to feel sore from her shouting. She lifted her head and saw Bug carrying the pot she had been using for her practice. It was, once again, filled with water, and the small familiar was carrying like it was nothing. That was a small shock to her when it showed her that it was stronger than she thought. Carrying the metal pot that was almost as big as it was without any issues, especially when it came back filled with water. It placed the pot on the ground, where it was more mud and water than ground, if she was being honest, and took a step back. She groaned and stood up straight. What am I doing wrong? She asked, taking a few steps to the pot of water. She stood over it, staring into the contents. She looked at her wand. She gritted her teeth. Maybe you should try casting a different spell, Louise? Her head snapped to the voice, seeing Kerchie looking out the window with her usual smirk. Her eye twitched shut up and pointed down at the pot of water. An explosion and a geyser of water splashed in her face, drenching her head completely. Faintly, she was aware of a cackle from the dorm tower, but she ignored it to instead give a frustrated scream and kick the pot in front of her. Bug could only watch as its master hopped on one foot, as she held the other foot that she had used to kick the metal container. She snapped her head towards it. Well, don't just stand there, do something. Bug looked at her, then back at the pot, and lightly kicked it. It jostled and slid across the ground a little, but didn't tip over. That's not what I meant. She planted her foot down and pointed at it. Here I am, doing all that I can to cast a spell, and you've done nothing to help. Bug pointed to the pot. Bringing the water doesn't count familiar. She snapped. Oh, don't be so harsh on your familiar, Louise. Kerchie called out from her window. She was leaning over it, her elbow propped on the frame. Her eyes seemed to sparkle in the sunlight. She ignored the redhead and instead pointed her wand at Bug, who deftly stepped out of its path. Her eyebrows furrowed and moved her wand, prompting Bug to keep avoiding the tip of her wand. Once more she was aware of the cackling from the tower dormitory. Stand still, Bug. Her familiar stopped moving at her, though it did take a step back when she repointed her wand at it again. For a moment, what she wanted to saw was lost to her. She was feeling the fatigue of casting so many spells, so she was just pointing her wand at her familiar as it stared at her. Water, she finally said. Bug pointed to the pot it had kicked. No, she shook her head. Bug then pointed to the many puddles that she had created. No, she took a step forward, wand pointing dangerously close to its eye. In response, Bug's body shifted, turning back and dashing backwards. It put a good couple of feet away from her before its body returned to normal. Her eyes widened and rushed forward there. She rushed forward. When she saw Bug's body starting to shift, she quickly ordered, "Don't move." The black that was about to cover its skull receded, and it simply took a step back when she reached it, still pointing with her hand. What you just did. Her wand waved at it rapidly. When you turned all black and stuff. That was one of your spells, wasn't it? She asked. It nodded its head. Show me, she demanded, stamping her foot into one of the many puddles. Wincing as she splashed herself. Calm down there, Louise, Kerchie called out from her room. You keep shouting at your familiar like that. You'll scare the little guy. Louise's eyes turned to Kerchie before she looked back at Bug. As always, it just stared at her silently, simply staring at her with its empty eyes. It wasn't scared of her, was it? Even if it did try to run away just then, she wasn't scaring it. Was she? She lowered her wand. That's good. Kerchie's voice continued to irritate her. Now if you want your familiar to show you tricks, ask it very nicely, she ended with a giggle. Louise gave an irritated glance her way, prompting her to waggle her fingers in a wave before turning back to her familiar. Bug, she said slowly and raised her hand that wasn't holding the wand. I need you to show me a spell. She reached forward and poked its stomach. It still felt like she was touching nothing, despite feeling something deforming on her fingertip. A spell? She hesitated. If you show me a spell, I might be able to copy it. She placed a hand over her chest. You're my familiar. You're proof of my status as a mage. You're proof that I have an affinity for one of the elements. She pulled her hand away. I just need to see it. Of course. It stepped away from her, and her finger felt the heat of the sun once more. She looked at her finger for a moment, confused, before she quickly turned to her familiar. Just in time to see. Once more, Bug's body shifted. The black of his body covered its skull and its cloak. Black eyes turned into two bright spots of light, while the cloak lengthened behind it. Then with a flash of black, something came out of it. It moved so fast that it escaped her line of sight almost immediately. She tried to follow it, but she only managed to see it tear through the metal pot that they had been using. It broke it into pieces as if it was made of paper. It continued, traveling across the courtyard, before it splashed into the wall. Thankfully, instead of burrowing through the stone wall and costing her allowance, it simply splashed harmless against it and then vanished. She turned back to Bug, who approached her and stared at her. Was that one of your spells? She asked. It nodded its head. She looked at its body. It was back to normal. The skull was white, and its cloak was back to being dark blue and shortened to its original length. Its main body wasn't any smaller than it was before, still the same size. She turned to the metal pot that had been carrying the water for her spells. It had been broken into 4 pieces, sheared through like it was nothing. And then the shape. It was small, only slightly bigger than Bug, but it was able to maintain its shape for the entire duration. Not to mention, it traveled in a straight line without any drop in trajectory. Spontaneous generation of water, speed allowing it to cut through iron, maintaining its form even after impacting metal, and keeping a straight narrow path. Not to mention, dispelling it before it could damage the wall. That was way too advanced for her. She could barely make a dot spell work. A Bug. She turned to her familiar, her face nervous. I appreciate you following my order and giving a demonstration. She pointed at where it had blasted its spell, but I can't do that yet. What a laugh. A familiar is a better spell caster than its master. Kerchie followed her statement with a laugh. Ha ha ha. Louise growled. What are you even still doing here, Zerbs? She asked angrily. I thought you wanted to sleep. Well, it's too late for that now, isn't it, Zero? She retorted, her voice just a little bitter. Something woke me up way too early and just wouldn't stop making noise, so I can't even go to sleep anymore. She tapped her chin and made a thinking face. I wonder whose fault is that, huh? Louise pouted, making the most dissatisfied face she could. Anyways, she turned away from Germany and faced her familiar. That spell you showed was too advanced. It pointed at the direction where it had blasted the spell. Yes, she quickly answered, not needing to touch it to know that it thought that spell it used was probably the most basic spell. She paused as she tried to think of something, simply, something smaller. Its body shifted once more. And she quickly cut in, I don't mean like make the spell even narrower. Bug shifted back at her interruption and tilted its head at her. She scratched her head, just something simple. She racked her brain trying to think of something. Her eyes landed on its body and pointed at it. How about just making a water whip? She waved her arms, trying to make it look as noodly as possible. You know, make it longer since you're made of water and all. It'll be easy. Bug looked down at its hands. The stumps stared back. Just make them longer. She pointed at the remains of pot. Hit that or something. Bug raised its head and stepped closer to the piece of iron. It swung its hand in front of the piece a couple of times, looking like it was fanning the thing. Then it pulled its arm back, stretching behind as its body shifted. The cloak lengthened into tendrils, and the arm that it had pulled back lengthened as well. It grew longer than the cloak, and then it swung it forward. An ear-splitting crack resonated in the yard. The sound made Louise flinch and take a step back almost instinctively. But she kept her eyes on her familiar and saw the remains of the metal pot split in two. The lengthened arm shrunk back and returned to normal, as did the rest of Bug. It turned to her and then pointed at what it had done. Yes. She rushed forward and grabbed its small body, yes. She leaned forward. I can do that at least. So tell me, how did you do it? The power within. Focus and the spell will be cast. Power within? She questioned. It tilted its head. Draw in what is called affinity, as was said. You've done it before. She remembered yesterday, and her grip on her familiar tightened. I failed last time, Bug. All I did was cause the jug to explode. She frowned and splashed us with water. It stared at her. You did not fail. You drew upon the void during that time, did you not? Louise pointedly ignored the mention of void and tried to recall yesterday, but all she could recall was broken mugs and pain. Despite that, she remembered the feeling when she casted the spell. A pleasant hum in her chest that was apparently supposed to be something that Mage could feel when they used their affinity. It had been absent for the entirety of her practice today, despite her constant casting of water spells. Remember the feeling and draw upon it once more. She looked at the creature in her hands and sighed fine. She lowered it to the ground and turned to, You destroyed the pot, Bug, she told it with a glare. Bug simply turned to her. She sighed, never mind. She shook her head and instead pointed at one of the larger puddles. Taking a deep breath, she recalled the feeling yesterday. The magical hum that happened when she summoned Bug, and when she tried yesterday. It filled her body once more, a tingling sensation that went from head to toe, her affinity reacting to her magic. At least she hoped that it was her magic, and not the cold from the water that covered her head to toe. She pushed the thought away and focused. A basic water spell to pull it from the puddle on the ground and just make it rise. Chanting the spell under her breath, holding onto the feeling within herself, she waved her wand and unleashed her magic. A black tendril suddenly and violently shot up into the air. Her eyes widened as the puddle she was pointing at, as well as the surrounding ones, turned from muddy brown to the same black of Bug's body. It fueled the shape of the tendril in front of her as it grew and stretched into the air. It was smooth, no growth or deformations save its black coloration. Its base was as wide as the puddle that it was drawing its water source from, while the tip tapered into a point. It was taller than her, twice as tall even as it was hunched over. Then it snapped upwards. The same ear-splitting crack that Bug had made with its tendrils returned, louder this time and even more jarring. It straightened until it resembled a spike. Then just as suddenly formed, it faded away. The black turned back to clear water, seemingly cleared of both her spell's hold as well as the dirt that it had just been in a moment ago. The tall tower of water, no longer having any kind of support, fell apart. It splashed against the ground, forming a giant puddle right in front of her. Louise's eyes were wide, processing what had just happened. The Zero actually casted a spell. She heard Kerchie spoke behind her. The day of void is filled with miracles, I guess. A smile broke out on her face before it turned into a full grin. She looked at her wand. She managed to cast a spell. She casted a spell. She wanted to turn a Bug, to pick it up and hug it. But at that moment, she felt her legs give out under her. Her eyes widened as the ground underneath her suddenly grew closer, and then before she knew it, she fell face first into the puddle she had made. Water filled her nose immediately. Her eyes widened as she tried to move her arms so that she could push herself out of the water, but they failed to moment. Bug! She tried to call for her familiar, but her words wouldn't form. All she could do gasp, and she nearly hacked out when the water nearly entered her mouth. Her legs kicked, trying to get away. But just like her arms, they failed to listen to her commands. All they could do was kick against the ground as her panic grew. Bug, she thought, helpless as she tried to call out for her familiar again. Her body wasn't moving. It took all her effort just to stop her from breathing so that she wouldn't fill her lungs with water. Her arms shook as she futilely tried to get them to move. Her fingers dug into the mud, but did nothing else. Her vision was starting to get dark. The headache that had been forming finally struck. Her panic could only grow as she tried to get up, trying to just stay conscious. Bug, help me. Once more she tried, but nothing came of it. She was going to drown in a puddle. How pathetic was that? Scene. Louise. Bug turned its head as the red head that had been watching suddenly leaped from the window. With a wave of a wand in her grasp, her fall turned soft. Once she landed, she ran to its master, who was still face down in the water. Kerchie grabbed her cape and pulled her out of the water. She dragged her away from any puddles and rolled her on her back. Its master took a deep breath and coughed. Water dribbled out of her mouth, but then she stopped. Well, thank Founder, you're still breathing. She waved her wand, and Louise was lifted off the ground. She turned towards it. Well, don't just stand there, she told it. We need to get her to the infirmary. She took off, its master floating after her. Bug quickly followed. Once they managed to reach the room, the redhead and the other woman in the room had an extensive conversation that went over Bug's head. But they did lower its master onto a bed. The other woman waved its wand, and a small stream of water left its master's mouth, at which point she started to cough again, before going silent again. Well, you two are lucky, the woman told them as she flicked her wand and threw the water into a pot at her feet. There's only a little water in her lungs, so she should be fine. Her eyes narrowed. However, the exhaustion is going to take a while to recover from, but other than that, she's fine. Kerchie let out a sigh. Thank you. No problem. She stood up. Leave her to rest, and she'll be up in a couple of hours. She left to another part of the room. Kerchie looked down at its master and frowned. Damn it, Louise. Even if you can't cast a spell, you know better than to just blow through willpower like that. She turned her head towards it when it approached the bed. And you, her eyes narrowed. Why didn't you do anything? Your master could have drowned in that puddle, and you just stood there. Bug tilted its head. Why was she angry? She wasn't its master. And the reason it didn't help was that it didn't really see a reason, nor was it given in order to do so. Ugh, never mind. She turned away. Look, you're a familiar. A familiar should protect their master, she told it, not leave them to drown. Bug stared at her for a moment and nodded. It's supposed it could do that as well. Chapter 12. Where is she? Everything is so dark, she couldn't see a thing. She tried to feel her way around, but quickly she realized that she wasn't on the ground. Gravity finally took over, and she had grabbed whatever was in her hands to keep from falling. Where is she? The air was so hard to breath. She tried to pull herself up, but she was too weak. She needed help. She reached out forward. Her eyes saw something. Seen? Louise's eyes opened. She stared upwards at a bland-looking ceiling, her narrowing in confusion. Slowly she sat up and realized that she was lying on top of a rather uncomfortable bed. She looked around. The infirmary? She thought to herself as she looked at the rows of simple beds, curtains, and occasional patients that were lying in the former. What am I doing here? She looked down at herself and noticed that she wasn't in her uniform. It was a simple white garb, meaning that she had changed. Did I pass out? A hand went to her head, and she remembered what had happened. She had spent most of the day trying to cast a spell, drenching herself and the ground with water when she merely failed over and over. Then, she managed to cast a spell, forming the water in a large whip. Then there was the exhaustion, her falling, the water, and her calling for help and receiving no response. It was then she finally noticed that someone was sitting next to her on a chair, turning her head away from her body. She saw Bug. Its head was tilted down, making it seem like it was asleep. That was right. Her familiar was with her. Bug, she said in a whisper. Its head lifted up, and it stared at her with its empty eyes of it. For a while, Louise did nothing except return its stare. Then she asked, why didn't you save me? As if on cue, the door to the infirmary opened. Both of them turned their heads towards the door, and two students stepped in. Kerchie and Tabitha, both of them talking to each other. Well, one was talking, the other was still looking at the book in her hands as she walked. Bug, upon seeing the red head, jumped off the chair it was in. Louise watched as it walked around her bed and headed towards the far end of the room. And there it goes. Louise turned to see Kerchie give an amused smile as Bug left. I told you that if I get here, it tries to get away from me. Louise must have trained it well. At that moment, she caught sight of her newly awakened form, and her eyes widened. Oh, Louise, you're finally up. Confused, she asked, what are you doing here? I'm just visiting Louise, Kerchie replied. You did almost drown in a puddle. Her eyes then went to the far end of the room, and making sure that someone is watching over you. She jabbed a thumb towards the direction of her familiar. After I put you here, your familiar tried to leave. Her eyes turned to Bug and furrowed her eyebrows a bit. Why would he try to leave? Kerchie shrugged. It doesn't like me apparently. She grabbed a chair and took a seat by her bed. Tabitha took the chair that Bug was just in after the nurse changed your clothes and everything. It almost left the room before I stopped it. She raised an eyebrow and smirked. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you? Louise looked away. I might have told it to stay away from you. Kerchie snorted. Fair enough, I guess. She leaned to the side so that she could see her familiar. Think you could take back that order? I feel kind of sorry for the little guy, just standing there alone. Louise turned to see Bug was staring at one of the lanterns on the wall. The water spirit was balanced on a desk. Her attention was momentarily taken by the new lantern that was emitting a bright white glow, but it returned to Bug afterwards. Bug, come here. She called out for it. Her familiar turned away from the lantern and faced her. It shook its head and pointed at the direction of the Germanian. Rude, she heard Tabitha mutter out. Louise sighed. You're allowed to get near Zerb's Bug. She waved it over and now get over it. It hopped off the desk and walked back toward her bed. It looked at where Tabitha was sitting and instead simply decided to stand on the other side of the bed. Both Kerchie and Tabitha were subjected to its head peeking over the bed as it stared at them quietly. So what are you doing here? Louise turned away from Bug and asked the two. Like I said, we're visiting. Kerchie shrugged, or at least I am. Tabitha here just decided to follow after she finished reading in the library. Her eyes turned to her, and for a moment Louise noticed a flash of concern in her eyes. What about you, Louise? Are you okay? Besides being a little bit tired and a headache, I think I'm fine, she replied. At the mention of the head ache, a small dull throb made itself aware. Ugh, am I supposed to feel like this? She groaned. Overcast, Tabitha replied. What Tabitha said, Kerchie jerked her head to the small blue head. You spent like the entire morning casting spells, Louise. Of course you're going to pass out. I guess so, she muttered. I just never thought I'd pass out from that is all. A smile grew on Kerchie's lips. Well, I guess you can also blame that huge water whip for pushing you over the edge. She flicked her finger upwards. That spell probably costed more than you're used to, since it's an actual spell. At the mention of her spell, Louise couldn't help but smile a bit. Yeah, it what dash her eyes narrowed when she noticed the last words. I guess a proper spell, she put emphasis on the word, probably heavier cost than my usual explosions. It was a good start to, Kerchie admitted. Even if it was all black like your familiar, that was a pretty large amount of water you moved for your first spell. Black. Tabitha's eyes lifted from her book and raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Louise nodded. The spell turned the water black for some reason. She shook her head and shrugged like Bug's body and skull when it did the water whip, but I don't mind. Louise the Zero, finally being able to cast a single successful spell. Kerchie let out a chuckle. Should we start calling you Louise the One instead? She rolled her eyes, as flattering as that tittle sounds Zerbst. I'd rather prefer it if I didn't have a title like anything you've been mocking me with. She gave a light glare, period. The two glared at each other. Tabitha's eyes looked at the familiar, her blue eyes looking into its eye sockets. After a while, the nurse of the infirmary returned. She told her that she had nothing to worry about, besides having to recover from the exhaustion, and that she'd be fine if she didn't pass out in puddles. So Louise left the infirmary, saying goodbye to Kerchie and Tabitha, while Bug followed behind her. Scene, I'm going to the bath, Louise told Bug as it entered her room. It stopped and turned, but was halted when she held up a hand. You stay here, she told it angrily, pointing to the floor. It looked up into her eyes. This is your punishment, she crossed her arms. I'm not giving you any food today. It tilted its head. Don't give me that look, she wagged a finger in its face. I was drowning, and you didn't do a single thing to help. She placed a hand on her chest. I could have died, and as familiar is your job to protect me. And from the fact that you were strong enough to carry the metal pot that we used as practice, and you didn't pick me up from the puddle, means that you just watched. She ranted. She took a deep breath and exhaled. Familiar. You will not get any food for today. She grabbed the door handle. And for further punishment, you are not allowed to leave the room, understand? She didn't give it a chance to nod or shake its head before she slammed the door in its face. Bug looked up at the door and turned away from it. It took a seat on the haystack and looked around the room for a while. After a while, it stood up and started walking around. It jumped on her bed, bouncing a bit when it landed. It looked down and jumped again. The springs under the bed creaked as it jumped a couple more times, each time sending it slightly higher in the air. At the height of one of the jumps, it faced towards the bed. Its body shifted and lengthened its arm into the whip-like form that it had taken during the morning. It swung toward the bed. Instead of propelling it further up, however, all it did was scratch the bed sheet. So it simply landed on the bed without going any higher. It tilted its head at the scratch, but decided to keep bouncing. In an apex of its jump, Bug head turned to the top of the closet. It shifted its body and dashed towards it. Its foot touched the top of the closet and looked around the room. It saw a spider on the corner of the wall. It was smaller than it was used to, much smaller, and it scurried away from it on its 8 legs. Its arm lengthened again and struck it, splitting the small spider in half, as well as making a small scratch on the ceiling. Bug looked at its new whip-like arm, watching as it turned back to its normal stump. They shook the stump a bit. For a moment, Bug simply stood there on top of closet looking at a hand. Then it looked around the room once more. It moved towards window and stared out. The side of the red moon gave it pause. It glowed with a bright crimson glow, even when partially shrouded by the clouds. Besides, it was a larger moon with a green hue. But the red one had its attention. Was the nightmare here as well? Seen? A pair of black stumps pushed against the glass case above it. It was so close to its skull the stumps couldn't provide enough force to break it. It tried to give another push, but failed to either shift it away from it or even crack it. Somehow it was awake, despite its last memory telling it that it should have perished. Its shell had been broken, and its shade vanquished. The small stump stopped pushing against the glass, and instead reached for something. Lying beside, it was a simple-looking weapon. It had a handle that was enough for the grip of a child, and no more, while the rest of it was a simple triangular blade attached to the handle. It tried to swing against the glass, but no matter how much it tried to swing, it would get caught the walls of the glass coffin it was in. Despite that, it didn't stop them from trying, and kept swinging. The eye sockets that showed nothing but a black abyss stared up at its reflection as it continued to do so. Its mirror image only slightly obscured by the occasional black bubbles that came from its fractured skull. It didn't know how long it was awake. All it recalled is that it was awake. It couldn't be trapped here. It had something to do. The weapon continued to bounce against the glass, but failed to build any kind of momentum to actually cause any damage. It stopped swinging, and for a while it stayed still. It launched its skull forward, but only lightly bumped the glass due to how close it was. It kept trying to bang its skull against the glass. Why was it trapped in a glass like this? And furthermore, what had summoned its shade back into its shell after it had been vanquished? When it couldn't do any damage, it instead started to shake its head side to side. The right side of its head tapped against the glass, its horns trying to at least scratch it. When the side of the glass didn't budge, it tried the one above its head, working away at the glass like a pick chipping away at stone, except without getting any progress done. The vessel continued to try and break free of its glass prison, switching from weapon to skull when one failed. The abyss was calling for it. Chapter 13. Kerchie let out a yawn as she entered the classroom. Already she was hoping for the end of the week again, so that she could just stay in her room all day instead of heading to class. But class was class, and even if it was earth magic lessons today, at least it wasn't water lessons today. She'd do better with the former than the latter. When she stepped into the classroom, she turned to where a petite mage was sitting. With a pout on her face and her arms crossed over her small chest, she looked like an angry puppy that got poked in their nose. "Louise," she called out to her, causing her to turn to her. "You okay?" For a moment, she looked at her, pout still on her face. Then she sighed and nodded with a neutral look on her face. "Yeah, I'm fine. The exhaustion wore off after I got a good nap." "That's good." Kerchie then noticed that there was something missing. She pointed to the empty spot beside her, which usually held a small child-sized figure scribbling in a notebook, and asked, "Where Bug?" The pout returned full force, and Louise turned away from her with a hump. "My familiar," she stressed out the last word, "is currently outside with the larger familiars." Kerchie raised an eyebrow. "You still punishing it for almost letting you drown?" she asked. "No." Louise shook her head in response. "I already punished it for that. I didn't give it dinner for the night." "Harsh," Kerchie stated. "It's what it deserves," Louise stated back. The Valier let out a sigh. "But that's not why he's outside today. The reason for being kicked out of the classroom is because when I came back from the bath yesterday, I found out that it scratched my bed sheets." She let out a small growl, and it didn't even have the decency to look sorry. There was pause as Kerchie looked away, with a questioning look on her face. She turned back to the smaller mage and asked, "Can it look sorry? It's just a skull with a body of water, right?" Louise gave an irritated sigh. "It's not like it can't talk to me. It can, but when I asked it about the bed sheets, it didn't even see anything wrong with what it did." I twitched. It even had the audacity to say that the bed was wrong because it didn't bounce it high enough. Kerchie couldn't help but laugh. "It seems to be reacted more violently to being denied dinner than you thought." "Oh, shut up," Louise shot back. Before, it didn't even want to eat. Now that it's been denied dinner once, because of a punishment, it's gone on a tantrum. She looked back at her desk. "Besides, it's not like I'm going to keep depriving it of food. It was just for last night," she muttered. The Germanian, tired of standing, took a seat a couple chairs away from her. Resting her face in her palm, she asked, "What does your familiar even eat?" "Water." "Water." Kerchie's eyebrows furrowed. She paused, looking at her for a moment. "Does a water spirit eat water? That'd be like us eating humans." "I don't know," Louise replied. "Tried feeding it cherries and fruit, but didn't do anything according to Bug." She leaned back in her chair. I mean, if it's not water, then what is a water spirit? Kerchie shrugged. I don't know. Never seen one before you're familiar. The two paused in their conversation as they thought about the implications of a water spirit having to eat water, keep itself alive. Kerchie turned her eyes to a blonde sitting a couple seats away from them. Hey, Montmorency? The water mage looked up from the book she was reading. Placing it down, she faced the fire mage. What is Kerchie? Kerchie pointed at the Valier. Is what Louise says is true? She asked that water spirits eat water? Montmorency looked surprised at the question. Why are you asking Montmorency? Louise turned to her. Does she know anything about water spirits? Kerchie shrugged. Apparently she and her family made a pact with one, so I thought she'd know better than us. The blonde blinked, looked at the two who were usually at each other's throats, talking amicably between each other as they waited for her answer. The blonde coughed into her hand, getting their attention. I don't really know about water spirit daily life, so, She looked at two and shrugged. I can't really tell, sorry. The two let out a small hum of disappointment. Their conversation was cut short when Professor Chevreuse entered class. Everyone went quiet as the plump woman walked towards the professor's desk with an unlit lantern in her hands. It was spherical in shape, with a metal-hinged lid connected to a small hook. The students at the front noticed that within the spherical lantern was a small creature. Good morning, everyone. She greeted the students with a friendly smile. Before I start class today, the principal told me to inform you all about something you've probably noticed by now. She placed the lantern on her desk and took out her wand. As you've seen on your way here, most of the torches around the academy have been replaced. She gave the lantern a couple of taps, enough to jostle a little, but not enough to move it. In response, a small, bright glow began emanating from within the lantern. It was bright enough that even with the sunlight pouring in through the windows, they could see the bright white light. A couple of students let out an impressed "oh." Chevreuse held up the lantern. This thing here is a lumifly lantern, and as you can guess, the bright light, she pointed her wand towards the lantern. The tip directed to the small, bright creature that was currently flying around within is coming from the creature within called a lumifly. A hand was raised, and when she pointed at it, Guha stood up. Professor, aren't lumifly lanterns usually used by miners and commoners? He gestured towards it. Why are we using these instead of the enchanted torches and candles that we've already been using? Professor Colbert was the one who asked the principal to replace most of the torches that we had. She put the lantern on the table. He's requested it for quite some time, and he seemed rather fascinated by them when he brought it to the principal's attention a couple weeks back. Guiche's face fell a bit, but to use such a peasant's tool. Oh, don't be like that, Chevreuse scolded with a frown. Just because these are mainly used and sold by peasants doesn't mean it's not more effective than tools we have right now. Besides, look at it now. She gestured to it. There's no heat, no smell, no melting wax, and no chance of it catching fire. Her smile returned as she pointed at the small creature. And you have to admit, the lumifly is rather adorable for what it is. The creature within stopped flying and remained still in the middle of the lantern, still giving off a bright glow. Oh, another thing, because the lumiflies are obviously living creatures, they require rest. On cue, the glow from within began to dim at her words. Usually they sleep in the morning, which turns off their glow. The glow dimmed even further, until it was gone entirely, so try not to wake them. They can handle sound, but don't top their lanterns if you can. She held up a finger. Treat them as a pet if you will, or a familiar. Some of the students looked among each other, still a little unsure about lanterns. Oh, speaking of familiars, how are all of you handling yours after a week? The professor asked. There was a chorus of agreements, some of them holding out theirs to the professors with proud smiles. Louise rested her chin in the palm of her hands and exhaled through her nose. Good, good, she nodded at the enthusiastic response. I hope you all maintain your bonds with your familiars. They'll be with you for all your life. She held up a finger again, and the day after tomorrow will be the familiar exhibition. Louise's eyes widened. So make sure you have something prepared for then, because I hear that a special is coming. The plump woman waved her wand, and from within her cloak, 3 pebbles slid out of her sleeves. Now that's over with. Let me start with today's class. Scene. Buck. Louise called out to it the moment she stepped out of the tower, ignoring the glares thrown her way when she did. Her immediate thought to talk about the upcoming event came to a crushing halt when she saw what was currently happening to her familiar. Since she didn't really expect to catch sight of it currently having a stare down with a large blue dragon that Tabitha had summoned as her own familiar. The two familiar were staring at each other, with the larger of the two seemingly ready to pounce at any moment. The larger beast was on all fours, head low to ground as their wings were unfurled behind them. Bug seemed to be bracing itself. The arm that had been turned into a whip from yesterday was held out to the side. The dragon's head would occasionally rise and fall, as if it was sizing up a meal. Bug stood unaffected by the breeze. The only sign of it being affected was its cloak billowing behind it. If she didn't know that there was a chance of her familiar getting eaten, she would have probably felt more than a little amused at the sight of something the size of a toddler looking ready to fight with the dragon. Unfortunately, all she could feel now was panic. "Hey, get away from Bug!" she yelled to the dragon. It turned its head her way for a moment, before facing her familiar once more, and she felt her heart spike when it began to bare its teeth. "Sylphid!" A calm voice called out from behind her, "No eating." At the order, the dragon got out of their hostile stance. It rose from its lowered stance, folded its wings to their back, and then turned towards the source of the voice. Louise was surprised to see Tabitha walk past her, staff in hand, and her usual uninterested look in her eyes. The dragon, or sylphid, shook its head and received a bonk on the head as a response. It gave out a loud whine and pointed at her familiar with its claw. "No eating," Tabitha repeated, bonking the dragon with her staff again. The dragon let out one more whine, this time turning its head before turning back to her. "Sylphid," she bonked the dragon's head a third time, someone else's familiar, not food. Her blue eyes turned towards it, not a threat either. Her familiar relaxed when the dragon seemed to be finally cowed by her words. It trudged around her and sat up behind her. "Thank you, Tabitha," Louise said gratefully as she jogged up to the three. When she was close, she gave a small bow. "No problem," she received a curt response. There was pause as they stood facing each other. The wind mage continued to stare at her familiar for a while longer. Louise looked at Bug. Her familiar was looking at Sylphid head tilted upwards so that it could see the dragon's head, and then back to Tabitha. Her blue eyes had narrowed behind her glasses, but then she turned away. "Come, Sylphid," she called to the dragon. The blue dragon let out a whine as it stared down at her familiar for a moment, before it turned and followed its master. She simply stared at her back as she left. A moment later, Bug walked up to her and was now staring at her instead. She glanced at it from the corner of her eye and then turned to face it completely. "Just so you know, I'm still a little mad about the bed sheets." She told it directly, "So I don't want you to repeat what you did, understand?" It nodded its head. "Good." Her point made, she placed her hands on her hip, now onto the matter at hand. She pointed a finger at it. "Bug, you know that spell you used yesterday?" Its body shifted and its arm lengthened into a whip. "Not that one." She shook her head, prompting it to return to normal. "The other spell, the one that destroyed that pot." It nodded its head, its body shifted. She didn't get to stop it before it casted the spell. The water blasted out of its body faster than she could keep track of. She winced when she heard the sound of shattering ceramic and a panic scream. She glared at her familiar, who shifted back into its normal form, and pointed in the direction where it had blasted its spell. She turned and sucked in a breath through her teeth when she saw the shattered remains of a potted plant, as well as a noticeable crack in the wall from where it was leaning against. Not to mention the maid that was standing just beside the shattered pot. A basket was in her hands. The clothes threatened to spill out as she was shaking in place. Her eyes were staring at their direction in fear. In addition, she saw Tabitha had lingered behind long enough to see the whole thing. Her eyes narrowed behind her glasses, glaring at her familiar. Sylphid stood behind her, the dragon's teeth bared, showing its fangs. Her eyes looked around in panic, darting from the potted plant to the maid, and then to Tabitha and her dragon. She snapped to her familiar, "Let's go someplace else." She grabbed its arm and quickly dragged it to a more secluded location. "Scene. Here to..." Longueville muttered as she tapped her foot on the floor, a wand in her hands which allowed her to feel the thickness and strength of the stone beneath her. Despite her tapping, Osmond continued to lie his head on his desk fast asleep. The workload for today had been boring enough to put him to bed. It wasn't a surprise considering that it was mostly just preparation for the upcoming familiar exhibition. Damn it, she had spent here for too long, and from every angle that she could approach the magical vault, the walls were too thick and were layered with magic to stop her own spells. She paused. She turned to the old man still sleeping on the desk and looked outside. The sun was starting to fall, and she figured she'd try to look at the doors again. When she headed down the stairs to the vault, she was surprised to find Jean Colbert already there. "Sir, are you sure you want me to leave my post for that day?" the guard asked. "Of course," the bald professor nodded. "The princess is coming, and we need to show off a bit for the academy." The guard scratched the back of his head. "Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm flattered to be close to the princess." He let out a smile. "But is it really wise to just leave the vault unguarded?" "I agree," Longueville said as she descended the steps. "Miss Longueville." "Oh, it's you again." She smiled. "Don't you think it would be a bit too risky to relieve a guard from the vault?" Jean let out a chuckle. "So you think so as well, Miss Longueville?" He shook his head. "There's nothing much to worry about, especially with the palace guards coming over to help cover the entrances." The guard shrugged. "I'm just worried is all. But if you say that it'll be fine, then I can't really complain." Longueville tapped her chin. "But what about that thief that's been going around here?" She turned to the bald professor. "Fouquet, was it? Well, he must be the bravest thief to ever exist if he plans to attack the academy." Jean retorted, "The walls are magically enchanted by square-level mages that prevent any transmutation attempts weaker than their own." Longueville rolled her eyes. "I noticed. So the only way that he can really get through is by direct assault." He looked at the door, and the only way to go through the magical enchantments are by brute force. A proud smile appeared on his face. The guard let out a snort. "If he tries to actually attack the academy while the palace guards are here, then I'd personally ask him out for a drink." He smiled. "A mage that brave is bound to be handled as alcohol." Longueville shrugged her shoulders. "I'm just saying my concerns." "Well, in any case, hopefully the presence of the princess and the guards will be enough to dissuade the thief from attacking." Jean shook his head, "Though I understand some of your concerns." The secretary turned to the vault doors. "What is inside the vault that you would think that Fouquet would be willing to attack the academy for?" Jean turned to her. "Would you be willing to walk and talk with me?" He offered with a nervous smile. "I know a little about the items inside, though some of the item descriptions there might be a bit." His flick to the door for a moment before turning back to her outdated. Longueville giggled. "Well, Osmond doesn't seem like he'd wake up anytime soon, so I can do so." The guard scoffed and glanced at the bald Professor Lucky. Scene. Fire. Bug's body shifted and threw its head back. It stared into the air, and from its body it expelled out a blast of pure black, firing upwards into the sky. "Strike it." Still in its shifted state, its right arm elongated into its whip-like form and swung upwards. It missed its target, and the spell traveled higher and higher into the air, until it dispersed into the evening sky. "Darn it." Louise stomped her feet. "You just missed it." Bug shifted its body back to its normal state and turned to its master. "Maybe if you have the whip first, and then you fire?" She suggested. "Can you do that?" It shook its head. Its soul was depleted from the repeated firing of vengeful spirit attempts to strike the vengeful shade and failing. "What do you mean you can't?" She asked it. It stared at her and wondered how many times she needed to be reminded. "Oh?" Her small hand poked its chest. Her eyes were looking at it with an annoyed glare. "Why can't you do it, Bug?" She asked again. "I am unable to cast any more at the moment." She let out a sigh. "I guess we've been doing this for a while." She looked into its eyes. "I'm surprised that you're out of casts already." "My soul is depleted. A trip to the springs would allow me to recover." She rolled her eyes and pulled her hand away. "You just want an excuse to eat, don't you?" It stared back at her. Groaning, she turned. "Fine, we can go eat." As she walked inside the building, she called out behind her, "But we're going to practice that routine until we get it right. Tomorrow, all right?" Bug looked at her retreating figure and followed after her. Chapter 14. Tristain Academy's Vault. Fouquet stared up at the main tower of the academy, eyes hungrily staring at the second highest floor from their spot. So many things to steal. Indeed, as within the vault that they were thoroughly ogling from afar were various magical artifacts, with some of them possessing potent magical effects that could make a mage a very powerful noble, or a thief very rich. There were many things inside that vault that was valuable. Magical staves topped with gems used as focus, which could be plucked off and sold. Rings that allowed magical enchantments that could be offered at a high price. Magical lanterns that allowed transport to farther locations. Talismans that could read the thoughts of others. Masks that could contain magical elements and form them into golems, and so many more. But among them, one object in particular had her attention. A powerful wand said to be able to bring out even the weakest of mages' magical power, turning even jokes into veritable monsters on the battlefield. The wand itself was made of a rare, or that was almost impossible to find. The metal forged from it would somehow allow the magic to pass through it and amplify it. All the while it gave an aesthetically pleasing pale glow. The soul wand. Fouquet could only imagine how mages would clamor to get their hands on such a powerful weapon, how metalsmiths would beg for such a rare element, and how collectors would do anything to get one in their grasp. And Fouquet could imagine how much she'd get from selling it. Now the only problem was, with a vault filled with so many valuable objects, it was defended heavily by both the guards and magical means. So powerful were the enchantments that not even her level of transmutation could actually alter the walls outside. And from her scouting, the guards barely left any of gaps in their formations. And she couldn't hope to try and approach the vault from different angles, as the map that she held told her that there were too little blind spots. But an event was coming up, one that would mean all the guard routes would be different, leaving behind gaps that wouldn't exist. It was risky, because with the gaps came with more guards. But what was a heist without a little risk? Fouquet smiled. And if she couldn't be quiet as a mouse, then she might as well be as destructive as a rat. Scene. A small pink nose peeked out of the hole in the wall. It twitched a couple of times. The whiskers close to it vibrated as well, as it took in the scent of the morning air. Slowly the rest of the snout came out, revealing the rat that it was connected to. The rodent turned its head left and right, looking around the area. It was hidden from the sun by a large wall in front of it, and the smaller wall that it was coming from. Black beady eyes took in everything around it, and besides the grass found on the right and insects, there was nothing that could harm them. It crawled out of the hole and turned to the hole. It gave a couple of squeaks towards it. Two smaller rats came out of the hole, squeaking the whole time. They looked around as they did. When the larger rat moved along the wall, the two followed after it. The big rat reached the corner and peeked its head out. There was a crack in the air, a blur of black that struck the larger rat directly in its head. The rat went limp as its head rolled on the grass. The two smaller rats squeaked out in terror and scrambled away from the carcass of their larger brethren. There was another crack, and a blur of black struck one of them direction on their hindquarters. The flesh parted like it was wet parchment, and the rat squeaked out in pain. Its forelimbs worked desperately, trying to force it away from the source of the pain. Another crack, and the rat's body was split vertically in half. The final rat scurried back to the hole. It only managed to get halfway before the black blur sliced through the lower portion of its body that was still outside the hole. It hung on by the barest threads of flesh and bone. Bug approached the hole and looked at the rat. It twitched a couple of times, blood from its body spilling out into the ground and seeping in the ground below it. Then after a couple of moments, it went still. Once it did, it could feel something feel within it and turned away. Weak as the rats were, they provided a surprising amount of soul for it, far more than the bugs that roamed in the ruins of the kingdoms. Before it could leave, a pair of footsteps came from around the building. A woman with brown hair that reached her neck and brown eyes that were narrowed in a glare rounded the corner with a long stick in her hands. "All right, you rodents." Her eyes darted around. The glare turned into confusion when she saw the carcasses of the rats, and then they landed on it. Bug looked up at her. She was the same woman that had taken its weapon and the one that had opened the window on the second floor to let in. "You again?" Her eyes went back to the rat carcasses around it, and then she frowned. "Are you hunting rats again, you knife thief?" It nodded its head at her question. "Great." She rolled her eyes. She grabbed the stick with her left hand and ruffled her hair with her right, as if having to prepare for the princess coming wasn't bad enough. "You're adding more jobs to my list." Bug looked at the rat carcasses for a moment, and then back to the woman. "Whatever." She shook her head. "Where's your master?" she asked, looking around. "The last thing I need is my job to be in trouble, because she thought I stole you or whatever." Bug walked towards her, which made her take a step away from it. Once it was out of the shadow of the building, it turned towards the general of the main gate and pointed towards it. She looked at where it was pointing for a moment, before her eyes widened. "That's right, the princess should be showing up anytime soon." Her frown deepened. "Darn it. Might as well get rid of the rats while I'm here." She turned to the carcasses. "I don't need Morto chewing me out again." She looked at the small creature, who was still looking at her, and jerked her head to the back of the building. "You could at least help with this, since you were the ones that did it." Bug looked at her for a moment before it went back to the back of the building. It reached for the back legs of the small rat that had tried to escape into the hole in the wall and held it up. The woman's eyes widened when she saw that its upper part was hanging by a thread of muscle and flesh. She grimaced and covered her mouth. "Ugh, nasty." She turned to it. "Couldn't you have at least blasted them into pieces, like you did with that plant?" Bug tilted its head at the suggestion. It could have, but then it would have simply wasted the soul it wanted to gather from the rats. "Never mind." She pointed at the other carcasses. "Pick those up while you're at it." She turned around and grumbled. "I'm going to need a bag and a shovel for this." Bug moved to pick up the other carcasses as the woman left. Each one dribbled their blood into its body as it picked up the remains. When he picked up the last one, in its head, Bug found itself face to face with the same blue beast that approached it yesterday. Once more, the beast lowered their head, teeth bared. Bug couldn't really do anything other than just stare at it with the rats in its arms. The two of them stared at each other. Every few moments, the beast seemed ready to pounce, but refrained every time. Their wings stretched out behind them. Bug didn't even know what it would do if they did charge. It couldn't really attack with what it was carrying, and it was sure that the beast was too small to fit in space between the building. "All right, knife thief, I need you, H. The woman had returned, and Bug turned towards her. She was indeed brought a shovel and another bag. Both of them were on the ground as she had screamed at the sight of the beast behind it. At that moment, the beast struck, grabbing it by its cloak with their teeth. "Art, get away!" The woman disappeared, running around the building. Bug tilted its head back to see the beast in its eyes. "I know what you are, empty spirit." Bug tilted its head as it could from its position. The beast's eyes narrowed. "You're going to hurt everyone here, aren't you? Even if you hide behind that shell, I can still feel you, empty spirit." The beast's teeth gnashed against its cloak as their wings got ready to take off. "I won't let you hurt big sis Tabitha." Before it could, something smacked into the beast's face. They flinched from the blow and dropped it from their mouth. "Ashi." The woman backed away. "Once it was freed, it's not food you." She gulped as looked up the dragon. The beast turned to her, and she took a couple of steps back. Her knees started to shake as did her hands that was carrying the stick in her hands. From where Bug was standing, the dragon was larger than the woman, especially since it was now sitting up instead of crouching on all fours. But dragon? Bug turned to the beast for a moment. It recalled the book that it had read a couple days ago. One page that had dragons and that they could be described by other means such as wyverns, drakes, and even WYRMS. This creature was much smaller than the WYRMS that it knew about. Well, in any case, what it was didn't mean anything to Bug. It simply went and picked up the head of the rat and walked to the woman. The dragon turned to it but didn't move. It reached the woman's side and offered her the rat carcasses. Her eyes flicked towards it and then back to the dragon. Are you hungry? She looked at the rats in its arms. Dee-dee-doo, you want a rat? They turned to her, then to Bug. They let out a whine and then took off into the sky. Once it was out of sight, the woman fell to her knees. A hand went to her chest as her breathing sped up. Oh, founder, why did I do that? Her head looked up to the sky. I could have gotten eaten by a dragon. Her hands went to her head. What was I thinking? Bug walked to her front, prompting her to look at it. It offered the carcasses again. Arg, seen. Louise and Bug returned from the baths. Partly was because she wanted to feed Bug knowing that tomorrow was going to be the familiar exhibition and she needed her familiar to be at full strength. The other was because it smelled of something unpleasant, as well being covered in dirt when it came back after she and the rest of Academy welcomed the princess. She wanted to ask, but she didn't want to touch it until it was clean. When she entered her room, Bug, as usual, took a seat at its haystack and stared at her as she went through her room. She raised an eyebrow. Haven't seen looking at your map for a while. Did you finish mapping the whole school already? She asked it. Bug reached into its cloak and took out a couple of papers in response to her question. She grabbed it and looked it over. It was different from the one it had made before, more complete and more organized. Each floor seemed to be for each piece of paper, and they even had drawings for certain floors, as evident by the small drawing of her placed at where her room was. The only things left were some rooms in the main tower that she didn't know about, and some of the student rooms. Founder, she hoped that she didn't need to watch out for it to suddenly start breaking into her classmates' rooms when it ran out of places to explore. She also noticed that it was still writing gibberish, to her dismay. She looked at her familiar with an annoyed glare for a moment before she calmed down and handed it back its map. It's very nice. Bug, she complimented it. Keep at it. It took the map from her hands and stuffed it back in its cloak. Oh, and before I forget, she pointed at it. You're not going outside today, so I don't want you leaving the room tonight. It looked at her. I need you to be at top shape for tomorrow, she explained. We were supposed to practice your performance tonight, but I don't want to alarm the guards with your spell casting. Briefly, she recalled having to apologize of the potted plant she had broken, as well as the metal pot she had borrowed for her spell training, both of which resulted in gold coming out of her pocket, unfortunately. She didn't really want to test the palace guard's reaction to her familiar accidentally blasting one of them. She also couldn't trust her familiar not break something else with its spell. So you're getting some rest today, understand? It nodded its head. Good. She needed to make sure that she could give a good performance for her image as a mage and noble, and so that she could impress the princess. At that moment, someone knocked on their door. Louise turned towards it, while Bug had already lied on its side. She looked at her familiar and called to it with an annoyed growl. Bug, get up, we have a guest. Her familiar got up and turned to the door. Louise walked towards the door, shaking her head. She got to the door and asked, who could be here at this hour? When she opened it, she saw a hooded figure standing outside. Before she could say anything, the figure pushed her back into her room before stepping in themselves and quickly closed the door behind them. It took her a moment to react before she scrambled for her wand. Her hand reached for the table behind her. WW, what are you doing here? Who are you? She asked nervously. The hooded figure smiled. It's been a while, Louise Francoise. Pink eyes widened at the voice. Princess. A pair of hands drew back the hood. It revealed a young but beautiful face, with purple hair that reached her shoulders and teal blue eyes that sparkled in the light of her room. A smile was stretched over her face. Louise, it's been so long, and threw her arms around her. Louise was stunned as she was hugged, her arms by her side because she didn't know what to do. Princess Henrietta, what is she doing here? Bug's footsteps knocked her out of her stupor. She saw it approach her and then turned to the princess that was hugging her. She raised her hands and grabbed the princess' shoulders. Princess, as gentle as she could, she pushed her away from her. You shouldn't have come here. Taking a few steps away from her and getting on one knee to bow with a hand to her chest for you to show up here alone. I am honored, Your Highness. Besides her, Bug looked at her before facing the princess and tilted its head down to look at the ground. Oh, Louise, she heard the princess said, you don't know what about me. She reached down and grabbed the hand that was by her chest and pulled her up to her feet. We're friends, are we not? Louise saw the smile on her face and pulled her hand away. I am honored that you feel that way about me, Your Highness. Despite that, she couldn't help but smile. Louise, you don't have to act this way. She grabbed her hand again. We were best friends, were we not? Call me by my name, please? Boo-boo, but, Louise stammered, a blush on her face at the audacity. That would be improper. Louise. She drew her hand closer towards her and smiled, please. Blinking rapidly, Louise lowered her head. Oh, of course, Henrietta. Her face fell hot, just saying that out loud. Thank you, Louise. She released her hand and took a step back. I've wanted to meet you for quite a while, she sighed. It's been so hard since father passed away. Henrietta. Louise. Her smile returned. That's why I came here, even if my advisors were against it. Her smile turned to a grin. I can't wait to see your performance tomorrow. Her heart hammered her chest. She turned to Bug, who was still staring at the floor. Can't wait to show it to you as well. She should have practiced today. The princess followed her gaze and saw Bug standing beside her. Her eyes widened when she saw her familiar. Her mouth opened before she shut it and turned back to her. Her eyes glanced at Bug before looking back at her. Is that your familiar, Louise? Her focus returned to the princess, and quickly she replied, Yes, this is my familiar, Bug. She turned to Bug and gestured towards it. She looked at the familiar and hissed through her teeth, Stop looking at the ground, Bug. It raised its head and stared at the princess. She took a step back in surprise. Do not be alarmed, it won't hurt you, Louise reassured her. She puffed up her chest. My familiar is loyal to me, and won't hurt you as long as She nearly caught herself saying that it wouldn't hurt the princess unless she ordered it. So she coughed and tried again. It won't hurt you, and it follows my orders loyally. She grinned nervously. Oh, the princess crouched down so that she could be at eye level. I'm surprised that you could summon one of these as a familiar. She reached out towards it and placed a hand on its skull. Yeah. Louise deflated slightly at the words. Everyone thought so too. Henrietta pulled her hand away and summoned one so small and young looking as well. Young. Louise raised an eyebrow. You know how old it is? Her shoulders shrugged. Well, it looks younger than the one I've seen before, but I don't know if it's really the younger one. I didn't know you've seen other water spirits before. Henrietta turned away from Bug. Water spirit? She stood up and faced her. Is that what your familiar is? Yeah. Louise replied, confused at the question. She pointed towards it. I didn't know what it was at first, but then the other students called a water spirit. It can alter its body like it's made of water, and it eats water. She listed off what Bug had done during the week it had been summoned. Oh. Henrietta's lips pulled into a thin line. Then I supposed I made a mistake, she giggled a bit. I thought your familiar was something else. I understand, she turned to Bug. Her familiar was still listening to their conversation. I thought it was something else when it was first summoned as well. A creature born of void, and God it had called itself. She wondered how many fire mages the palace would call, just so it could burn and bug at the stake if she even called it that out loud. In any case, forget what I just said. Henrietta waved away, an embarrassed blush on her face. I simply got caught in the moment. Then her eyes turned wide, and her smile returned. But a water spirit, Louise? Her eyes sparkled. Does that mean you're a water mage like me? Louise was taken aback, and looked away with an embarrassed smile. I guess so. She paused and turned back to her. We're both water mages, it seems, your highness. Her eyes widened. I can even cast a water spell. Her eyes darted around her room, but her excitement deflated when she didn't see anything that she could manipulate, but I can't show you now. Oh, that's wonderful. Once again, she threw her hands around her for a hug. I'm so happy for you, Louise. This time, she returned the hug. Thank you, your highness. Bug watched the two hug, and then looked at its own hands for a moment. After a couple more words, simply them catching up, such as her talking about her lessons as well as how life was in the palace, eventually the princess had to leave. I'll be waiting for your performance tomorrow, Louise, she said as she left. She could only nod with a smile on her face. Once the door closed, the mage let out a sigh of relief. She collapsed on her bed, and then giggled as she rolled around in it. Landing on her side, she spotted Bug looking at her from its haystack. A determined look appeared in her eyes. We need to blow it out of the park tomorrow, Bug. Let's do our best. It nodded and then plopped down onto its side. Chapter 15. Bug tapped the lantern, waking up the lumafly that was asleep within. A bright glow emanated from the insect as it awoke from its slumber and flew to the edge of its glass container. It hovered right in front of the hand that had tapped its container while Bug stared at it from outside. Bug. Louise looked up at where he familiar had gotten itself, bewildered at its current position. It looked away from the lantern and stared down at her. How did you get up there? Worry and annoyance laced her tone as she called out to her familiar as she watched it balanced precariously on a metal bar that connected the lantern to the wall. Since she couldn't hear it talk unless she was touching it, all it did was stare at her from its elevated position on a lantern at the height of the second floor of the main tower. Briefly, she wondered if she needed to buy a leash once the familiar exhibition was over, because with her releasing most of her restrictions on its exploring tendencies, it seemed to just go wherever it wanted, heedless of both danger and the situation. She still hadn't found out why it was covered in dirt yesterday. Having trouble with your familiar, Louise? Kerchie asked as she appeared next to her. The salamander that was her familiar followed beside her. She turned to her red head for a brief glance, before she returned her attention to her familiar. It was still looking down from its perch, which was making her worry the longer it was standing there. It just got up there somehow. She pointed to where it was standing. I couldn't find it when I left the Alvis Hall, so I looked around and found it up there. Her eyes narrowed. I don't even know how it managed to get up there. Kerchie followed her finger and found herself looking up at the familiar with her eyebrows raised. Her eyes trailed to the roof of the hallways that lead to main tower, and she snorted in amusement. I think I know. Louise looked at her with confused look. In any case, Kerchie waved away her questioning look. Are you prepared for the exhibition after this? She asked. Her hand gestured to her familiar. I think that my precious little flame would dazzle the audience. Louise's gaze turned from the Germanian and towards her familiar. The salamander seemed to be preoccupied with chewing something rather than the conversation that they were having. It peeked up at her, and a small ember fired out of its mouth with an odd sound. I guess, Louise said with an unsure tone as she turned away from the salamander and faced its master. She hesitated, didn't really get to practice my routine with Bug. She hugged herself slightly, so, her eyes averted away from her. I'm just hoping for the best. She shook her head, but that's still going to be better than yours. She pointed at Kerchie, a determined look in her eyes, so don't think just because I didn't get to practice that you'll win. The redhead smirked. We'll see, Louise. Her eyes glanced at the familiar who was still above them, though you might need your familiar for that. Louise turned away from her and cupped her hands in front of her mouth. Bug. She shouted towards it. Can you come down from there? Bug nodded. Louise smiled. Good, I'll get something T-dash. It jumped from the metal bar, cutting off her sentence. Louise nearly choked on her spit as it fell. Bug. She scrambled to try to reach for it, but wasn't fast enough before it plummeted to the ground below. It landed in a crouch, and landed hard enough that she heard a crack on the ground. Oh, found her. She reached for it. Her hand touched its skull. Are you hurt? She asked it, her eyes wide with worry. It straightened up and looked up at her. I am uninjured. A sigh of relief escaped her mouth. She stood, and then with one of her hand, smacked it directly in between its horns. Her hand stung, while Bug didn't even seem to notice other than its skull nodding from the blow. She clenched her hand, ignoring the pain, and glared. You were going to K-dash. She stopped herself from finishing that sentence, her mouth clamping shut as she thought about what just happened. So, she merely opted to look down at her familiar with a glare, and gave it another smack. Scene. Bury my mother in something light. Bury my father in. Marion cut herself off with a yawn, stopping her singing and her current task. She blinked and groggily looked down at the plates in her hands. For a moment, she was tempted to smack her face with them, maybe to wake herself up from both the pain and disgust. Placing them on the tray next to her before she dropped them, Marion rubbed her eyes. Yesterday night was a nightmare. With the last-minute preparation for the stage, which were only made worse by the presence of the princess. If she could have dreamt last night, she was sure she would have nightmares about that stupid tent she would be sitting in. Then there were some students that had stayed up late to practice way past the time she was supposed to sleep. If the tiny footsteps of that knife thief was enough to scare her awake, the hissing and snarling of the largest beasts made it almost impossible to get any rest. All of this, with the addition of her lack of ability to get any sleep for the past week, meant that she was more than a little sleepy. Maybe she could ask for a vacation. Well, that was something for the future. Now she needed to finish cleaning up the Alvis Hall. Maybe she'd be allowed to take a nap after this. Hopefully she'd dream something this time instead of just getting a dreamless sleep like last time. She continued her work, ignoring the cheering from outside the walls of the dining hall she was in. The song she was singing popped back in her head. Bury the priest in a gown. She mumbled through the words, unaware of a hooded figure going up the stairs. Scene. Tabitha took a seat next to Kerchie. Her book was already open, and she was already reading through it when she sat down. As soon as her butt touched the wood, she felt a jostle from her side. Looking up from her book, she saw Kerchie smirking at her. What? She asked, eyes going back to her book. Just wanted to say that you did a pretty showy performance. The Germanian leaned in close. I thought you weren't interested? The blue-haired girl was silent. It wasn't really showy. It was more or less just having Sylphid fly and do a couple of tricks. She recalled the feeling in the air, and despite herself, she gave an affirmative noise. Because of the competition, she replied after a couple of moments of silence. She paused before she glanced at the red head. You did good as well. Kerchie's smirk turned into a grin, didn't I? She looked down at the salamander that was sitting in her lap. I think that flame did wonderful as well. Her hands stroked the scales of the lizard, earning a small purr from it. Well, even if both of you did well. Guiche cut him, the blond boy waving his rose wand with an arrogant flair. I think that my Verdante is going to win the competition. He looked at the mole. It was sticking up halfway from the ground and sat between his feet. A smile grew on his face. After all, How can anyone think that a familiar as fabulous as this not deserve first prize? The mole seemed to blush at his words and made an odd sound. He heard an annoyed oomph beside him, and quickly he turned to the blonde girl beside him. But your Robin was also adorable. He gestured to her, and your violin skills were just as amazing. Whatever. She flicked his nose, earning a shocked gasp. And now presenting Miss Louise de la Valliere. Jean announced, the bald teacher stepping down from the stage once he did. Their attentions turned as the small mage and her familiar climbed the stage. The former looked nervous, her eyes looking at the audience with a small hint of fear. The latter just seemed to follow its master and stopped by her side once she stopped walking. Tabitha's eyes focused on the small creature. My name is Louise Françoise Leblanc de la Valliere. Despite her small size, and the small mage could project her voice out louder than most of them, she stood tall and her head held high. It was enough to draw everyone's attention towards her. Tabitha also noticed how her hands were clenched into fists and shaking. She paused and gestured to the creature beside her. Teach, this is my familiar, she stammered. Her eyes squinted shut at her little mess up and shook her head. It's a water type, and it's a water spirit. Her eyes narrowed behind her glasses. More than a couple of the students reacted to her words. Mostly the third years who spoke among themselves, asking each other about how a water spirit could be contracted as a familiar, whether it was possible, and how much magic a mage needed to be accomplish a feat. Tabitha could even see that both the principal and princess, both of them didn't seem convinced at Louise's words. Its name is. Louise paused and turned to her familiar. When she did, her body posture relaxed. Her shaking stopped, and her tense body seemed to slack. The sight of it seemed to relax her almost immediately. The Valliere took a deep breath and announced in a confident tone, its name is Bug. On cue, the familiar's head tilted down in a small bow. Now Bug. Louise took out a wand and took a deep breath. She pointed it to the bug. Her familiar raised its head, and its body shifted. Some of the students and guards made an impressed sound as the black of its body seemed to climb up. It enveloped its cloak and skull in the same pure black color as its body. When it covered its eyes, however, the black sockets that were its eyes turned into a bright white. The blue-haired girl's grip on her staff tightened as she teethed clenched together. One of its arms lengthened into a whip, extended until it was 3 times its own height. Louise nodded and then pointed her wand skyward. Now Bug. It titled its head back, staring upwards. Fire. A blast fired out from the familiar's body, faster than what normal eyes could follow. But it wasn't too fast for her, and she spotted the small pair of eyes on the magical blast. Strike it, Louise commanded. Her familiar complied, and swung the arm it had lengthened into a whip. The long black appendage seemed to whistle in the air. There was a powerful crack in the air as the tip of the whip struck the magical blast dead on. Once it did, the blast seemed to burst open, exploding outwards with the same black coloring. From the explosion, there was a splash of black. It descended down back to the stage, and for a brief moment it covered both of the ones that stood there. Tabitha's eyes widened, while others gasped in amazement. When the black covered them both, 2 pairs of eyes seemed to stare past the pitch-black curtain. One of them was from the familiar. 2 bright spots, that was its eyes. The other came from Louise. As the smaller pair of white spots peeking through the shadows seemed to dart around, she either didn't expect or didn't know what was happening. After the brief moment passed, the splash of black reached and dispersed on the stage. Louise looked more than a little confused, while her familiar had shifted back to its normal state. But Tabitha had already seen its true form. It was a similar creature to the one that tormented her, a similar creature that worked with her uncle to make her life as hard as it was. Her knuckles turned white as she struggled not to cast a spell right then and there. She was knocked out of her thoughts by the cheering of the crowd. She saw Louise smile and wave while her familiar tilted its head down to bow. Her grip on the staff relented as she turned her attention to her book. Well, that was certainly something, Kerchie commented. There was a mix of envy and pride in her voice. Looks like her familiar didn't mess up. Tabitha glanced at the 3 that sat next to her. Kerchie was looking at the stage with a smile, while Guiche just looked unimpressed. Montmorency looked just as doubtful as the principal and princess just now. She turned to the 2, and while the principal looked unchanged, the princess seemed to look worried for a split moment, before a smile broke out on her face. Tabitha turned back to the 2 on stage, her eyes glaring at the small creature by Louise's side. Seeing, Louise could feel her heart hammering in her chest. The smile that was on her face when the crowd cheered had remained even as she waited for the judges to announce who the winner was. She felt elated when some of the younger students told her that her performance was cool, and some even called it great. Even Zerbst was impressed, if her compliment was anything to go by. The only ones that didn't seem impressed were Guiche, who was mostly still convinced that his mole would win, and Tabitha, who had inched away from her when she took a seat next to her. After a couple of minutes of waiting, Principal Osmond and Princess Henrietta stepped on the stage. Louise gripped on a bug, just a little tighter. "We will now announce the winner for the familiar exhibition," Principal Osmond announced, silencing the excited chatter among the students. Henrietta stepped up next to him, a beautiful smile on her face, as usual. "After discussing it, we have come to a conclusion that the winner is—" She paused, her eyes scanning the crowd for a moment. Then her blue eye landed on her, and she pointed at her Louise Françoise and her familiar. Her heart hammered faster as the crowd around her cheered. She could even hear more than a couple congratulations from her classmates. Her smile could only widen further, and with Bug in her arms, she nearly sprinted to the stage. Henrietta had a proud smile on her face, one that she kept even as she bowed before her. Once more Bug looked at the ground, but she couldn't really care to scold it considering. She felt the small crown place on her head. It was a pretty thing made of gold that was mostly just a decorative accessory. It was something pretty at best, but since it was being given by the princess herself, the value apparently doubled. But she didn't care. All she cared was that her friend had that proud look on her face, as did some of the professors behind her. "That was wonderful performance, Louise," the princess told her. She turned to Bug, and she leaned forward. "It's a nice." She hesitated and paused, looking at it for a moment. "Bug, look up from the ground," she told it, not as harsh as last time. It lifted its head and stared with its empty eyes. The princess almost reeled back, but she shook her head and her smile returned. "It's a wonderful familiar, Louise." Louise couldn't feel happier. And at that moment, a powerful shock suddenly shook the main tower. A moment later, a couple of maids and butlers ran screaming, all of them scrambling to get away from it, all of them pointing towards the main tower. A couple of words could be heard in the chaos. She heard the Principal Osmond call for the guards to protect the princess. She heard the workers scream about a golem. The other students were panicking. Because of that, it took her a moment to realize that there was something missing beside her when she was pulled up from her bow. She looked down, and her familiar was gone. Her eyes widened. "Bug." She called out to it, her eyes darting around to look for it. "Bug, where are you?" Fear and panic filled her heart, where there was once joy. Miss Valier, the guard that had pulled her to her feet, said, "We need to get you T-dash. Where's my familiar?" She demanded and pushed away from him. She leaped from the stage, and amidst the chaos, she spotted the small creature. It was running towards the main tower. "Bug!" She screamed and ran after it. She waded through the students, shoving them aside as she tried to get her familiar. She got past the group of people and ran after her familiar. "Louise! Zero, where are you going?" "Miss Valier." She heard a couple of voices calling for her, but she ignored them as she ran after her familiar. Despite its small size, she couldn't actually catch up to it. But it slowed down when it crossed the hallway connecting the main tower to the rest. When she was about to shout for it, her voice caught in her throat. Her eyes turned from her familiar to the massive golem that stood in front of the tower, and perched on one of the shoulders was a hooded figure. Her knees shook at the sight of the massive earth construct, and her fear doubled when the hooded figure turned to her. But then it turned its attention to her familiar. The golem reached for Bug. Immediately, her fear vanished. Worry for her familiar took over. "Look out!" she screamed. Its body shifted and dashed through the massive hand. When it stopped, it stood underneath the massive arm. Louise was about to tell it to run. She didn't care where as long as it was just away from here. But then its body shifted once more, and it tilted its head up. And before she could say that its magic couldn't hurt such a huge construct, something interrupted her. For as long as she had Bug, she knew that it did not speak, not unless she was touching it. And even then, it was just a telepathic conversation. But besides that, she knew that Bug was mute. But what came out from Bug could only be described as a scream. It was loud. It jarred her even more than the water whip she had made. Her bones felt rattled from just the sound alone, and the force of the scream nearly pushed her back. But that wasn't the worst of it. When Bug screamed, something came out from its body. The only way she could describe them were spirits. Various spirits, all of them seemingly summoned by the scream of her familiar. Some of the spirits were as white as its skull, formless and without any shape beside the singular face with their mouths stretched wide in a scream. Among them were other smaller spirits that seemed to desperately reach out from the small spaces between them, their hands reaching for anything. Then there were others that shared the same black color as her familiar. Just like the white ones, there were some that were just a singular face screaming out from her familiar's body. The largest one was directly above Bug, and among them were other smaller spirits that reached out, but unlike the white ones, they seemed to be grabbing things with intent to drag them down. When the spirits touched the golem's arms, she could almost see them rip the earth arm apart. They tore what they could touch into dirt and sand. And the spirit didn't just reach the arm. Some of them had grown high enough to almost touch the hooded figure on the shoulder. But as sudden as it appeared, the spirits vanished, and with them was the arm that they had torn to pieces. The hooded figure fell from their perch, and it was only with a swish of their wand that they didn't met an unfortunate fate. Bug, however, was determined that they did, as the moment they landed its arms lengthened into a whip, and it struck. A splash of red met her gaze as her familiar sliced into their arm, which was raised in a quick attempt to defend themselves. They didn't scream. Instead, they waved their wand, and a wall of earth formed between them and her familiar. Louise tried to call for Bug, but she couldn't speak, nor could she move. She watched as her familiar dashed through the wall. At that moment, something fell out from the sky beside her, and she saw Tabitha's dragon crash into the ground. Alongside their master, she saw that Kerchie was with her. It took her only a moment to realize that, beside Tabitha, they were all horrified. Even Sylphid seemed to be frozen in place. It was at that moment Louise realized that she had been holding her breath. She turned back to the golem, and once more her heart hammered in her chest at sight of the missing arm. Chapter 16. Fouquet cursed her luck as she stumbled away from her golem, her right hand gripping her bleeding left arm. The sound of tiny footsteps behind her was the reason she had stopped to at least cover the wound in a bandage. Things had gone wrong. Sure, she wasn't expecting things to be easy. This was the academy that thought the future mages of the country, so she expected trouble. The first was the fact that when she had tried to transmute the door directly, she knew that the walls around the vault couldn't be affected by magic lower than a square level, which meant as a triangle mage, she couldn't touch it. Unfortunately, even the doors seemed to be placed under the same enchantments. But it was a gamble that it could be affected anyway. When sneaking wasn't an option, she opted to exploit another weakness that she was told of: physical force. While the walls were enchanted to prevent transmutations, they weren't enchanted to withstand heavy blows to the walls themselves. She figured that a golem would possess enough strength to punch through the wall. Unfortunately, either the information that she got was wrong, or they had decided to double down on their security. Because when she struck the tower, instead of it crumbling under her golem's fist, all that happened was it hitting a barrier around it. A barrier that wasn't supposed to be there, for what she could tell. And if her plan crumbling into pieces wasn't enough, after she failed to make a dent in the wall, of witness had to show up. It was a creature, one that she knew from her time in the academy. And if having a familiar witness her crimes wasn't bad enough, its master had to show up soon after. Fouquet tried to just scare the thing away, swat close to it so that it ran away. Maybe even get its master to pick it up and run the opposite direction. Then it screamed and tore off the arm of her golem, while knocking her off the shoulder that she had been perched on. And just when she thought that it couldn't get worse, it struck her with its arm and cut into her own. Now she was running away, and the worst part was that she couldn't just hide away and take off her costume. Not with the familiar chasing after her. She doubted her disguise would stop it from tearing a hole in her neck, considering what it had done. Nor could she summon a golem and just step over the wall, with the creature following her. If she stopped running, she'd leave her back exposed. Her thoughts were cut short by a worrying sight. The gates that she thought to leave through were no longer unguarded. 2 of the palace guards were standing there, wands at ready to face against the thief. With the familiar behind her, she turned to the double doors of the main tower. She heard the guards by the gate shout for her, but she ignored them. She released her wounded arm and grabbed her wand. Pushing through the door, she turned and waved her wand. The earth responded to her call and grew into a dome that covered the main entrance. She let out a sigh of relief and took a couple of steps away. Then, suddenly, something phased through the earth dome that she had made. A moment later, it shifted into the familiar that had been chasing her. Without giving her any chance to react to its presence, it swung its whip-like arm. A sharp force struck her chest. She heard the crack of a whip afterwards. The attack knocked her off her feet, and she fell back into one of the many tables in the hall. She knocked it over and slammed her back into the wooden furniture. Her mouth opened and closed as she tried a breath, but the pain prevented her from taking in any air. She reached for her chest, and the pain flared when she grabbed it. When she pulled it away, she was at least relieved that she didn't see blood. Her attention returned to the familiar. It had pulled back its arm back for another strike. In a panic, she pointed her wand to a table nearby and swung her arm. It turned to where she was pointing and shifted its body so that it could dash through the impromptu projectile. Her grip on her wand tightened, and she swung her arm back. Instead of shifting its body again, instead dashed forward towards her. The table passed by where it had been standing, and then crashed into the other tables when her control over it faltered due to the shock. She scrambled to her feet, narrowly avoiding another strike. Her eyes widened when it struck where she had been leaning against, and the wooden table broke apart. She pointed at the rows of tables and threw them towards the familiar. It shifted its body and dashed through the first one, and then leaped over the second. It pulled an arm back and split the third and fourth she'd sent its way. She backed away, Her wand waved in the air, and with a chant under her breath, the tables around them glowed. They fell apart into earth and dirt, her element. Her wand swirled in the air, forming her new ammunition into various shapes. She pointed her wand forward. Its body shifted and dashed to the side, the 3 earth spikes impaling the space it had occupied. She didn't let up. More and more formed into weapons. The ground cracked as she slammed a pillar of earth in front of it. She erected walls around it, before trying to squish the familiar in between. It leaped over her attempt, before it struck with its whip. She didn't even blink as she formed an earth shield. The whip didn't manage to break through, and with a thought she formed another spike and sent it towards the familiar. It dashed away from the spike instead of through it. Fouquet smiled and flicked her wand upwards. In response, the earth spikes and pillars that had missed grew and formed a dome around the familiar. Immediately, she turned on her heel, knowing that it couldn't hold it for long. The ground under her shook. Her panic doubled as she figured that the guards outside were trying to break through the sealed entrances. With no choice, she ran up the stairs. Seeing Louise's control over her body returned, the mage gulped down the spit in her mouth and took a step forward. She took another, and the next thing she knew, she was running. Bug, she called out to her familiar. The image of what it had done was still fresh in her mind. Even if it wasn't, the golem that was missing an arm was still there too, remind her. But she pushed that thought aside. Her familiar was in danger. She couldn't just let it be alone with a mage that could make a golem like that. Louise. She ignored Kerchie's voice. Louise stopped. She almost got to the earth wall the thief had made, before she was suddenly lifted off her feet. Her arms waved around as she tried to stabilize herself. She was dragged away from her current path, floating back to Kerchie and Tabitha. What are you two doing? She demanded once she was close to them. We should be asking you that. Kerchie replied, her wand in her hand. You were going to go after that thief, weren't you? She asked. Of course I was. Louise told her. Bug went after them, and I can't just let it go alone. Her arms waved rapidly. Can you imagine what they'll do to it if Bug gets caught? Both of Kerchie and Tabitha looked past her to look at the golem behind her. Even the dragon turned to the golem, and then looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Kerchie shook her head. Never mind that, Louise. Her wand lowered, which dropped her to the ground. We need to get to a safe spot. The school is telling us to leave the academy, since the thief is still here. Not without Bug. Louise turned on her heel. I can't leave without it. Louise. Kerchie pointed at the golem. Your familiar can take care of itself. We need to get out of here right now. I don't care. Kerchie flinched away from her shout. I'm not leaving without my familiar. Her head turned and gave her a glare. Do you understand that? Tabitha looked at her and waved her staff. Hey. Louise was lifted off her feet once more. Who put me down, Tabitha? She complained, arms waving as she tumbled through the air. A moment later, she plopped down on the dragon's back. Louise shook her head and glared at the back of the girl's head. She opened her mouth to tell her that she wasn't leaving. Where did your familiar go? Tabitha asked. Tabitha. Kerchie turned to her in surprise. The blue-haired student turned her head slightly over her shoulder. The faster we get the familiar, the faster we can leave. Louise smiled and bowed her head. Thank you. She lifted her head and pointed forward. They were running to the main exit. On cue, the ground under them suddenly shook ever so slightly. They looked at each other with worry. Tabitha gave a whistle, and Sylphid took to the air. Louise gripped the dragon's scale as they ascended. They flew forward to the gate. There they could see that the princess carriage and the student body and staff were all being escorted out the gate. More than a few pointed at them due to the dragon they were riding, but relaxed when they spotted the familiar heads of hair of the riders. They also saw that the main entrance to the tower had been sealed off by earth dome that a guard was trying to break down. Do you see it anywhere? She asked the other two on the dragon. Tabitha shook her head. Not on the ground, she replied. She had an intense look on her face, one that she had ever since she and her dragon and crashed. She heard the dragon let out whine at her question. Kerchie was silent. Her eyes were focused on the main tower. She pointed to one of the windows there. Louise followed her hand, but instead of seeing the small form of her familiar, she saw the hooded figure stumbling through the second floor. That's the thief, she pointed out. Her eyes strained, and worry filled her chest, but her eyes darted around. Where's Bug? The hooded figure stopped in their tracks and turned around. They pointed their wand in front of them. Her worry only grew when she saw a wall where she was pointing it suddenly cracked. Then before any of them could react, a familiar shape suddenly blasted through the wall. The stone fell away as Bug's spell slammed through it, and the familiar in question leaped through the newly made hole in the wall. Bug, she called to it. It turned to her as it continued running on the second floor roof. Before she could say anything else, it turned towards a window and struck it with its whip arm. Bug, wait! But she was too late. It jumped back into the tower and vanished behind a wall. They heard the panicked screams of the thief, and moments later more cracks formed along the walls of the second floor. The thief stepped back into view. They waved their wand and summoned a wave of earth in front of them, before forming a wall when something black nearly struck her in the head. "We need to get closer." Louise took out her wand and pointed it towards the general area of the thief. She didn't have any water on her right now, but she could at least use a fireball spell. Unfortunately, it seemed that the thief had hurt her. The hood had turned to her, and the next moment a spike made of earth flew through one of the windows. Louise flinched, while Tabitha simply waved her staff. The spike was deflected by a strong gust of wind, and it sent it back to the tower. The sound of the spike hitting the tower was drowned out by a scream of pain by the thief. They vanished behind a wall and appeared in another window. They were running away from where Bug was last spotted, a hand on their face before vanishing behind another wall. Bug's small figure appeared for a brief moment before it vanished as well. "Get away from me," they heard the thief shout. Tabitha had to steer Sylphid away from the tower when it rumbled. Then from one of the windows, they spotted a pale glow. The dragon they were riding on panicked and tried to get as far from the tower as possible. Louise didn't blame the dragon, as the next moment it shook and a powerful force blew the cracked walls apart. A force that glowed pure white had peeked through the cracks before they launched them away, and had Sylphid not distanced themselves, they would have been hit by both the shock waves and the debris. "By the founder," Kerchie muttered as they saw what had destroyed the walls. With the walls gone, they could see inside, and for a moment they saw a black swirling pillar. It dissipated, revealing Louise's familiar on the ground, one of its hand flat on the ground. While Tabitha was trying to calm down her dragon, Louise stared at her familiar. It raised up from the ground, and the arm that it had used to blow the walls apart extended into the whip. The thief was already backing away. Her familiar dashed forward, and the thief ran. "They're going up the tower," Louise pointed out. Bug seemed to respond to her words and made chase. Louise grunted as the dragon finally calmed down. "We need to go after it." "Are you insane?" Kerchie grabbed her by the shoulders. "Louise, we should be worried about getting away." She turned to the hole in the tower. "Your familiar can obviously handle itself, Louise, and if we get anywhere near them, we'd get in the crossfire of that thief, and your familiar, who," she pointed at the destruction, "did that. And I don't care." Louise shook her off. "I can't just leave it alone." "Why?" Kerchie gestured to the wall with what it just did. "I'm more worried about that thief than your familiar." "No fighting," Tabitha scolded them, her blue eyes narrowing in glare. She turned to the top of the tower. "We'll get your familiar back, Louise." She lowered her head. "It's stronger than I thought," she muttered just loud enough for them to hear. Sylphid's wings flapped harder, and they ascended higher. The air brushed past their hair, and soon they were at the window to the principal's office. The thief was there, their back facing the window. From their spot, they could see 3 or 4 golems surrounding her familiar, each of them the size of an adult. The room was a mess. The walls were cracked, the shelves were tipped over, and the thief was standing in front of what remained of Osmond's desk. Despite that, they were in worse condition. Even from their vantage point, they could see that they were injured. The left side of their cloak was dark with blood, while another hand seemed to be cradling their face. Bug didn't seem to be injured at all. Her familiar was looking at the golems with that empty look in its eyes. The golems moved. One of them pulled its leg back for a kick, while another brought its hands together and slammed it down. Bug dashed through the feet of the first golem, body passing through it. It stopped and then turned around. Its whip arm struck and sent it reeling. The other golems moved. One jumped and tried to land on Bug. Her familiar dashed out of its path and swung while it was in the air. The thief flinched when it sent her golem flying into a wall next to her. Bug turned and then dashed through another golem. It spun on the spot and attacked the back of the golem. Louise watched as her familiar seemed to dance around numbers. None of the golems could land a hit, and every time one came close it would step just out of range and strike. Each of Bug's strikes left deep gashes into the earth contracts. One of them had even sliced off the arm of one that tried to grab it. Soon the 4 golems turned into 3, and then 2 when Bug sliced another one into pieces. Now only 2 of the golems remained. One of them stood in front of the thief protectively, while the other stood behind her familiar. Louise gripped her wand and then pointed it. Her aim was for the golem behind Bug. "Louise, what are you doing?" She ignored the question. It was obvious, wasn't it? She couldn't just let her familiar do all the work. She was a noble and a mage. What mage just let their familiar fight their battles by themselves? They were meant to be partners, to fight side by side. She chanted the spell for fireball. The magical energy of her spell filled her body. She recalled the feeling when she summoned Bug and when she had formed that water whip. It filled her body. The magic hummed in a pleasant feeling through her body. It didn't occur to her that she was feeling the same feeling while casting an element the opposite of her affinity. Fireball. She lucky that Kerchie was there, because when the spell left her wand, she was nearly tossed off the dragon. The redhead managed to stop her, grabbing her before she was unseated. Sylphid didn't seem to fare better, as they were nearly tossed from the air by the sheer force of the blast. It also meant that she could see her spell in a black magical blast that was similar to Bug's. The black ball of fire was large, larger than she intended. It was also much hotter than she expected, as even as it traveled further from them, she could feel the heat. It slammed through the window and tore through the stone around it. Black flames persisted around the stone, while the main ball of fire continued on its path and slammed into the golem behind Bug. Once more the tower seemed to shake, and for a moment an explosion of black covered their view of the room. Black flames billowed out of the windows, destroying what remained of the window that she had blasted through, while breaking any other windows in the principal's room. Louise's eyes widened. The black faded away, revealing that there were only two figures left. One of them was the thief, standing behind the charred remains of Golem, and Bug, who didn't even seem to be affected by the black, much to her relief. The rest of the room, however, hadn't survived. Whatever that wasn't stone had been burned to a crisp, the black flames lingering. The bookshelves were gone, as was the remains of Osmond's desk. And in the middle of the room was a giant crack, originating from the impact of her spell. For a brief moment, Louise desperately hoped that she hadn't burnt anything important, or at least something irreplaceable with her attempts to help. That moment was cut short when Bug suddenly lifted into the air, one of its hands glowing pure white, and slammed through the ground behind it. The floor gave way and the two inhabitants of the room fell through the newly made hole, the thief screaming the whole way. Scene. Bug landed on solid ground first, its fist crashing against the floor while a pillar of void grew into the air before dissipating. A moment later, the woman that had attacked it landed in front of it. She landed harshly on her side, groaning for a while as she lied on the ground. Bug looked away from the woman and examined its surrounding. It was a new room that, if its memory was accurate, was supposed to be the big room that it couldn't enter, even with Longueville's assistance. It was a vault of some kind, as there was a multitude of items here, many of them that it recognized. It saw a dream nail hanging on a wall with other wands of similar shape. It saw one of the torches of the Grim Troop by a couple of other staves of similar shapes. On pedestals, placed within glass containers, were charms. All of them were in the shapes that it did not recognize. As it was looking around, a sound caught its attention. It was faint, almost drowned out by the sound of the woman's groaning. It turned to the source of the noise. It was a glass container that lied on the edge of the room, opposite to the door of the vault. Within it was another vessel trying to break free. It hadn't made any progress, while the inside of the glass was covered in scratches. Probably from the nail that it was carrying, there weren't any cracks that denoted it could deliver a blow hard enough to break it. Its arm glows a bright white glow. It could deliver that force, however. The other vessel seemed to recognize Bug. It turned its head as it could. Bug leaped into the air, and with the spell casted, it descended downwards. The glass container shattered into pieces, the shards flying everywhere as the void that was expunged from the spell reached into the air. Bug stood on the small piece of the container that hadn't shattered and watched as the vessel got up. It stood at the same size as itself, with the exception of a larger second horn on its right side of its skull. Bug saw that it was hunched to the right, as the left side of its shell had been shattered. Void particles were escaping from the crack. For a moment, a memory came to it of a dark basic that held another of its kind. But this was smaller than the one it had fought, and it didn't seem to recognize Bug either. For a moment, the other vessel looked at it, and Bug reached out with a hand. It responded with its own. Once they were in touch, Bug's body glowed. White particles of soul grew from itself, an action that the other vessel mimicked. A flash of white covered their bodies momentarily. Their cloaks fluttered from an invisible force. A small portion of the vessel's skull reformed. There was another flash, and a larger portion reformed. This continued. Every flash of light, the other vessel's skull grew, until finally, the shattered portion of the skull was covered. Bug pulled away. The other vessel did the same. It looked better now. Its hunch was less pronounced, now that it had the other two horns on the left side of its skull to keep it balanced. They looked at each other, both vessels staring into each other's empty eyes. Bug didn't think it could see another sibling. With where it was located, Bug should have expected that only its sibling could call for it. Their stare down was interrupted by the woman getting up, grunting and groaning. She used one of the pedestals to get to a standing position. Her other hand was holding the wound it had delivered to its left cheek, from each to the edge of her mouth. She looked up, and her mouth fell open. "There's to you now," she said, in disbelief. Her head then turned to the nail that its sibling was carrying. "The soul wand," she mumbled, just loud enough for her voice to be heard. Her grip on the pedestal tightened. "Why do you have it?" She pounded the glass case as she was leaning against for support. "Damn it, I was so close." But all three of their heads tilted upwards. From their spot, they could see that something was coming for them. The woman let out a laugh. It was a small and weak one. A laugh that she kept going even as she slowly slid down until she was on the floor. Both Bug and its sibling turned to her. She stopped laughing and let out a long sigh. "You win," she told it. "I give up." Chapter 17. It was taken the people who were supposed to capture her a while to get there. She didn't know what happened to the ones that had been trying to approach them from above, but it seemed that they had left. Well, whether they approached her from above or from the door didn't change. She had 2 wardens that kept her prisoner in the vault. Ironic, considering the fact that just earlier today, she was trying to break into said vault. Speaking of wardens, one of the creatures, the one with the 4 horns, was taking advantage of the delay by looting the place. It leaped from pedestal to pedestal, smashing the glass containers with the soul wand, using it like it was a sword, and then picking up the medallions within. The one that had chased her throughout the school, the familiar, however, approached her. For a moment, Fouquet made peace with herself, thinking that it wasn't going to wait for the guards to come pick her up and just open her throat. But instead, it stopped in front of her and just looked at her. She returned its stare, her hidden eyes looking into its empty eye sockets. They looked at each other for a few moments before she asked, "What do you want?" It tilted its head. "All right." She shook her head. "You don't talk." She leaned her head back and then took a look around. There's so many objects in here that were valuable that just by looking at them, she could almost count the money she'd make by selling them off. A staff that was topped by a ruby gem, it'd be enough to get her food for a month, maybe even 3, if she embellished its effects enough. She saw the 4-horned creature pick up the mind talisman from the wall. That could buy her provisions that would last a whole season if she found the right person. She knew because the last time she saw one of those was from a hooded merchant selling one. The price was outstanding. The rings would be a nice gift if they didn't have any kind of enchantments on them. Maybe she could pluck off the gems and sell those, and give the rest to the kids that were nice. Her eyes saw the last of the medallions that the creature picked up. It was a shame that she didn't know about that when she went in. She heard that elves loved it if a human were to ever bring them one, apparently enough that they wouldn't kill them on the spot. Then there was, of course, the soul wand, the glowing weapon that had taunted her when she heard that the academy had won its vault. A single one could have allowed her to rest for a long time, maybe even long enough that she wouldn't need to leave her home every few months. But alas, things didn't work out that way. I've spent years evaded guards and nobles, bodyguards, and even mercenaries hired to protect their treasures. She turned to the familiar in front of her. It was still staring, and I get caught because of a noble's familiar. It didn't react to her words, only turning to acknowledge the similar-looking double land next to it. Her eyes looked at the two and then landed back at the familiar. "You know each other?" Both of them nodded. "Friends," she guessed. They shook their heads. "Relatives?" She tried again. They looked at each other and then back her. Both of them tilted their heads. "Siblings, I mean," she explained. Both of them nodded. She chuckled. "That explains why you wanted to enter to the vault so much." Their conversation was cut short when she heard footsteps approaching the door. She looked at the familiar in its eyes. "Take care of your sibling. It's the least you should do." The vault's doors opened, and the guards stepped in with their wands at ready. She sighed. "Sorry, Tiff. Big sis is going to come home late." Scene. Princess Henrietta ran ahead of the group, ignoring the guards' shocked cries as she made a direct charge to the 3 students that stood beside the dragon and the academy guards. Louise. She threw her arms around her friend, which caused the guards to turn to her in surprise. She ever heard the redhead let out a surprise sound. "PP Princess," Louise stammered out, her arms flailing about at the sudden hug, before they finally rested on her shoulders. "Princess," she tried to push her away. "I am flattered, but you shouldn't do such a dash. I was so worried about you." She interrupted her friend. Damn her words, and damn the need for her to not hug her friend in public. "She hugged her tighter when you went after the golem, and then didn't return. I was afraid that you had gotten hurt. Then the tower exploded, and I thought that something terrible had happened." Louise's hands that were trying to push against her shoulder went slack. "I'm fine, Princess," Louise replied, and slowly she felt her return her hug. "But thank you for worrying about me." She smiled. "I'm glad that you're safe." Finally, she pulled away from the hug, smiling as she saw the embarrassed and red face of her friend. As she did, she saw the small creature that was her friend's familiar. She opened her mouth to ask if it had been hurt as well. Even if it made her uneasy with just how it resembled the Pope's bodyguard, it was supposed to be a water spirit, according to Louise. And from a few glimpses that she saw the enigmatic bodyguard, she was certain it wasn't one. Her words, however, died in her throat when she saw that there was another one of the creatures at its side. For horns instead of 2, same black eyes that stared at her with an intense gaze, and a soul wand on its back. She took an involuntary step back as the sight of the weapon. She pointed at it. There was an immediate reaction from both of them. The new one moved its hand to the weapon on its back, while Louise's familiar stepped in front of the other one in an almost protective gesture. She tore her eyes away from the two and asked Louise. She tried to fake a smile. Did your familiar multiply? Her friend looked just as confused as she was, however, when she pointed out that there was two of them at her side. Scene? Well, with that situation settled, we now have Fouquet under arrest, and the vault is now resecured. Osmond told the three students in his newly remade, but very Spartan, office. It was a testament to how much magic made life so easy, especially for the ones that could use them. The damages that had been done to his academy and his office would have taken weeks, if not months, to fix by non-magical means. The walls had been blown away in the second-floor hallway, while errant earth walls sprouted from the ceiling, ground, and even the walls. The Alvis Hall had most of the tables transmuted into the large earth dome that would have been impossible to move, and a few that weren't had been tossed into the walls, broken into splinters. Then there was his office when he first got to it. Everything there had been burnt to a crisp. Every shelf and book within had been turned to ash. Only a few had been spared, and those were the very important documents that he had layered with more than enough enchantments that people would have called him paranoid. Considering that even those had the edges of them licked by the flames that had consumed his room, he was thankful that he had taken such precaution. Then, of course, was the giant hole in the middle of his office, leading all the way down to the vault. The reason the thief had assaulted the school in the first place. All of these would have taken a fortune to fix and time to rebuild. But to a mage, all it took was a simple wave of a wand, and many of the damages were fixed. The earth walls fell apart, and those were used to repair the walls of the second floor. The hole had been patched up, covered, and then transmuted to its previous material. Sand was turned to glass, and then fixed to the windows. He would need to find a way to replace the tables, however. That and the lumaflies that had escaped when the walls blew apart, assuming that they hadn't perished in the blast. Most of the damages done, which would have taken months to fix, had only took the rest of the day. The palace guard were even nice to help with disposing the rest of the tables and clearing any of the rocks that littered the courtyard. That meant that there was no permanent damage done, physically at the least, and that he could talk to the students in his office instead of a tent in the middle of the courtyard. After they stabilized Fouquet's wounds, she'll be sent to the palace and put behind bars. He turned to the three, well, five, if he counted the familiar of the Valier in. The void vessel that he had sworn was dead. He had kept it in the vault as his only way to give it a grave. And while we may not be able to return the soul wand to the vault, along with a variety of other artifacts that are currently missing, his eyes turned to the void vessel, where most of those artifacts had originated from the capture of Fouquet more than makes up for it. He turned his focus on the three students, smiling at them. I suppose that congratulations are in order, he gestured to them all. After all, you three were the ones that led to her capture. I'm sure the palace would be more than willing to reward you three for your efforts. Nope. Kerchie raised her hands, shaking her head. Osmond turned to her with a raised eyebrow. Is something the matter, Miss Zerbst? Sorry, Principal Osmond, but I wasn't really involved other than just being there. She turned her head to Louise and gave a look between pride and anger. Most of it was because of Louise and Bug. She shrugged, so accepting a reward when I didn't really do anything is kind of pathetic. I see, Osmond noted. He turned to the other two. I also wish to not be rewarded. Tabitha cut in before he could say anything. The blue-haired galleon looked at him in the eye. Are you certain? Osmond asked. Your dragon was instrumental in chasing after the thief, wasn't it? She shook her head. She turned her head to the void vessels. Louise's familiar chased after the thief. Her eyes flicked to said familiar before turning her attention back to him. I just carried her with Sylphid. Once again, she shook her head, didn't do much. Osmond blinked. This was an unexpected result. He could understand how the Germanian wouldn't be comfortable with accepting a reward when she didn't do anything, but it was a surprise that Tabitha would be against a reward as well. His gaze turned to the final student. And what about you, Miss Valier? The young mage looked up, as if she had been jolted awake. She blinked. What was that, Principal Osmond? She asked. He gestured at the other two students. Your friends both expressed desires to not take any reward for the capture of Fouquet, claiming that it was mostly your familiar's doing. He turned to her. Do you wish to do the same? Aye. Louise opened her mouth, but she shut it. She was silent for a while. Her focus turned from him to her familiar at her side. The void vessel looked away from its kin and turned to its master. She seemed to relax when it did, and then turned back towards him. Even if Bug was the one that did most of the work, a familiar is an extension of its master. She nodded her head. As such, I will accept any credit for his achievements, as well as any blame for his misdoings. Osmond smiled. Admirable, Miss Valier. He couldn't help but smirk a bit, though you are lucky that most of the damage done here is attributed to Fouquet. He turned his head to peek behind her, where the hole in his office was, or else you might have to pay for the repairs of the castle. Her face turned pale. He chuckled. He turned to the other two. As for you two, even if you three don't wish to be rewarded by the palace, at the very least you'd be fine with being the guest of honors for tomorrow's ball of frig? You be included as well, Miss Valier, he suggested. At his words, the redhead face came alight with delight. Oh, that I would not mind. She clapped her hands. It would be nice to be at the center of attention, well, more than usual. Tabitha only nodded, while Louise still looked pensive for a moment before nodding as well. Excellent. He clapped his hands together. Now you three should probably leave and get some rest. Today's events probably took a lot of you. Principal. Louise took a step forward. Yes. The old man raised an eyebrow. See, can I speak to you privately after this? She asked. From how her eyes glanced at her familiars, Osmond knew what it would be. He smiled and nodded. Of course, Miss Valier. Kerchie looked a little confused, but shrugged. She turned goodbye. See you later. She left the room. Tabitha's eyes turned to her and gave a grunt, before quickly following after the redhead. When the two left, Osmond asked, What do you wish to talk about, Miss Valier? I would first like to apologize. She gave a bow. In my attempts to help, I was the one that casted the fireball that damaged your room, Principal Osmond. He was aware of her familiar looking at the ground, mimicking her bow. After a moment, the void vessel that had been sitting in the vault did the same. I see. Well, that explained how the flames managed to burn through his room so easily. He nodded his head. Well, considering the damage that you did to my office, you show remarkable power for... He looked her in the eye, Water Mage. This was it, whether or not she simply wanted to apologize, or that if he needed to explain to her about her familiar. She flinched at his words at first. She raised her head. About that Principal Osmond, she looked a little unsure to continue. The Valier took a deep breath. I don't think that I'm a water mage, and that my familiar is a water spirit. Oh, Osmond raised an eyebrow and leaned forward. And what has led you to this conclusion, Miss Valier? Bug's abilities that it showed today aren't exactly related to any water spells that I know of. She turned to her, still bowing, familiar, and then looked at the other void vessel. And my suspicions were only increased by the appearance of, she pointed to the void vessel that, carrying a soul wand, when everything that I know about water spirits tell me that they don't require a catalyst to use their magic. A very good observation, Louise. Osmond nodded. But since you're telling me all of this, I assume that you know of your familiar and that creature's true species. At the question, the small mage seemed to clam up. Her eyes darted from the two small creatures at her side, and then to him rapidly. WWL, UC Pre-Principal Osmond. She stuttered nervously, B-Bugs re-real. She shut her eyes and gritted her teeth. Miss Valier, if you are unsure, you do not have to say it. He tried to reassure her. She opened her eyes, and once again she turned them to her familiar. Once again her nervous posture relaxed, and she sighed. Before I do, can you promise me something, Principal Osmond? She asked. When he nodded his head, she continued, What I might tell you could be, no, is blasphemous. But I feel like I should tell you about it. Osmond stayed quiet, simply waiting for her explanation. She gulped down her nerves. While I first summoned Bug, it talked to me in my mind. It asked who I was, and then she looked him in the eye. It called itself a being born of God and void. She lowered her head. After that, Bug said that I was the same. It said that I was a creature of the void as well. There was a moment of silence as she finished her explanation. Neither of them spoke. Louise simply kept her gaze on the floor underneath her, while he himself was staring at her with a neutral look. A smile grew on his face. Well now, that's a very interesting thing to say, Miss Valier. He nodded his head. And indeed, something very blasphemous to claim that not only is your familiar made of the long-lost fifth element of the void, but to also say that you are a user of said element by association. His tone turned dark. Such a claim can be very dangerous if said to the wrong person. He waited for a reaction, for her to take back her words. But she didn't. Instead, she raised her head and stared at him resolutely. I understand that, Principal Osmond, but after today and seeing my familiar do such acts, I couldn't simply just hide behind the illusion that it was just a water spirit. She took a step forward. I needed to know if it was something else, and the only thing else that I knew about it was what it told when I first summoned it. Osmond's smile grew. Well, lucky for you, Miss Valier, that you were completely correct. Louise blinked, huh? The old man stood up and walked around his table. While I am unsure about it being born of God, your claim of it being made of void is correct. He stopped in front of the void vessel that he had kept in the vault the day after you summoned your familiar. Professor Colbert brought in a book that detailed what your familiar was. The old man looked down, and smiling fondly at the void vessel that had saved his life. They're called void vessels, and within their shells is the void itself. It lifted its head and stared at him with a pair of empty eye sockets. He turned to the Valier and nodded his head at her shocked look. And yes, Miss Valier, by extension that does mean that you are a void mage. She took a step back as her eyes widened even further. A hand went to her chest as her breathing suddenly grew rapid. I'm a void mage, she said in disbelief. Exactly, he nodded. I initially wanted to keep this a secret matter, claiming that student is a user of the long-lost fifth element can lead to adverse effects. He shook his head, but since you came and asked, I feel that you should know the truth. But Ms. Valliere, I must warn you. His tone turned serious. Be very careful with who you tell of this information. At best, people would not believe you. However, in the worst-case scenario, you can, and will those that wish to use your abilities for themselves, his eyes narrowed into a glare, or kill you. Louise could only nod. Good, he smiled. Well, I hope that you were satisfied with the answer that you received. Louise paused, finally calming down. The hand by her chest clenched into a fist. Yes, I was. She bowed. Thank you, Principal Osmond. When she turned to leave, the void vessel that was her familiar followed her, as did the one that had saved his life. Hold on a moment, Miss Valliere, he called out to her before she could leave. May I speak with the void vessel with you? He asked. You want to talk with Bug? She asked, turning to her familiar. No. He shook his head. I just want to speak with the one with your familiar. The four-horned void vessel turned to him. Crouching so that he could be closer in height, Osmond looked it in its empty eyes. Do you remember me, little one? From 30 years ago, when you saved me life? It didn't react. All it did was simply stare at him. I didn't think so. He shook head. Well, even if you don't, I still remember what you've done to this day. So allow me to say, thank you for saving my life. The four-horned vessel looked at him for a moment, and then nodded. Osmond smiled. Scene. Later that night, Louise was in her room. Her familiar, and its new sibling, was sitting in front of her. All three of them were sitting on her bed. She reached out and grabbed her familiar's arm. Bug, we need to talk. Scene. Lawrence. Yes, Princess. Count Mott's estate is nearby, correct? De monsieur. Yes, him. He should be Princess. Good. Make preparations to head there when we rest for the night. Princess, I need to send a message to someone. Chapter 18. You want to talk? Yes. Louise nodded at her familiar's question. She turned her head to the other void vessel sitting on her bed and held out her other hand towards it. It looked at her hand for a moment, only grabbing it when she coughed and jerked her head towards it. She nodded again, and then turned her attention back to her familiar. I realized that, after about a week, I don't really know anything about you. She admitted, despite the fact that we're supposed to be partners for life as familiar and mage. I don't even know what you were until today. She shook her head. Well, not anymore. Starting today, I want to understand you. She paused and would have scratched the back of her neck if her hands were free. Well, as much as I can understand. This way I can at least know who my familiar is. She turned to the other void vessel and its new friend. It tilted its head. You wish to understand us? A new voice rang in her head. At first, she simply assumed that it was Bug. It sounded the same, in the sense that it had no actual voice, and it felt as if the words themselves were imprinted in her head to understand them. But even though the soundless sound was the same, she couldn't help but feel that this new voice was just lesser than her familiars. Was that you? She asked the other occupant in her room. It straightened its head and then nodded. She smiled, glad to know that you can talk as well. To understand our words. You are a creature of the void. Once more Louise nodded her head. I suppose I am. Giving less focus to the other void vessels, she looked at the two. Bug met her gaze and asked, what do you wish to know? Scene. Well, for starters, what are you? We are vessels. The lumafly flew around mindlessly within its lantern. The glow from its body illuminated a good portion of the room, which included the pages of the many books strewn about on the table and the balding man. Jean Colbert was looking over a couple of books, his eyes moving from one book to another as his eyebrows furrowed further as he read both of the books. On his left was the elven bestiary book that he had read up when the young Louise had summoned her familiar. On his right was another book, The Legend of the Void, details on what they knew about the founder Bremere and his own familiars. The latter had nothing new to his knowledge. Bremere had 4 familiars, each one enhanced by the runes that granted them power. Gandalf, the left hand of God, said to be able to master any weapons that they could get their hands on and would protect their master as they casted their spells. Windalf, the right hand of God, a familiar that could bend the will of any creature to their whim, so long as they were not humans or any race of similar. Maya's Nitnern, the mind of God, said to be able to use any kind of magical artifacts, a counter to the Gandalf, some would say. And lastly, the Liftersil, the heart of God, a familiar with almost no knowledge of their abilities. Because he couldn't get anything new from his books, he had to resort to the former as he had done before. At first, it was curiosity that had driven him to look up the creature, but after he had revealed the nature of the creature to the principal, he assumed that he could just put it behind him. Unfortunately, today's events had proven him wrong and made him rethink of his initial assessment of the familiar. It was a much bigger threat than he had assumed. Yes, he figured that a creature that was the same as the one that killed a dragon would be dangerous. But it was one thing to simply hear a recounting from a friend. It was another thing to see the aftermath of its magical prowess directly. So he was back in the library, looking over any book that could tell either about these void vessels or give him more insight about the familiars of a void mage. The only problem was that what he was getting from the books didn't make any sort of sense. No, that's what Principal Osmond said what you were. Last time I just listened to others. They said that you were a water spirit. I'm asking you, what are you? We are vessels. From the start, reading a book written by a race that hated yours was an unpleasant experience for the fire mage. Even if it didn't directly mention anything about them, it was just uncomfortable to hold a book that was written by a group that could and have slaughtered his kind by the hundreds. Despite that, the books themselves had valuable insight on the familiar. It was just hard to swallow, to be honest. Wait, so you're actually called vessels? It's not another label that we got wrong? You really are supposed to be vessels for the void. Correct. Our bodies are made of the void itself, while our shells are given by the higher beings. The void was a holy element. Throughout all of human history, only one mage could actually utilize the void. Brimir himself. It was powerful, an element that could trump all of the others. Fire would be snuffed out by void spells. Water would become still, the air would turn stagnant, and the earth barren. It was why some called him the prophet of magic, why he was considered a mandate of the gods. Higher beings? You mean like the born of God that you said before? Yes. Yet the elves themselves seemed to treat the vessels as a creation made to tame the element, as if it were any other element. An attribute that the void vessels had was an indomitable will, a malleable shell, and the connection to the void even when separated from source. And most importantly, total loyalty to their creator. The vessels aren't born. Jean muttered, they're created. A maddening thought that a golem or a magical shell that could hold the fifth element could be created. Our body is byproduct of two higher beings. The shells of the vessels are formed by the power of two spirits, both thought to have been lost to this world. That dissuaded his fear a bit, knowing that there less chance for more of these to be made in the future. But then there was another word that intrigued him, that the shells were made by two spirits. Children made by the spirits themselves instead of users was a new concept to him. The White Lady. Jean continued reading. The shell's malleability was given by the White Root, a spirit that could change shape and merge with whatever magic they could come across. This malleability is what allows the vessels to withstand the void, to not be overwhelmed by the twisted magic that rests within this element, to be able to change shape and use abilities not of their own. This allows vessels to utilize magic if presented the knowledge, so long as it does not oppose the current element of their bodies. It's what allows them to switch medallions with no ill change, whereas switching even the weakest of medallions would harm one to their very being. Well, that was worrying. And the Pale King. The shell's indomitable will, one that allows it to keep acting even in pain and distress, is given by another spirit. The Pale WRM, a spirit that could gift foresight if contacted and allowed one to remove and resist magic that would alter one's mind. This allows the void vessels to withstand the mental effects of the void, which would compel them to hunt down and kill anything that wasn't its own. While at the same time, the void vessels would not be deterred by repeated failure and hardship. The indomitable will gifted to them by the Pale WRM means that the void vessels are not afraid of injury and death. If it sees another being slain, it wouldn't falter and it would not be affected. Combined with the void's uncaring nature for everything else not its own, this makes it so that the vessels cannot be beaten through psychological moments. Jean's eyebrow raised. Pale WRM? These two higher beings are what spawned us vessels. The Pale WRM and the White Root. These two spirits once lived within the earth, but have since vanished 6,000 years ago. Another casualty that Brimir and the Void brought to this land. Scene? Hang on. Louise interrupted their explanation. She looked at the two incredulously. Did you just say Pale King? She asked, putting emphasis on the last word. Both of the vessels nodded. Louise blinked, as in, ruler of a kingdom king? She asked again, her eyes widening. They nodded. She leaned forward, her voice raising higher in pitch, as in married to a queen king. Bug tilted its head, while its sibling nodded. Her desperation peaked, as in produces prince and princess king. Is there another meaning for the word king? Louise turned to her familiar with a glare. She opened her mouth to retort, but found nothing. She sighed, good point. But still, an uneasy smile stretched over her face as she looked at the two. You didn't tell me that you two were royalty. She laughed, one that sounded awkward and nervous even to her. I summoned a prince of a kingdom. Her forehead immediately became damp with sweat. Oh, founder, I stole a prince. The two void vessels looked at each other, and then faced her. We are not royalty. Huh? She looked at the two. Bug and its siblings shook their heads. We are not princes. Vessels were not made to be the heir of the kingdom. They aren't, she asked. Her nervousness turned to confusion. But your dad is the Pale King, isn't it? They nodded. So, if he wasn't making an heir to his throne, why did he have more than one child? She questioned. To create the perfect knight to fight an ancient enemy. Scene. Vessels were made for a single purpose. Our shells and bodies created to be the perfect enemy for what the Pale King wanted to fight. The messenger gripped the reins of his horse as it ran. His eyes focused on the estate in the distance. The messenger bag slung around his waist was held tight by a belt, the contents within kept safe from elements. But the Pale King required a vessel that was pure. When he reached the gates, he pulled his horse to stop. The guards by the gates gripped their weapons tight as he approached. He dismounted his horse, holding onto the reins as he approached them. When he was stopped, he dug through the pouch by his side and took out a scroll. I come with a message from the princess. He informed them, showing the seal on the scroll. Both of their eyes widened. They looked at each other, and with a nod, one of them headed towards the manor. And one was chosen, a vessel that was pure, which was why it was selected to be the one to fight for the sake of the kingdom. Count Mott was a well-dressed man, as should be expected from not only a noble, but one employed by the palace itself. He carried himself in a confident manner. He made sure that his appearance was immaculate. In a way, some people might even call him arrogant. Count Mott watched as the young boy stepped into his estate. Once he was close, he felt his knees in a bow, and then held out two objects towards him. One was a scroll that bore the palace's seal. The other was an envelope. I bring a message from the princess. The messenger told him to be delivered to the palace messenger at post-haste. Mott grabbed the two and nodded his head at the messenger. What was his name? In his study, Mott finished reading the message in the scroll and looked at the envelope in his other hand. His eyebrows furrowed as he waved his wand. Immediately, a whole stack of paper flew to his desk, and with another wave his quill and inkwell put beside it. He glanced at the scroll again, as if to make sure that he had read it right. When the contents didn't change, all he could do was shrug. Supplies that he needed for the trip was written, as well the amount of gold for any expenses. Preparations for the carriage was next. No reason to show up to send a message in a filthy carriage. Next were the horses, the guards to be brought. The messenger wrote down all of the preparations he could think of for a trip such as this. When he was done, he called for a maid. He smiled as the meek maid stepped into his study. In any other day, he might have had some fun before he sent her off her duties. But unfortunately, today wasn't any other day. He gathered the stack of papers and handed it to her. Here. The maid looked more than a little surprised. When she didn't leave, Count Mott crossed his arms. Well, hurry up, go out and hand these out. And make sure you give these to the right people. She looked down at the stack of papers and then looked up. Are you going on a trip? The noble nodded. Duty calls, unfortunately, so I may be gone from the estate for a while. He stepped away from his desk and headed to the bookshelf by the side of the room. I hope you and the others can handle taking care of this place alone. Of course, Count Mott. He smiled contently as he heard the enthusiastic response. It always made him happy to hear them be so excited to work. Where will you be going? He plucked the book from the bookshelf. Even if he was going tomorrow, he could read up on the customs, lest he make a fool of himself and Tristram. He turned to her and smiled. Romalia, the Hollow Knight. Scene. Louise let out an oh. She nodded her head. So your father, this Pale King, he wasn't looking for any heirs to his kingdom with the vessels? Both of them shook their heads. A warrior king, Louise muttered under her breath. Okay, maybe she wasn't in too much trouble. If a king would be willing to have children and not let them have any kind of inheritance of their bloodline, only gaining them through rigorous efforts, they wouldn't mind if 2 out of 3 of his children was missing. Hopefully. After that, a thought came to her mind. Turning back to Bug, she asked, Are any of you the Hollow Knight? The sibling shook its head, while Bug didn't seem to react. We weren't chosen to be the Hollow Knight. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She leaned back in her bed, still holding on to her familiar and its sibling. Neither of them said anything, at least until Louise sat up again. But are you sure? Both of them looked at her. I mean, her face flushed slightly in embarrassment. Do you have any other siblings? Like anyone that's royalty? That way, if she did run into more of them, she wouldn't accidentally offend them. No. Yes. The two vessels looked at each other at their simultaneous reply. After a moment, the sibling bowed its head and turned away from Bug. Bug followed. There is another sibling that would be royalty. Oh, Louise raised an eyebrow. Are there more vessels? Bug shook its head. She is not a vessel. What do you mean? Louise asked. Her father is the Pale King, but she has a different mother. She was born of God and beast and holds no void within her. At that, Louise couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that even warrior kings, or just regular kings, they all shared the same libido of men. I should have expected that. She shook her head. You said that she was born of God and beast. Bug nodded its head. The Pale King of Hollowness and Hera the Beast of Deepness entered an alliance, on the condition that the Pale King provide a heir to Deepness. Huh. Louise was surprised at the explanation. It was rare that the male was used as a bargaining chip to gain alliance. But considering how weird Bug and its sibling was, maybe the kingdom was just different? So what's her name? Louise asked. For a while, Bug seemed silent. It looked at the bed sheets for a while, not saying a word. Hornet, the princess of deepness. Half-sibling she may be, but she is a sibling nonetheless. Once more the sibling turned to Bug, only to turn away once more when Bug met its gaze. Louise shuddered at the name, knowing how dangerous those evil insects were. A fitting name for a child of someone that had the epithet of beast. She shook her head, clearing it of the thoughts of insects. Her focus returned to her familiar, and for a moment, she felt a pang of guilt. Bug rarely showed any kind of emotion, besides curiosity. So the pause before it said its half-sister's tell was the only tell that it wasn't just an emotionless shell. Hey, Louise called out to the both of them, what are your names? Bug looked at her. My name is Bug, isn't it? No, she paused to look away. I mean, technically. She shook her head. That's not what I meant. Bug was the name that I gave you after I summoned you. And I only gave you that name because you wouldn't help with picking one for yourself. Bug tilted its head. But that was the name I gave you. She smiled. What was the name your father gave you? Vessel's discarded bear, no name. The sibling replied instead of Bug. She turned towards it. What do you mean? It stared at her. We have no name, as does every other vessel that wasn't chosen to be the Hollow Knight. Louise found herself at a loss for words. They weren't given names? Bug nodded. The Pale King only wanted one vessel to be the Hollow Knight. Her eyes widened at the words. Bug continued. The others that could not fit the criteria of a pure, empty vessel were left behind. It looked at her, US included. It took a moment for the words to sink in, and if her communications with her familiar didn't involve direct contact, she would have let go. Why your F dash? She gritted her teeth as she tried to force out the words. Your F father just abandoned you. She leaned in closer. Just because you weren't born pure and empty? The sibling nodded. After numerous attempts, only the Hollow Knight had the emptiness the Pale King wanted. A perfect combination of God and void. Bug. She turned to her familiar. I didn't let you finish, but you told me that your shells are made of this Pale King and White Lady, right? It nodded. Louise gulped and asked her question, so, how did you get your body of void? The spawns of the Pale King and the White Lady are dropped into the abyss. There they are born, they die, and then remade into vessels that can hold the void within them. Her breathing doubled. Bug. Her grip on her familiar's hand tightened. How many? It tilted its head. How many of your siblings were dropped into the abyss? Too many to count. The shells of those that could not become vessels are mixed with those that died, trying to escape. Just guess. Bug looked at her, then looked at the bed sheets, and then shook its head. Don't know. Too many to count. She whirled to the sibling. You have to know. It shook its head. Too many to count. But there were many. Louise gulped 10. Bug shook its head. More. 100. More. Hundreds. More. Thousands. Neither of them spoke. They nodded. Louise's heart hammered in her chest. How? She asked. How could I have your father kill so many of his children? Bug looked her in the eye. No cost too great. But they were his children. Louise shouted at them. Your siblings, your brothers and sisters. Both of them looked at their hands as he grip almost crushed the hands in her grip. Oh, how could your father just... Her voice trailed off. How could your father do such a thing to his children? The sibling answered. The Pale King wanted a vessel to fight an ancient enemy. Louise shut her eyes. That doesn't mean he should have done such a thing. Bug continued their answer, heedless of her words. A vessel with no mind to think, no will to break, no voice to call out suffering. Louise was silent. Only the Hollow Knight had those qualities, and it was the only vessel to be named and allowed to leave the abyss. And the vessels that weren't were discarded and forgot. The words were cut short as she pulled them into a hug. She didn't care about the horns that were poking her shoulder or the hard texture of their skulls. She pulled them closer to her, holding them tight to her body. No more, she whispered. You don't have to say it anymore. Time passed as she hugged her familiar and sibling, none of them saying a word. Neither of you are lesser because you weren't chosen, she mumbled out. You both deserve to live, as much as that Hollow Knight sibling of yours. Her hug grew tighter. You both and any other vessel deserve to live, no matter what your Pale King desires. She pulled away from her hug and looked at Bug. You are Bug, she stated firmly. You are the familiar of Louise Françoise Leblanc de Lavalier. Her voice shook. My map-making, water splashing familiar. She turned to the sibling. And you, she paused, just now realizing that it didn't have a name. It waited for her words. You are Sib, she told it. You are the companion to my familiar. From now on, neither of you are the discarded vessels of a Pale King. She told them both from now on. You are both the vessels of Louise Françoise. Her gaze turned intense as she held the two in front of her. "And I swear on my name as a Valier, I will not abandon you or any other vessel that I find in the future. Is that clear?" Bug and Sib both looked at each other and nodded. "Good." She smiled and pulled them into another hug. Chapter 19. She was walking down an old path. The grass was overgrown, reaching up to her knees. The vines overhead also reached down far enough that they smacked in her chest every time she passed by one. Where is she? She didn't really know. All she knew was that she was following a tug at the end of the path that she was taking. It was guiding her forward. She stopped. The tug suddenly became weaker. It was there, but much fainter than it was a second ago. She followed the weaker source. Something glinted in front of her. It approached her. Seen? Louise opened her eyes, and a yawn immediately followed. She smacked her lips as her blurry vision stared up at her ceiling. She blinked a few times and let out a low groan at the prospect of getting up from her bed. Rolling to her side, the girl jerked in place when she saw something on her bed. A pair of empty eye sockets stared at her lifelessly. It took her a moment to realize that she was staring into Sib's eyes, and she relaxed. She sighed and stared into the vessel's eye socket. She blinked and then flipped to the other side, hoping to continue her sleep, only to once again jerk in place at another pair of empty eye sockets, this time belonging to her familiar. Louise stared wide-eyed at her familiar as she waited for her heart to stop trying to jump out of her chest. After a couple more moments, she had calmed down. With the sleepiness shocked out of her, Louise sighed and sat up. She stared at her closet with an annoyed half-glare. Turning her head, she saw that the sun was already up, not high enough that she'd be late for breakfast. But if she took another nap, she'd definitely miss it. She groaned and mentally prepared herself to get up. At the sound from her mouth, both of the vessels on her bed awoke, both of them rising up from their sides and standing up at attention almost immediately. They both stood at her sides and, as usual, stared at her. "Morning vessels, huh?" she said with a smile. Sib jumped from her bed and started to walk around her room. It reached for the soul wand on its back when it approached her closet. "Hey," she snapped. It released its grip and turned to her. "No." She pointed at it, "No wrecking my stuff with the soul wand." She turned to Bug. "I already know what Bug can do on its own." She glared at Sib, "So I don't want to see what you can do with the soul wand." It drew the wand and looked at it before it kept it behind its back and walked away from the closet. She sighed and smiled as it explored her room. Turning to her familiar, Bug was still at her side, staring at her. She gave a pat on its head. "Did you sleep well?" It didn't react. She rolled her eyes and poked its stomach. "Had a nice sleep?" Vessels don't require sleep. Her smile was pulled down into a frown. Is that a vessel thing? Or is that a what should be expected of a pure vessel thing? She asked. Bug tilted its head up for a moment before it looked down. "I am unsure." She smiled and then bent her body so that she could see the haystack that had been sitting by her bed for the past week. The sight of the piles of straw twisted her stomach in guilt, and she looked back at her familiar and looked it in the eye. "I'm getting you to a bed." The sound of a crash caused her to turn to her study, and her mouth fell open when she saw Sib had knocked over the books on top of it. As if sensing her, Sib turned to face her. She grounded her teeth, or a mattress. She jumped out of bed, aiming for the four-horn vessel. "Don't knock over my stuff." Scene. Bug watched the conflicted look on its master's face. She was looking inside the hall it had been thrice, at most, before looking back at and its sibling. "You two can handle staying outside." Her worried gaze was more focused beside it, at its sibling if it had to guess, before it turned to it with an equal amount of worry, right? Bug tilted its head at the odd question. She had been fine with it staying outside for the past days. Why was she worried now? At her look, however, Bug merely nodded, something that its sibling mimicked after seeing it. "Okay." Louise took a couple steps back, still facing them. "Make sure you don't wander too far away, okay?" she warned. They nodded again. She turned away from them and entered. Bug turned away from the doorway, walked past a few of the other students that were entering as well, heading towards its usual spot while it was waiting for its master. Its sibling quickly followed behind it. Bug reached its usual spot to wait for its master while she ate. Some of the beast that waited with it was already there, miling about. The mole, Verdante as it was called, flinched on sight. Quickly it burrowed underground, and from how the earth was displaced, took off running or digging as usual. Bug sat against the wall like it usually did. On cue, one of the beasts, the winged one that had taken one of the quills on its second day here, perched itself on its head. It tilted its body forward and stared into its eye sockets with their own pair of large eyes. "Ooh," it sounded as it stared at it. Bug gave no response and simply sat against the wall. Its sibling stopped in front of it, and it looked at the beast upon its head. The beast looked away from Bug and saw its sibling. Its wings flapped as it moved to change its perch, only to flinch away with a squawk when its sibling quickly drew its nail and swung as it when it got close. It stayed out of its immediate range, its wings keeping it afloat as it stared at its sibling. It squawked again when its sibling leaped from its spot and tried to strike it out of the sky. The beast quickly flew away. Bug's gaze followed it as it took a new perch on the second-floor lantern. Its sibling approached the wall and stared up at the beast. It jumped, striking the glass lantern with its nail, but couldn't reach the beast itself. The lumafly, now freed from its confinement, quickly flew away. The beast squawked and made to fly away, but refrained when the nail couldn't reach it. Landing on the ground, Sib looked upwards for a few more moments before it turned away. Bug followed, its sibling as it walked among the other beasts. The ones that weren't asleep all shied away from the vessel, while the larger ones merely watched as it passed them by. It stopped by one of the beasts, a four-legged one with a gray-looking shell that covered their body. Slowly it turned its head to face the vessel. When it raised its nail, almost instantly it retracted into their shell. The nail bounced against the shell, the sound of nail striking metal reaching Bug. The vessel watched as its sibling continued to strike the shell a few more times, the nail not dealing any lasting marks on the shell. After the 10th strike, the vessel stopped and turned away, prompting the beast to come out of its shell to glare at its retreating form. Almost in response, the vessel suddenly spun on the spot and struck with its nail, only to fail as the beast retracted just as quickly. The vessel stared for a moment longer before walking away. The beast again exited its shell to glare at the vessel. With that little display, the other beasts were proactive in getting out of the vessel's path. Only the really big ones stood their ground, especially when it approached one and drew its nail with the telltale sign of a challenge. The beast simply slid away. It returned the nail to its back and kept walking until the sibling finally stopped in front of Bug. The two vessels stared at each other for a few moments. Sib drew its nail and pointed it to the side. Bug stood up. Immediately, every other beast around them stopped what they were doing. They turned towards them and immediately moved away from them. Its sibling dashed from its spot, its cloak extending far behind it. Its black eyes stared into Bug's own as it pulled its nail back. Bug's body shifted and dashed through its sibling. It heard the nail bounce against the stone wall it had been leaning against. Bug turned on its feet, its arm extending as it did, and struck. Sib jumped into the air, avoiding the arm that had extended forward like a needle before coming to a stop when it hit the wall, the tip puncturing the stone. It brought its nail over its head and descended in a quarter-circle arc. Bug took a step back, the tip of the nail barely missing its skull before it struck the ground. The vessel pulled back the arm, and its arm retracted, snapping back towards it. Sib barely had time to recover from its landing before it jerked forward. It looked down at the black object piercing its body. It raised its head to stare at it, before falling to its hands and knees when the rest of the arm passed through its body. Bug's arm returned to its normal length, the black appendage snapping back to its stump size. It looked down as its sibling pushed itself back to a standing position. The two stared at each other for a few moments. Sib returned its nail to its back. At that action, the other beasts relaxed. They looked around before they focused on the two. Both of the vessels walked back to the wall. Bug took its spot against the wall. Sib walked back to the beast with the hard shell. It retracted its head, faster and with a fearful look in its eyes this time. The sound of nail against its shell echoed out in the courtyard. A fair distance away from the group, the mole's head popped up from the ground, and its brown eyes stared into Bug. The rest of the beasts around them very carefully edged away from it. The only exception was an odd-looking snail, the size of a lumafly lantern, slowly making its way towards the vessel. It didn't have arms or legs. Its eyes were at the end of the stalks that grew from its head. The only thing that let it resemble a snail was the spiral shell that it had. Reaching its side, the snail looked up at Bug and stared at it. "Seen? So you're really keeping both of them?" Kerchie asked as she saw the two creatures stood on the chair next to Louise. "Yeah," Louise smiled. "You saw what Bug and Sib did back when the guard tried to separate them." Kerchie shuddered, her eyes landing on the soul wand, such a precious artifact, used like a common blade. She let out a depressed sigh, one that she cut short as her eyebrows furrowed. Her eyes turned from the soul wand and asked, "Did you call it Sib?" "Yeah." Louise turned towards the one with four horns with a surprisingly sweet smile. "Since it would be staying with me and Bug, I figured to give a name." "Sib." Kerchie said the name as she tapped the bottom of her lip. "Sib, Sib, Sib." Then she blinked, her eyes widening. "Sib, as in sibling?" she asked with an amused smile. Louise tilted her head. "Yeah, I guess." Kerchie turned to the two creatures sitting next to her. "You decided to call the what looks like sibling to your familiar Sib." Her focus then turned to the one that was staring blankly outside the window at the sun. "While you call your actual familiar that looks like a bug?" She started to giggle. "You're very lazy at picking names, Louise." The small mage I twitched. "Oh yeah." She pointed at the salamander at the Germanian's feet. "Like you wanted to talk, calling your fire-breathing salamander flame." The salamander in question raised its head at its name being called, before it resting its head back on the ground. Huh. Kerchie threw her head back and laughed. At least my name has something to do with the element of my familiar. She looked her in the eye. What does Bug and Sib have anything to do with water spirits? At the words, to her surprise, Louise's face fell and she averted her eyes. Yeah, her voice dropped. I guess their names don't have anything to do with them, I guess. A scoff was heard for both Tabitha and Montmorency, the blue-haired student not looking up from her book. Montmorency, however, had turned towards Louise, her face pulled in a snarl. You're right, Louise, she bit out. Your name has nothing to do with water spirits, especially since they aren't ones. Oh boy, Kerchie got ready for an explosion, a metaphorical one this time instead of a literal one from the Valier, only to blink in surprise when she heard a sigh instead. She rested her face in her palm and looked away from them. You wouldn't be the first to doubt that. She turned to them, and despite her somber tone, though I might agree with you a bit, these don't look like water spirits. But even if they aren't, Bug turned to face her and tilted its head. They're mine nuthless. Oh, the blonde water mage looked more than a little surprised at the subdued response. She scratched the back of her head well. She paused and looked away sheepishly. I'll be honest, Louise, I expected stronger response from you. For a moment, a conflicted look appeared on Louise's face, one that vanished as the mage simply shrugged and looked towards the front of the classroom. I guess yesterday was kind of an eye-opener for me. No kidding, Kerchie muttered. Their conversation, however, came to an end when Professor Levi entered and started the class. Scene? She looked at herself in the mirror. She spun in place. The pink dress fluttered as she twirled, and she came to a stop as she faced the mirror. It was one of her nicer dresses, fit for a ball she'd be attending. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail with a golden circlet keeping it place. A golden necklace glinted in the light of her room. She smiled. So, she turned to face her familiar and its sibling. How do I look? Both of them stared silently, causing Louise to turn away with a blush on her face, right? Stupid question. She shook her head and admired herself in the mirror one more time. From where she was standing, she could see herself from head to toe. For a moment, she imagined that another person was with her, standing by her side with a wide-brimmed hat and long gray hair. She giggled a bit, and her imagination dispelled the phantom figure, leaving only herself in the mirror. Right. She took a deep breath. I'm going to try to enjoy the ball. She pointed at the two. You guys, however, she trailed off. Actually, I'm not sure if I want to bring you guys to the ball, she said out loud. Neither of them really reacted, simply following her as she took a seat. Louise let out a sigh. I mean, it's not like you guys eat anything solid, so you can't enjoy the food. And I doubt that they'd let me put you two in the punch bowl. She turned to Sib and frowned. You're still rowdy, though I can't blame you since you've probably been locked in the vault for 30 years. She recalled earlier when another student caught Sib striking the shell of a tortoise that was their familiar. Stuck between horrified, as well as insulted at her familiar using the soul wand like a common blade again, she had to apologize profusely to them. Thankfully, the tortoise wasn't harmed, only a little bit shaken at having its shell struck so many times. She eyed the vessel warily, wondering if she should take the soul wand away, partially to stop it from hurting anyone as well as property damage. The rest was that she wondered how her spells would work with it as a catalyst. And I'd feel bad if you guys stay locked in my room for the night, she hummed and tried to think of a solution. She looked between the two before landing on Bug. A smile stretched over her face. I know. How about you show it around the school, Bug? Her familiar looked her in the eye and nodded. Louise smiled. Later in the night, Louise was having an enjoyable time at the ball. Here nobody seemed to think of her as Louise the Zero, even if the jeers had been reduced after her and Bug's performance yesterday. She was asked to dance more than a couple of times, enough to give her a happy buzz for the rest of the night. Eventually, she found herself sitting at a table with Kerchie and Tabitha. The former was nursing a drink, while the latter was eating a piece of mutton that seemed larger than she was. Having fun, Kerchie asked, sipping her drink. Louise laughed. Yeah. She rolled her shoulders. It feels nice to relax after everything that happened. Uh-huh, Kerchie nodded. She tilted her head and pointed at her with her free hand. Where's your familiar and its sibling? Did you leave them in your room? No. She shook her head. I'll let them roam around the school for tonight. Tabitha looked up from her food and raised an eyebrow. Is that wise? Bug's map of the school is basically complete, so I doubt it'll get lost. She waved her hand dismissively. And Sib seems to follow Bug around, who I gave orders not to break anything. Bug can follow orders pretty well, so I'm not worried. Tabitha stared at her for quite a while. She took a large bite from the mutton on her plate and looked away, mumbling something that she couldn't make out. Scene. Longueville woke up to the sound of the infirmary door opening. The former secretary of the academy turned her head to face the door, here to check up on me do dash. Her words died in her throat as she saw two childlike figures enter. When they stopped by the foot of her bed, she raised an eyebrow. Isn't there supposed to be a guard at the door? On cue, a loud snore told her of the state of the security of the academy. She sighed and looked at the ceiling, wondering how she had managed to get caught. The bed beside her creaked, and she saw the familiar bounce on the mattress. Each jump was more than thrice its height. After a couple of moments, its body shifted and dashed to another bed and repeated the process. Right. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep, that's why. Scene. Marion, are you still up? The maid looked up from the mug that she had been drinking up, bleary eyes staring at the large figure of the head chef. Her eyes narrowed. Marteau. She slurred out sleepily, is that you? The chef had a worried look on her face. He stepped into the kitchen and looked around. He found no one else but the maid, drinking away on her own. Marion, are you still having trouble sleeping? He asked. Marion blinked and almost nodded off, but jolted awake at the question. She squinted her eyes. Yeah, she drawled out. It's been getting worse every day. She rubbed her eyes. I almost passed out today. Marion opened her eyes and stared at where the chef was, after which he seemed to disappear and she was staring at the empty wall instead. It took her a couple of moments to notice the hand on her shoulder. She turned her head and followed the arm to see the even more worried look on the chef's face. Marion, this is getting out of hand. He stated, maybe you should take a few days off. He advised her. Despite her current grogginess, Marion pouted at the prospect of having to take vacation days. Right. Marteau sighed and cocked an eyebrow. Let me rephrase. Maybe you take a few days off before you accidentally pass out and splash a noble in the face with hot tea. That made her wince. The maid sighed. Phythian. She rested her chin on the table and stuck out her tongue. I'll try to get some vacation days. She eyed the chef out of the corner of her eye. What are you doing here? I'm just checking on th. Whatever was the chef's answer was drowned out as the maid's eyes become heavier and heavier, and for a moment she closed her eyes. Sleep overtook her for just a moment. Gah! Marion's eyes snapped opened, and she let out a miserable groan. So close, she was so close. She glared at the lumify lantern in front of her. Maybe I should have snuffed out this lantern, she mumbled to herself. It's so bright it's almost like I can see it in my dreams. Chapter 20. Louise let out a long groan of relief as she lowered herself in the warm water of the academy's bath. The mage closed her eyes as she enjoyed the feeling of the hot water against her skin, relieving her of the day's fatigue. Besides her, Bug and Sib both merely stood in the comparative, neck-deep water. The two vessels were staring at the other students in the room, all of which were staring at them back. Is she still bringing her familiars here? Those things creep me out. Louise opened her eyes slowly, pink eyes glaring at the ones that said those words. Unfortunately, the ones that did already shut up and had turned away from her direction. Some of them were still whispering to each other, though none of them were loud enough for her to hear. The only one that was still looking at her was Tabitha. The blue-haired girl was already in the bath when she had arrived, and she had been staring at her from the moment she stepped in. She softened her glare and instead looked at the water she was in. Gently, she cupped her hands and took out a handful. She had been practicing her spells, as much as she could call it practicing. She was supposed to be a void mage, but insofar all the spells she could use were of the 4 elements. The only difference was that all of them were tinted black. And while it was nice to actually be able to summon a stream of fire when asked, even if it came with the cost of nearly knocking everyone out with the heat she generated from it, it wasn't exactly void magic. Even if she didn't know what void magic actually was. She sighed and ran the water over her face. Bug and Sib turned to her before facing the water. Bug lifted his arms out of the arm and rubbed its head with its arm. Bug pulled away its arm and then looked at it. Sib, however, just pulled its arm out of the water and splashed both itself, Bug, and Louise with the water. Louise heard a giggle from across her room. The source was a brown-haired student with a hand over her mouth. I don't mind them being here. She looked around smiling. I think they're cute. I just wish they don't play with the water so much. Another one complained. Almost on cue, she heard and felt the water splash beside her. She pulled away as she watched the two vessels face each other, both of them splashing each other as fast as their tiny hands could possibly allow, which was surprisingly fast for their little size. And there they go. Scene. She stood in front of her throne, her head held high as she reveled in the cheer thrown her way. Her ever-faithful companion sat by her side. The dragon looked at her with a bored expression, blue hair falling over the glasses. All around her castle, she saw the small creatures run around, their pink hair and Pink's eyes making them endearing to look at. She walked down the throne room, her footsteps clacking against the glass floor. Around her, salamanders breathed plumes of fire into the air, directing her away from her throne and to the world outside. Then when she stepped out of the building, the sun shined down on her. Immediately her gaze was drawn to the sun in the sky. It was majestic, splendid, as bright and blinding as the sun should be. For a moment she was transfixed, all of her attention focused on the sun. She blinked. For a split second, she closed her eyes. And then the sun was gone. Instead, the sky was aflame, the orange flames swallowing the star. Seen? Kerchie opened her eyes. She blinked once, then twice. She turned her head and saw that the sun was rising. It wasn't even noon yet. She looked away from the window and thought to herself, last class I remember was fire class. Louise nearly killed everyone in the room with the heat. So that means today is the day of void. She brought her hands to her face and pressed the heels of her palm in her eyes. That means I shouldn't be awake this early. Flame lifted their head when their master let out a groan long enough and loud enough to rouse the salamander from their slumber. Seen? Louise paused as she was about to snap the reins. She looked around confused as the sound seemed to echo around her. She looked at her familiar that was seated in front of her. "You hear that, bug?" she asked. It tilted its head back, paused for a moment, and shook its head. "I hear nothing." She turned her head over her shoulder where Sib was holding her by the waist. "What about you, Sib?" It didn't reply for a moment, but then also shook its head. "I do not hear anything." Louise pursed her lip. She turned her attention back to the road in front of her. Must have been my imagination. She lifted the reins once more. "All right, make sure you two hang on tight. I don't want any of you letting go until we get to the town." She felt them nod, and with a hi-ya, she snapped the reins, and she was off. To their credit, even as the horse underneath her took off with the speed as expected of its breed, neither of them were jostled and hung on as if they were experienced riders. Bug was shifting its weight with the horse as it pounded against the ground, while Sib was keeping a tight grip on her. "So what kind of bed do you two want?" she asked them. Bug tilted its head back to look her in the eye. "I am buying one for you too." For a moment she was tempted to look behind her, but she figured it was better to focus on the road. "So do you want a small one? A big one? Separate beds?" Neither of them replied, the trip passing in silence. She looked down at Bug. "Well, come on, don't just stay quiet. Say what kind of bed you guys want." "We do not know." Bug replied. "Vessels don't require sleep." Sib added. "Uh-huh." She glanced over her shoulder with an unconvinced glare. "Look, just tell me what you'd feel most relaxed with." She turned her attention back forward that way. "I can get you guys a proper place to sleep." She muttered under her breath. "I might as well get rid of that haystack while I'm at it." Both of them were quiet for a while. Louise felt a tug on her hand. She looked down and smiled. "You finally think of something?" Bug nodded. "A bench. I rested on them before you summoned me here. Will you buy me a bench?" "Sure. I'll get a dash." The horse let out a whine as her grip on the reins suddenly jerked to the side. The horse moved to stop, but she snapped the reins again, and it kept moving. She glared down at her familiar. "I'm not getting you a bench, Bug. I said I'll get you a bed so that you can sleep more comfortably, not get you something that makes you look like a homeless bum." Bug tilted its head forward. "Don't look so disappointed at not getting a bench." She scolded it. She sighed. "What about you, Sib? What did you use to sleep in?" "Wooden planks. It provided shelter. Will you buy that?" "No," she exclaimed, looking more shocked. "I'm not buying wooden planks for you either. The purpose is to make you feel more comfortable, not less." "Oh, don't you start sounding disappointed either," she growled. The young mage shook her head. "Never mind. We'll see what you guys want when we get there." The rest of the trip happened in silence. Scene. Bug looked back as they left the stag like beast in the stables, as its master called it, before it facing forward once more. It did a remarkable job running for 3 hours. It wasn't as fast as one, but it would have made the old stag proud with its stamina. It had told it that it was getting much too old for its age. "Make sure to hold on to my hand." Its master told it, "I don't need you two to end up wandering about and getting lost." She offered her hand, which Bug took as per her orders. Its sibling reached out for the other hand. Its master looked at her hand for a moment before she gave a sorry look at its sibling. "Sorry, Sib, but I need a free hand just in case." She smiled and gestured her other hand. "Why not hold Bug's?" Sib looked at her for a moment before it followed her orders. Bug held out its hand, and Sib grabbed it with its own stubby hands. "Good." She nodded her head. "Hold on to each other until we get there." She began walking. Bug and Sib followed behind her. Bug made sure to hold on to her hand, while Sib held on to Bug's. As they entered the city, both of the vessels looked around. Both of them had never seen so many people in one place before, at least not so many people that also weren't hostile. Every so often one of them would walk close by, and Sib would reach for its nail, only to let go when they simply passed by. Bug looked around. Already it was drawing out the path and layout of this city. It was a rather small city, however. Most of the buildings didn't seem to reach higher than 2 floors. An odd thing to see, sure, but maybe the City of Tears was just special with their buildings as tall as the main tower of the academy. Around them, they could see multiple signs, each one on a different building, with different people coming in and out of it. The building that had a big cross on its sign had people in armor exiting and entering the building. Another building had a large metal pot, not unlike the one its master had used for spell practice a few days ago. Then there were some of them simply selling things on the side of the road, calling out for others to buy them. Fresh apples, get your apples. Salted meat, kept fresh for days, edible for months. It was very noisy. At one point, they passed by a stall that was selling lumify lanterns. The stall owner was wearing a heavy cloak that covered the entirety of their body, while the hood hid their features. Some of the lanterns hung on the hooks, glowing their white glow, while others were displayed on the stall. It had few customers, all of them looking at the lanterns on sale. Whenever one would buy one, Bug could see the insect-like fingers poke out of the sleeves to hand the lantern and accept the gold. A sign hung by the edge of the roof of the stall. Sloven stall was written in its language. Bug stopped, as did its sibling, to stare at the merchant. Their stop nearly pulled their master to her feet when she couldn't pull it along. "Ard, Bug sib." She stumbled and yanked her arm forward, forcing it and its sibling to move. "Don't just stop like that." The two of them followed, watching the cloaked figure for a moment longer before simply following her along. "Let's see. It should be around here someone," Louise said out loud, looking at the sign of the buildings. Bug looked around once more and then spotted a building that had what looked like a nail on the sign. It tilted its head. "A weapon shop?" "Seen. WYRM, is that you?" Alan looked up from the book he was reading. He looked around the store that he owned, with a raised eyebrow. Pulling the pipe out of his mouth, the storekeeper called out, "Hello, is anyone there?" Silence returned his words. The man shrugged. "Must have been my imagination." "You wish you sorry excuse of a shopkeep." The voice called out again. This time, it was from the barrel of swords by the door, like you'd be creative enough to make up something like a voice in your store. Alan winced. "Bremere, damn it." He turned to glare towards the barrel. "Durf. You piece of rust metal. I thought someone had broken into the store." The voice in the barrel cackled. "Who would break into your shitty store? You sorry sack of meat." "You never know." Alan snapped back. He grumbled and shoved his pipe back in his mouth. The man chewed on the end of the wooden piece. Could have been a fairy or one of those damn talking insects that's been roaming the city. "Like you'd be important enough for a fairy to show up." The voice drawled out. "And what's your beef with those insects anyway?" The voice asked. "I mean, it ain't like they're doing any harm." "The hell they are," Alan growled. "Suddenly these things pop up and start putting commoners out of business with their stupid machines." He took a drag from his pipe and blew it out the corner of his mouth. "Now, they're starting to encroach in merchant territory." The voice was silent before it spoke again in a quiet tone. "Why not take me outside then?" Alan paused, his eyebrows furrowing as he stared at the barrel for a good long while. He shook his head. "I said I don't like him, Durf. Don't mean I'm going to start going out to chop them to pieces." He raised an eyebrow and bit into his pipe. "Even if I was, I ain't using your rusted edge to do it." "Worth a shot," the voice replied, losing the tone. "But since you're already here." Alan raised eyebrow remained raised. "Mind pulling me out of here so that I can get from fresh air?" The voice continued. "I mean, no offense to your store, Alan, but it's so dark and damp in here." The storekeeper let out a scoff. "Why would you need air?" He asked. "You're a sword, for goodness sake." "A sword that's been stuffed in a barrel." The voice replied back. "You sell swords. You gotta know what happens when a sword gets mistreated like this." A sob could be heard. "I'll never be able to go out to battle." "You ain't supposed to," Alan drawled out, eyes turning back to his book. "Only the truly desperate would buy you. And if they buy you, they probably die the moment they come into contact with someone." "PSHH, spoil sport," Durf grumbled. "But seriously, can you at least bring me outside?" "Why should I?" he asked absent-mindedly, not even looking up from his book this time. "Because unlike you flesh bags, I don't have lungs," Durf replied. "You want to guess how loud I can sing and how long I can do so?" Alan blinked. He looked up. "You wouldn't dash." "Oh, bury my mother," pale and slight. The sword began to sing, very loudly. "Bury my father," with his eyes shut tight. "And very off-key. Bury my sisters, 2 by 2, and then when you're done, let's bury me, TOO." All right. The man slammed his hands against his counter, teeth gnashing against the pipe at his mouth. "Stop fucking singing." He growled out. The sword went silent with a clink. He shook his head and walked out of his counter. "Of all the songs you had to sing, did you have to sing that one?" He reached the barrel and grabbed the handle of one of the swords. "What?" The grin was almost audible from how Durf asked the question. "Can't handle good music?" Alan rolled his eyes and pulled out the sword from the barrel. It was a single-edged broadsword that did not stood well against the test of time. From the tip of the blade until all the way down to the hilt of the blade, it was covered in brown rust. Not a single inch of metal was spared. The hilt of the blade opened, letting out a long, satisfied groan as soon as it was pulled free. "Feels nice not to be crushed." "Yeah." Alan glanced at the sword's direction before walking towards the door. "Don't get used to it, because I'm shoving you back in there the moment I'm done with this." "You're so cruel, Alan." The storekeeper pushed open the front door of his store and held out the sword in front of him. A few of the people walking near his store paused to stare at him, but continued walking when he didn't do anything else. Alan felt stupid, standing outside of his store holding out a rusty sword. To him, it was basically him advertising to the world that his stock was trash, and it wasn't. Durf, on the other hand, was quiet. In fact, Alan had expected the blade to start talking up a storm the moment he stepped outside. He looked at the blade in his hands, a curious look on his face as the sword was completely and utterly silent. Then it chuckled. Well, WRM, either you got smaller or you actually decided to pass on your legacy. Alan raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing, the sword quickly said. Hey, can you just hold me just a bit higher? Alan rolled his eyes and did so. Hey, you there with the pink hair. Only to jerk his arm back at the sudden shout. The small crowd in front of his store paused. The storekeeper eyes darted around, hoping to find who the stupid sword was calling out to. Yeah, you with the creepy creatures. Want a sword? His eyes landed on who the sword was talking to. His eyes widened further when he saw a girl with pink hair, a cape, and even from where he was standing, a brooch with a pentagon engraved on it. I may be rusty, but I sure can cut through dash. Shut up, you stupid sword. He hissed, his free hand clamping the part of the hilt that acted as its mouth. He didn't care. He cut the edge of his hand with the blade. He turned to give the girl Durf, was screaming at an apologetic look. I'm very sorry about that. He laughed nervously. I was just... He hesitated as he tried to think of an excuse, as well keeping a tight grip on the shaking hilt, just very excited about selling swords, you see. The girl's neutral face slowly morphed into a disgusted scowl. Without another word, she walked away from him. Too childlike, whatever those were following after her. As fast as he could, Alan stepped back into his store. The door slammed behind him, and that was only thing louder than his throwing the rusty sword in his hand into the side of the barrel where he had pulled it from. Ouch! What in the name of Bremir were you thinking, Durf? Alan demanded. He gestured to the door. That was ignoble. Do you have any idea what you could have done? Get you a customer? Durf replied in a bored tone. Alan narrowed his eyes. That's it. He grabbed the sword by the handle. I'm putting you in storage. Scene. I still can't believe neither of you answer my question about what bed you want. The two vessels walking behind her didn't reply. Louise glared at them. I hope you two aren't still disappointed at not getting a bench, or just getting scrap wood for your bed. Once more, the two didn't speak. Louise turned away from the vessels trailing behind her and kept walking forward. As she did, her eyes caught on to something she had missed. The mage stopped in front of a stall, her eyebrows furrowing at the sight. The hooded figure behind it waved a hand over there, whereas they coughed into their hands, interrupting their own words. Forgive me, they started again. Welcome to my stall. Louise, for the most part, ignored the greeting. She lifted her free hand and pointed at the sign at the stall. This says Sloven Stall, doesn't it? The hooded figure pulled back slightly. It turned to the sign and then nodded their head. Indeed it does. It faced her once more, the hooded head tilting to one side. I am surprised that a noble like you would understand my language. Louise blinked, and the mage realized that she was able to read the scribbles and nonsensical symbols. At least enough to understand those two simple words. She turned to the hooded figure and blushed. I got some practice. The hooded figure let out a giggle. Well, I'm flattered that you would do so. Once more they waved a hand above their wares. Well, since you are here, would you like to buy something from my stall? The mage looked down at the spread, and the blush and smile dropped into an unsure look. I'm not interested in a lumifly lantern, she told the stall owner. The hooded figure nodded their head. I suppose so. Then they leaned forward, but they whispered, since you were kind enough to learn my language, I might as well say that I have a secret selection. They pulled back their hand, and for a split moment Louise could see the decidedly non-human fingers pointing below the stall, a little bit of Hallownest away from Hallownest. Almost in response, Bug suddenly released its grip on her hand and jumped. It landed on the stall, forcing the owner to reel back in shock. The vessel reached for its cloak, and before she could say anything, quickly drew something on the piece of paper with its quill. She was about to scold her familiar, only for the stall owner to let out a sound. Their hands clapped together once more, and then said something that she couldn't understand at all. They nodded their heads, and the duck down. A moment later, they re-emerged and placed two. Well, the only way she could describe them were hooks. They were white, with a bone-like texture to them. The tip of the hook looked sharper than some of the swords she'd seen in her life. Once again, the hooded merchant made some kind of sound she couldn't understand. They turned to her and flinched. Oh, forgive my lady, they bowed. I was simply excited at the prospect of seeing something so close to home. Louise turned to her familiar, who had reached into its cloak, and, Bug, where did you get that money? Soon after, she was walking to the city stables. Behind her, Bug and Sib were looking at the hooks that her familiar had bought. Or at least Sib was looking at the hook. Bug still needed to hold both her and Sib's hand. She glanced over her shoulder and narrowed her eyes. I still can't believe that you needed to buy that. Bug looked up at her. Should I not have? Louise sighed. No. She shook her head. I'm not going to scold you for buying things. She turned away and looked in front of her. It's just, why do you need that anyway? And then Louise found herself looking at the sky, where the sun was still shining far above them. You needed to reach the sun? She asked, a laugh almost escaping her throat. Yes. Louise smiled. Well, I suppose I can't begrudge of that. Then a serious look came over her. But make sure you don't get hurt. She turned her head and pointed at Bug with her free hand. And keep Sib safe as well. Bug nodded. Very well. A familiar boy. Chapter 21. A young man awoke from his slumber. A pair of blue eyes stared up at the gray ceiling of the room he was sleeping in, and slowly the owner sat up. The view changed from the ceiling to the gray walls of the room. The young man simply stared forward for a period of time. After that quiet moment, he got up from a bed he was sleeping in and went through his morning ritual. The young man then found himself standing in front of a small mirror. Blonde hair that was once lustrous was matted with dirt and stringy from the months of rough treatment. Heavy bags hung under his eyes, with dark circles only serving to make him look more tired. Then for a moment the young man allowed himself to look as miserable as he could. His face nearly melted as he let out a deep and tired sigh. His mouth hung open and his shoulders slumped forward. For just a moment, the young man looked like the weight of the world rested on his shoulders. Then as fast as it appeared, it vanished. A steely look replaced the miserable one that was on his face just before, and he straightened his shoulders. He then walked out of the room. Standing guard by the door was a man covered head to toe in armor. He turned his head towards him as the young man left the room and nodded, "Good morning, Your Highness." Prince Wales of Albian returned his nod, "Good morning, Nelson." The two have walked. The castle halls were quiet, as they usually were. And soon the two found their way to the main hall. Other armored men were walking about, as were some of the maids. In the middle was a long table where maps and letters and plans were strewn about. Sitting at the throne was the king, watching over the group with a narrowed gaze. Wales couldn't help but turn to the king. His eyes then turned to the black metal torch that stood tall beside the throne. Even in the morning light, an ever so slight red glow could be seen. The prince turned away and looked around. A scowl found its way on his face. He turned to the armored man beside him. "The search party didn't return, did they?" he asked. "No, Your Highness," the man replied with a shake of his head. "Damn it," he muttered. He walked towards the table with Nelson following him. He paused and looked around. Did they send a ransom letter or anything of the sort? One of them grimaced and shook his head. He reached for one of the rolled-up scrolls and handed it towards the prince. Wales unfurled it. His eyes looked it over, and he resisted the urge to crumple it in his hands. "Bastards," he growled and tossed it back onto the table. He turned away from the letter and looked at the men talking around a map. As if sensing his gaze being sent their way, both of them shook their heads. "If you're going to ask if we have any kind of good news, then you're going to be disappointed, Your Highness," one of them told him preemptively. He looked up from the map, and his mouth pulled into a straight line. "We're losing ground, as you'd expect." "And that's not all," the other one added as he leaned back in his chair, "because unless I'm reading this wrong, we might have gotten our supply line cut off." "Of course we have." Whale pinched the bridge of his nose and walked over. He leaned over their shoulder to look at the map itself. His scowl deepened as the number of X's that covered the path around the church they were in. And true to their words, it appears that the one place that they could get food and weapons had been taken. "Silver lining?" The first one spoke. "It seems like the boys fought back hard enough that it'll be a while before they can use it against us." Whale sighed. "That also means that if they can fix it, they'd have a direct path towards us." The prince pointed at the few paths around the church that didn't have any X's and spoke. "We either need to establish a new supply line, or we need to find a way to survive on what we have." "Aye, aye, Your Highness." Both of the men saluted. Whale looked away from the map, and once more his eyes landed on the king. A smile slowly grew on the elderly man's face. Softly, he jerked his head towards the torch that stood erect beside his throne. "If you're wondering about the torch, you don't have to worry." He turned his head towards it and flicked it with one of his fingers. "Albian isn't falling to ruin today." Wales couldn't help but laugh. At least something here has good news. A few more others laughed at his words, and eventually the laughter died down. The prince's smile dropped, and he reached for one of the other letters on the table, hoping that this one had a better message than the others. Scene. Vittorio Cerevere looked at the envelope in his hand. He turned it around a couple of times before he settled on looking on a wax seal on the front, the symbol of Tristane stamped on it. He looked up from the envelope and turned his gaze to the one that had brought the letter. The messenger was on one knee as he bowed towards him, a hand placed over his chest. Vittorio looked at the letter once more, recalling that the messenger had told him that it was from Princess Henrietta herself. He placed a kind smile on his face and lowered the letter in his hands. "Please raise your head, Count Mott." The man before him lifted his head from the bow, but remained on one knee. Like many others, he had a look of awe in his eyes as he knelt before him. "Thank you for the letter." He nodded his way. "Such a journey must have been tiring." The messenger's eyes widened. "Not at all, Your Holy Eminence." He quickly bowed his head once more. "It is my honor to deliver a message towards you." The young pope could smile back and nod his head. He looked down at the envelope and peeled open the wax seal and took out the letter within. As he did, his smile slowly dropped into a neutral line while his eyes widened. When he finished, however, he readopted the smile and lowered the letter I see. Count Mott, he called out to the messenger. Taking such a journey must have taken a toll on you. Please allow yourself rest in one of the rooms here. The messenger raised his head and looked more than a little shocked. Quickly he threw his head down. I am honored, but I cannot, your holy eminence. There was a pause as he explained. It would be far too kind to have a messenger to stay within such a holy place. Vittorio's smile dropped ever so slightly, and he sighed. If you insist, however, I wish to make use of your services as well. He informed him. The messenger's head shot up, and his eyes couldn't have widened any further. If you are willing, of course. The young pope's smile widened as the messenger excitedly accepted the request. Later that day, the young pope still had the letter in his hands as he entered his room. When he did, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards him. The void vessels were silent as usual, only following the young pope with their silent gaze. One of them, a void vessel with 3 horns, had been standing on a table when he entered. It dropped from the table and approached him. It stopped in front of him and stared. Vittorio looked at it for a moment, but paid it no mind and walked towards the writing desk by the window. The void vessel followed him with its eyes for a moment, and then turned around back towards the table. The other void vessels didn't move from their spots, their heads following him as he walked to his destination. Vittorio took a seat and then placed the princess letter on the desk. He reached for a quill, readied an inkwell, and then began to write. Halfway through writing, a presence suddenly appeared in his room. The young pope stopped writing for a moment and looked over his shoulder. A large void vessel stood in the middle of the room, the horns that grew from its head nearly touching the ceiling. Once it appeared, the other void vessels turned their heads towards it and then moved. They surrounded their larger sibling and stared up at it. The large void vessel knelt on one knee and reached out to one of them. Vittorio stared for a moment before looking away. Vittorio was almost finished writing his letter when a pair of heavy footsteps approached him from behind. This time he stopped writing completely. You're back, he more or less stated. He turned his head over his shoulder and gave a small smile. I hope that you weren't harmed. The empty eyes of the large void vessel met his own. It shook its head, earning a nod from the Pope. That's good. He turned back to the letter he was writing. It would be a shame for you severely injured. A large hand placed itself on the back of his chair, and the void vessel leaned its head forward to look at the letter he was writing. Vittorio had to lean away from the gigantic horns that grew from the white skull, lest it poke his eyes out. He gave the void vessel an annoyed look. You don't have to peek, he informed it, and gently pushed the skull away. You can stand behind me and read. You're tall enough, aren't you? He questioned. It released its grip on his chair and stood up straight behind him. Vittorio nodded and then finished writing the final line in the letter. He placed the quill down and waited. There was silence for a few moments as he waited for the ink to dry, the void vessel behind him simply staring at the letter that he had written. Then a large hand reached for the princess letter. It then stopped as it was about to grab it. Yes, you can read that one, Vittorio sighed. It snatched it from his table, and not a moment later the sound of paper crinkling reached his ears. The paper was placed back on his desk, and Vittorio felt a hand touch his shoulder. He reached for it and held it. You don't have to worry. According to the princess, whatever siblings you have there is safe. He reassured it before it could speak. He released his grip, prompting the void vessel to do the same on his shoulder, and Vittorio looked at the letter in front of him. And besides, from what she's told me, there's more to the situation than just your siblings being in Tristain. Scene. Osmond looked up from the document he was signing as the door to his office opened. Jean. With a wave of his wand, he shifted the papers to the side and smiled. What brings you here? The fire mage opened his mouth, but took notice of the large stacks of paper on the desk. He gave a sheepish smile. Am I disturbing your work? Osmond's eyes glanced at the documents and waved his hand dismissively. I can take a break for a while. He stretched his arms above his head and let out a groan, though I've almost forgotten that I used to sign these many documents in a day. He lowered his hands and gave the document a rueful look. I miss having a secretary. Jean looked down. Yeah, a shame what happened with Longueville. Osmond shook his head. To think that Fouquet was under our noses the entire time. He picked up the pipe on the table and took a deep drag from it. Well, she's being taken to the palace tomorrow, so I might have to start looking for another one soon. Well, in any case, Jean approached the principal's table and placed another stack of papers on it. Osmond glanced at it and gave the fire mage a tired look. I assumed you wanted to talk, Jean. Not hand me more work to do. No, this isn't paperwork, Jean explained. He spread the papers out and pointed at one in particular. I've been looking more into the void vessels. Still, Osmond raised a questioning eyebrow. I thought you lost interest after finding out what it was. Jean pulled his mouth into a straight line. Let's just say that its performance at the familiar exhibition reignited my curiosity. Osmond couldn't help but glance at the middle of his office where the massive hole had been. He nodded his head. Proceed then. What else have you found out about Miss Valier's familiar? Jean shifted through the papers until he settled on the one he needed. Well, first things first, Louise's familiar appears to be some kind of golem made by two spirits or firstborns joining together to make them. He turned it so that it could face the principal. The reason the elves called them void vessels is that their skull, or shell, is an empty vessel that is used to contain the void and shape it into a body. Hence born of God and void, Osmond said, his hand stroking his chin. Excuse me? Jean looked up confused. Born of God and void, Osmond repeated, according to Miss Valier, that is how her familiar described itself. The elderly mage paused, and then looked up. Hold on, did you say that it is an empty vessel to contain the void? Jean nodded, apparently. It wasn't born with the void. These void vessels, I call them sort of golems because they were made to hold it within them and use it as their own. But that's not right. Osmond looked down at the papers, grabbing one and reading it through. You said that two spirits joined together to make these void vessels, correct? At the fire mage's nod, Osmond continued. Then what kind of spirits could be able to contain the fifth element within them? Do you know of any spirits called the White Root or the Pale WRM? I can't say I have. Osmond shook his head. I assume that the former is an earth-like spirit, but I've never heard of a dragon being a spirit. The smarter ones being able to commune with the spirits I've heard of, but not being one themselves. Darn it. Jean clicked his tongue. I thought you would know. The books don't talk much about these two. He shook his head. Well, never mind that. According to the elves, these void vessels are made to be able to carry the fifth element within them, to take on its properties and abilities. Furthermore, the creation of these void vessels also result in another creation, albeit one done accidentally. Jean shifted through the papers and pulled out one that Osmond remembered. It was like a void vessel, but it was colored completely black and had white eyes. Jean pointed at it. When a void vessel is broken, the void within them emerges and take their former shape, and they act completely different from before along with different abilities. Without the shells that to keep them in place, all that's left is a spirit made of the void, Osmond finished, ready to be made a pact with, or seal within something that may grant the one that sealed it power, or commune with it to gain their abilities, Jean said, like any other nature spirit. There was silence as the two processed the information. A physical body strong enough to take down even dragons, and an aftermath that allows one to utilize powers that would be dangerous from direct contact. Osmond smirked. These two spirits. I have to admit they are crafty to be able to harness the void in such a way. But I don't understand something. Osmond looked up at the fire mage. What would drive these spirits to create offsprings such as these? The elves don't say. Jean stated, apparently, these two vanished 6,000 years ago, and they're only finding them again 100 years ago. After that, however, a proud smile grew on his face. Despite that, there are some records that Bremir worked together with these spirits to tame the void itself to fight an unknown enemy. The elves? Osmond guessed. Jean shook his head, something else. He then sighed, though we don't know, as it was speculations of this ancient enemy that Bremir fought. The wind mage chuckled. It seems that the little creature that Louise summoned becomes more and more interesting each day. Yes, speaking of Miss Valier. Jean's tone became more serious. There's something else that I was worried about. The paper shifted and Jean reached a certain page. These void vessels. They are completely loyal to either who created them or, he paused and looked down at the paper, anyone that they trust. Osmond was quiet. I'm unsure of how Miss Valier's familiar has been acting, but void vessels have no desire of their own and can only act if they have someone commanding them. His fingers clenched into a fist. They question nothing and will follow orders to the absolute. I am worried, Osmond. Jean lifted his head to look him in the eye. From what I've gathered, these void vessels aren't just a way for spirits to use the void. They seem to be living weapons created for the purpose of fighting, and nothing else. Osmond leaned back in his seat and let the thought run through his head. A creature that could do nothing but fight, born for the purpose of battle and nothing else. The old man couldn't help but click his tongue. What a sad existence. Indeed, Jean quietly replied, to simply follow the words of those that they think to be their superior without question. He lifted his head. That's why I feel it is important that we take care with Miss Valier's familiar. Maybe, with enough effort, we can prevent such a thing from happening to not only her familiar, but the other void vessel that joined her. Do we have to? I am sorry. Colbert furrowed his eyebrows. Osmond shook his head. You must be more confident in the students, Jean. Miss Valier wouldn't use her familiar in such a manner, at least as far as I can tell. He then smirked, and besides, from the reports I've gotten, it appears that her familiar is already able to act on its own, so maybe we don't have to worry for such an event. Crack. The sound of glass cracking behind him stopped his words. Jean's eyes had widened while his mouth fell open. Osmond turned around in his chair. Scene. Bug stared into the room, past the window. Inside was the elderly man that it and its master had met after it had captured Longueville. Behind him was another man, one that it had recalled being there when it had been first summoned. Both of them were looking at it in shock. Bug ignored the look and instead looked up. It shifted the grip on the mantis hook that the merchant had sold it. The glass that it had punctured with it cracked in response as the vessel used it to proper itself higher. It cleared the window's height with a single bound and swung the claw into the stone walls. Its sibling was just below it, finally caught up and swung its own hook into the wall beside it. The two vessels continued their ascent, the mantis claw letting them climb higher and higher. And eventually, they managed to reach the top spire. They walked around the rounded roof for a while, making sure that both of their footing could be kept. When they were certain that they could move without any problems, both of the vessels turned and looked up. Sib reached for its back and drew its nail. The spiral patterns etched on it glinted in the light. Bug held out both of its arms outward, both of them extended. They grew longer and longer until they reached the edge of the rounded roof of the spire that they were on. Sib lowered its stance, holding the nail behind it. Bug whipped both of its arms. The two vessels stared into the bright form of their ancient enemy, staring up at the sun above them, and challenged it to a fight. There was no response. Bug titled its head, it pulled back one of its arms and swung it upwards. The tip of it cracked in the air towards its enemy, but it gave no response. Sib relaxed its stance. Bug's arms slowly retracted back into their original length. The two vessels stared at the sun, their enemy not even coming out to fight. No, it wasn't that they weren't showing up to fight. It just wasn't there. Neither of them could feel the presence of an enemy. Bug stared at the sun once more. The higher being that governed over the realm of dreams was no more. The two vessels looked at each other. Sib returned its nail to its back before it simply sat down on the tower. Bug did the same. The two of them stared at each other. Their ancient enemy wasn't here anymore. The sole reason of their creation no longer existed. Then they heard the cries of the one that held the void within her. Both of the vessels stood up and stared down at the sight of a pink head of hair. Even at their height, both of the vessels could hear her cries. Well, if one of the reasons for their existence was gone, they might as well pick another one. Both of the vessels leapt from the roof and fell towards their master. Chapter 22. A 6-year-old Louise was wandering around the gardens of her family's estate. The young girl had escaped from the halls of the house and had hid herself within the vegetation that was planted around it. "Louise, where are you? Come out now." The purpose was clear as she heard the shout call out for her. The youngest Valier hugged her body, eyes looking at the ground as she could hear the sound of her mother shouting for her as the footsteps of other servants marched around the area she was hiding in. Louise looked down and sat on the grass. Her small body meant that she could hide in pretty much any of the bushes without anyone noticing. So when two maids passed by her hiding spot, neither of them noticed. And from she could hear from them, it didn't even sound like that they cared to even look for her. Again, we go through this every day. How come Lady Karen keeps scolding her? Apparently she's no good with magic. A lot of good being a noble is if she can't even cast a spell. Oh my. Louise hugged her body closer as she heard those words. Even the servants knew that she was hopeless with magic. So when they left the immediate area around her, Louise went deeper, to a place where her mother couldn't scold her because she couldn't cast a spell, where her father could look at her with disappointment, where she didn't need to be compared to her sisters. The central lake, her secret garden where she could just hide there and forget about the rest of the world. Flowers, bright white and delicate to the touch, bloomed everywhere. Birds would rest on the benches and bath themselves in the lake water. And most importantly, was the small boat where she could hid away. She climbed onto the boat and snuggled into the blanket there. She remembered how her father would occasionally bring her and her sisters around the lake on the same boat. Even if there wasn't anything interesting, it just felt nice being outside with her family as they circled the beautiful body of water. Now she only really came here to hide away from her failures. If she failed to cast a spell, and she managed to leave before she was scolded, she'd hide away here and waited until her mother calmed down. Sometimes it would work, other times it didn't. So Louise Valier, the youngest of 3 sisters, sat in the boat as it floated around in the middle of the lake as she tried to hold back her emotions. It didn't take long for another person to show up, however, but instead of the furious look of her mother or the tired exasperation of her father. Instead, it was a young man who wore a dark purple cloak and a large brim hat that hid his features. "Viscount!" Louise couldn't help but call out in surprise, somehow recognizing the figure before her despite the lack of features. This was the man who she was engaged to, something that her father had done when she couldn't show any aptitude in her magic. He approached the boat and stood beside it. He raised a hand, pushed the brim of his hat higher, revealing a teen with white hair and a pleasant smile. "Are you okay, Louise?" he asked, concern present in her voice. The young girl couldn't help but blush and look away, embarrassed. "Have you been crying?" He asked once more. Her small hands moved to her cheek and wiped away what tears that had managed to spill, and answered no. She turned her head to look at him with a pout. It's just a mist here. The young man laughed, and somehow it warmed her heart. When his laughter died down, he extended a hand towards her. Come, Louise, your father has invited me today for a banquet, and I wish for you to join me. That was right. The man before her had been invited to these banquets, to draw her closer towards him so that she may be more willing to accept her betrothal. She hesitated, afraid that her mother would still be angry. She saw the young man's smile drop. Do you dislike me, Louise? Her eyes widened, and quickly she shook her head. Not at all, Viscount, she denied. She paused and sighed. I am just unsure. Then take my hand, he told her, and don't be afraid. She looked up at the hand and took it. Gently he pulled her out from the boat and back onto dry land. The young man smiled once more. Well, Louise, shall we head back inside? She looked at her family's house, and despite the dread in her heart, she nodded. She walked with the young man, and despite the hammering of her heart, she couldn't help but feel relaxed. After all, it was a beautiful day. The sky was a bright blue, the few clouds that floated by were pure white, and the sun. Louise looked up and just noticed that the sun was missing. Her thoughts were cut off when the bushes along the path to the house rustled. She took a step back, and the Viscount was ready to protect her. The vegetation shook, and then, Bug, her familiar stepped through the bushes. The void vessel looking around at the foreign area for a moment, before it turned towards her, no doubt hearing her excited gasp. Louise stepped past the Viscount, a smile on her face. She threw her hands around her familiar's neck and drew it into a hug. She held it close. It's so good to see you here, she murmured. The void vessel didn't move for a moment before it raised its hands to return her hug. Louise, who is this? The Viscount asked her in surprise. Her familiar looked at the man for a moment, before it simply tilted its head down to look at the ground. She pouted, but paid it no further mind. When she turned to the Viscount, however, she was surprised to see that the young man had a perplexed look on his face. Familia, he said in confusion. He turned to her. When did you summon a familiar, Louise? She furrowed her eyebrows. At my second year at the academy, of course, she answered, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. When and where else would I have summoned one? But that only made the man look more perplexed. Second year. You haven't even gone to the academy, Louise. Of course I have. She stomped her foot. I turned 16 this year. She trailed off as she looked at the 16-year-old face of the man that was supposed to be 10 years her senior. She then looked at her own hands, her own small 6-year-old hands. She looked up. I'm dreaming, and blinked. When her eyes opened, the young man had vanished, as did any other sound that had been present around her. Louise looked at herself once more. She was back in her 16-year-old body. She then turned her head, and to her surprise, Bug was still at her side. The familiar had lifted its head and was staring at the empty space where the younger figure of her fiancé had once been. It then turned towards her, tilted its head back, and stared into her eyes. Louise smiled. She reached down and gave it a little pat on the head. Bug, when I said you're supposed to stay close to me, I don't mean follow me in my dreams, she said with a slight giggle. She then reached down and poked it in its stomach. But I don't mind. Just don't break anything while you're here. Understood. She frowned a bit. Even in my dream you can't speak normally, can you? No. She sighed, but with a smile. That's fine, I guess. She walked along the path, now with Bug at her side. Neither of them spoke to each other, as they simply enjoyed the beautiful and oddly sunless day in her dream. She looked down at the void vessel at her side. You know, Bug? She called to it. It turned its head to look at her. When school lets out, I'm going to bring you here, she said, more to herself, really. She turned, smiling as she saw the flowers along the path. I feel like my sister would dash. Her foot brushed against one of the flowers along the path. Seen, Louise's eyes opened, causing the mage to wake up with a sudden jolt. She blinked once or twice and slowly sat up. She was in her room at Tristain Academy again. She looked out the window and saw that she was awake early since the sun was just beginning to rise. She stared out the window for a while before she recalled what had happened in her dream. She turned to the side of her bed. A pair of void vessel lying on top of a small, simple bed met her gaze. It wasn't anything special. A small wooden frame, a mattress, and a blanket in case they ever got cold. Bug was on its side, while Sib seemed to be lying on its back. After a moment, Bug's body shifted and it rose up from its side lying position. It looked around the room and then met her eyes. It tilted its head. Seen. Verdante, Goeche said in a worried tone as he watched the tired figure of his familiar. The mole let out a small sound, as if to only acknowledge his presence, before they slumped down on the ground. It rested the top half of its body on the grass and stared forward. The blonde mage reached out and slowly stroked their scales, his lips pulled in a line as he gently watched their eyes close and fall into slumber. Oh, Goeche, a voice called out from behind him, followed by 2 pairs of footsteps. Is something wrong with your familiar? Goeche turned and saw both Louise Valier and his girlfriend, Montmorency, walking towards him. The latter had her own familiar resting on her shoulder, while the former had both of hers following behind her. I don't know, to be honest. Goeche let out a sigh as he turned back to the mole. Their breathing slowed as it completely fell asleep. Verdante just doesn't seem to be in the best of conditions lately. They seem to always be tired all of the time and would sometimes just wake up in the middle of the night for no reason. Did you try asking Professor Colbert? Montmorency asked as she knelt beside him. Though she had admitted to him that she didn't particularly like his familiar's form, she was still worried about them nonetheless. Maybe he knows something about familiars being sick. I tried, but no luck. Goeche shook his head. Professor Colbert just seems to be busy recently, and it's hard to get his attention. While they were talking, one of Louise's familiar had broken away from its master and approached Verdante. Sib, he heard Louise call out to the one with 4 horns, "Where are you going?" The water spirit approached the sleeping, looking at it for a couple of seconds. Then it raised its small hand and whacked it over the head. The sound, a surprisingly loud smack, made all 3 of the mages pause and gape in surprise. The mole, however, let out a cry of pain, and immediately it was woken up. The mole's eyes snapped open. Goeche wondered if it was just the sun or his own eyes, but for a moment he could have sworn that the usual brown eyes of his familiar turned a sickly orange. It bared its claws and let out a growl that he had never heard it made before in the days it had acted as his familiar. The water spirit that had hit it drew the soul wand on its back, and away from it Goeche noticed how Louise's other familiar had lengthened its arm. Then, just as things were about to start, Verdante seemed to twitch violently before it went still for a moment. The mole then looked up and immediately recoiled at the sight of the 4-horned creature standing in front of it. Verdante! Goeche called out for it as it quickly tunneled underground. The blonde reached for the hole and screamed into it, "Verdante, come back!" "Sib, why did you do that?" Louise shouted to the one that had the audacity to strike his adorable familiar. She reached forward and practically yanked it by its cloak, and quickly she grabbed its skull and made it bow. "You apologize to Goeche. Right here, right now." The blonde pulled away from the hole and whirled towards the familiar, fuming. "Louise, how could you allow your familiar to do such a thing?" he demanded. "I'm very sorry," the mage apologized. She turned to the 4-horned creature that she made bow and hissed at it. "What do you have to say for yourself?" It lifted its head, completely pushing against the force of the larger noble, and turned to her silently. It reached its hand and grabbed her by the wrist. Louise's face scrunched up. "What do you mean it was a prime chance and you had to take it?" Her frown deepened as she leaned into it. "You can't just attack other familiars because they're asleep, Sib." Until finally she bared her teeth, because just attacking someone who hasn't attacked you is wrong. Now apologize. Goeche looked at Montmorency. The water mage had her arms crossed and an eyebrow raised. Goeche turned back to Louise and saw that she had picked up the 4-horned familiar and was holding it towards him. "Nod twice if you're sorry, Sib," Louise said. The water spirit looked him dead in the eye with its eye sockets and then nodded twice. "Nod twice if you promise not to do it anymore." The familiar didn't nod this time, turning its head to look over its shoulder. "Sib," Louise almost growled. The familiar turned back towards him and gave 2 nods. "Good." Louise nodded and placed it down. "I'm really sorry about this, Goeche," she said after set it down. The familiar almost immediately walked away from its master and peered into the hole that Verdante had dug into. The other one was also there, peering inside the hole, almost looking like they jumped. Goeche looked at the 2 for a moment longer, before he let out a scoff and turned to Louise. "You are lucky that your familiar did not permanently harm Verdante, Louise." He nodded. "I shall accept your apologies as well as your familiar's." The Valier let out a sigh of relief. "Louise." Both of their heads turned to Montmorency, her arms crossed and her eyes narrowed. Montmorency turned to him, a serious look on his girlfriend's face. "Goeche, I need to talk to Louise for a moment." Her serious look dropped slightly. "I'll see you in class, all right?" Taken aback, Goeche could only nod. "If you wish, Montmorency dear." "Thanks," the blonde smiled, before turning to Louise, her back facing him. Goeche could only watch with an awkward feeling as he backed away. "I'll see you in class then." He called out to them before leaving. The last thing that he saw was the 2 familiars dropping a pebble into the hole and then shaking their heads afterward. Scene. Marion hummed a tune as she walked around the city, a skip in her step as she looked around the stalls. It had been a while since the maid had taken a vacation at Marteau's advice. And while she was initially against it, mostly because she didn't really deem it necessary to leave the academy, she was convinced rather easily. It also helped that the headmaster was actually very accepting of her taking a break just after the whole incident with the thief. He even said that he expected someone to take some time away after such an event. It seemed that nobles weren't completely stuck-up jerks after all, so the maid managed to get at least 1 week worth of vacation. and to her surprise, it had completely worked. Her sleep schedule had returned back to normal completely. No more waking up in the middle of the night. No more feeling groggy. No more dreams that just try to blind her awake. It felt nice being able to walk around with feeling like she'd passed out. Maybe she should take more vacation days? The maid looked around, seeing the many things that the hawkers were selling. She saw one with fruits, some selling trinkets. For a moment, she paused at one stall, selling some more decorative lumify lanterns, not like the simply ones that had been installed back at the academy. The merchant wore a figure-concealing cloak, and the only thing she could see were the occasional glimpses of its fingers that peeked through. She considered buying one, if only for the novelty of her personal lantern. But she walked away when she saw one customer buy a lantern with enough ecus to last her a month. Marion then merely continued with her day, enjoying the bright sunny day. Oof! Marion snapped out of her thoughts as she bumped into someone in front of her. A reprimand was quick to reach her lips, but they died before they could escape it when she saw the billowing purple cloak and the fencing sword at his hip. Her reprimand turned into an apology as the man turned around, the maid bowing as she did. Forgive me, my lord. Great, even on her days off, she had to start kissing up to these jerks. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. No need to worry, a rather smooth voice replied. Marion lifted her head to see a man with long gray hair, a beard of similar color, and a wide-brimmed hat that hid his eyes. He tilted his hat upwards, revealing a pair of gray eyes. Despite herself, Marion couldn't help but stare at the rather fetching figure. She then shook her head and took a couple steps back. Thank you, my lord. She bowed again. I promise look where I am heading afterwards. The man let out a small laugh, and then turned away. She followed him with her eyes, as if waiting for him to suddenly turn around to strike. But instead, he simply took a turn and left without another word. Marion's heart slowed down, and the maid let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 23. Everything around him was on fire, the scarlet flames burning away everything that he had tried to protect. Pain, that was all he knew at this moment. The pain that coursed through his body that didn't even let him move. In front of him, he could see the ones that were responsible for causing the fire. The ones responsible for burning what he was trying to protect. For giving him this pain. A large group, all of them cheering as they continued to burn away at the precious objects that he was meant to safeguard. Then after they finished burning the rest of them, they all turned to him, revealing their faces. Red eyes with evil grins truly made them seem demonic. They marched over towards him, slowly, crossing over the corpses that were in their path, some of them even stepping on the heads without a care in the world. He could only watch as they surrounded him from all sides. Everywhere he looked, he could only see red, glowing eyes. He didn't even manage to beg before they all lunged and tore him apart. Seen, Nelson awoke with a gasp, his heart pounding in his chest as he took gasp breaths before he finally calmed down. The soldier swallowed the spit in his mouth with a gulp and looked around. He was in the infirmary of the castle, with a few others that had failed in their previous push against the rebel forces. There were others on beds like his own. Some of them were groaning in their sleep while others were silent. Nelson turned his eyes to the ceiling and simply laid there for a few moments. He coughed, which made him wince in pain. A hand went to his throat as he realized how dry it was. Water, he mumbled, pushing aside the covers. He stared silently as the bandages wrapped around his torso. His lips pulled into a straight line before he ignored it. The man sat up and looked at the table by his bed. There was no water there, and for what he could see in the dark, it seemed that there wasn't any nearby. Nelson grumbled out a curse as he slowly pushed himself off the bed and to his feet. He let out a quiet hiss as he could feel the wounds under the bandages complain. He made his way through the infirmary, thankful that they hadn't taken off his pants, and went towards the exit. Albian Castle was rather quiet at night, as opposed to bustle in the morning. Even then, compared months ago, there was much less noise due to how many of the castle occupants had been lost. The soldier shook his head. He ignored that train of thought and focused on simply getting a drink. He made his way through the halls of the castle, thankful for the lumify lanterns. Despite the fact that he had seen them numerous times, it was still a marvel to him. Mostly due to how such a commoner's tool would be used by even the royalty, especially royalty from another country as they belonged to a commoner village in Tristane. It made him proud to a degree. The soldier continued walking until he finally found the kitchen and left with a single glass of water. As he walked back toward the infirmary, a sight caught his eye. From where he was, the main hall of the castle was a simple walk down where he was. It was due to that he could see that the main hall seemed to be red. Nelson stood in the middle of the hallway, debating whether or not he wanted to see if there was an actual threat in the castle on his own, or if he should alert someone else. Eventually, his curiosity got the better of him, and the soldier walked towards the main hall. The red glow became brighter and brighter as he got closer, until finally his destination was just around the corner. His eyes widened when he stepped into the main hall, His breathing hitched as he gripped the glass tighter in his hands. The black torch by the throne was ablaze with a roaring, yet oddly silent, fire. Scarlet flames were reaching high into the air, illuminating the rest of the hall with the same color. But the thing that shocked him the most was the figure that stood by the torch. It was a tall, slim figure who had their back turned to him. Nelson gulped as his eyes looked at the shadow that the figure was casting and saw that the two horns that grew from where his head would be. He took a step back, and for some reason the single step that he had taken seemed like it was the loudest sound he had made in his life. A pair of red eyes appeared on the shadow on the floor, the same scarlet as the flames. They looked at him, and the next thing Nelson knew, he was back on the infirmary bed. He sat up, confused and disorientated. Had it just been a dream? His eyes shut tight as he reached for the glass of water by the side of his bed and took a drink. Scene. Princess Henrietta of Tristain sat alone in her room. She was at her desk, writing away at a letter that she wanted to give to a very important person. The princess' face was like a stone statue as the quill continued to scratch the letters on the parchment. Her writing slowed as she neared the end, and after signing her name, she gently placed the quill beside the letter. Her teal eyes stared down at the message she had written, skimming through the words as she made sure that she wrote what she wanted to write. After the third time, she nodded her head and stood up for her seat. The princess walked around her room until she was at her window. She pushed it open and leaned over the frame, her fingers resting on them. She looked out, seeing the open world outside, a free world that she wanted but could never have. She was to be a princess because she was born as one. She would be the one to lead this country because she was the princess. She would be queen once she was married because she was the princess. She was to be wedded to a man that she did not love for the country that she was a princess to because she was born as one. It seemed that all her life, she had no choice in the matters that would have been the most important. Her fingers on the window frame tightened their grip before she relaxed. She took a deep breath and turned away from the window. The princess headed back to her desk. The ink had dried and the letter was ready to be sealed. Once she holding the envelope that held the letter, the princess paused as the thought came to her. Who will be the one to send this letter? She couldn't trust Count Mott. Even with him still in Romalia, she couldn't exactly trust the man with the reputation that he had. He was loyal to Crown, but she wasn't sure that he could handle the situation she would be sending him to. Then a person came to mind. Louise, her old friend back when they were children. Coming from the Vallières, she was as loyal as one could be towards the Crown and more importantly towards her. She would surely follow her request to do this and still be able to continue even when she'd be confronted with the horrors that would become with it. She had even seen the magic that she had casted, the black flames that tore through the tower. She even had a familiar with magical prowess and abilities that would keep her safe. Her hands tightened, gripped the letter tighter as the image of the familiar popped back in her mind. Those empty eyes, that white shell, those horns, the ratty cloak, and most importantly of all was the soul one of the one with 4 horns. She winced as she recalled those features, standing in front of a burning village before vanishing without a trace. She recalled hearing those features repeated by a messenger when they had to describe the thing that had torn apart the merchant caravan. She could trust her friend. She could trust Louise with all of her heart. But could she really put the life of Wales in the hands of something that was the kin of such a horrifying figure? Her eyes focused on the letter, and she had to decide whether or not her trust for her friend outweighed her fear for the familiar. Scene. Vittorio stood in the courtyard as the 2 moons hung high the sky. The Pope wasn't alone, as behind him was the large void vessel. It was standing behind him. Its head was held high, looking forward. In its hands was a soul wand, almost as long as it was tall. Whatever light that reached the void vessel, it was reflected by the many carvings and notches on the body of the wand. The tip of the wand dug into the ground underneath. Covering the void vessel, past the cloak that it already wore, was a large white cape that hid its body from the back, revealing only its head from the back. The void vessel loomed over the Pope, nearly twice as tall as the young man, and stood still as a statue. The only movement was the wind blowing at its cape. Neither of them said anything, both the Pope and the void vessel standing silent in the night, until finally the young Pope turned around, craning his head back so that he could stare into the eye sockets of the void vessel. It titled its head down in response. "You understand what you need to do?" he asked. It nodded its head. Louise Françoise Leblanc de la Valliere, he said the name, the void mage of Tristain and master of the Gandalf, the left hand of God. The void vessels clenched its right hand tighter around the soul wand's handle. If what Princess Henrietta says is true, then we have found another void mage, he paused, and then continued, and possibly another one of your siblings, alive and a familiar towards her. You are to head to Tristain and see whether or not Louise Françoise is a void mage and the familiar she has summoned is truly the Gandalfer. If she is one and her familiar is the left hand of God, then you mustn't hurt her. His eyes hardened, narrowing into a glare. But if she isn't a void mage and her familiar isn't what we need, then she runs the risk of forming a cult that could divide the humans further. He looked away. Normally, I would ask you to do the same as you did before. Execute the girl and any of the surroundings that are related to her. The void vessel nodded his head, pulling free the soul wand from the ground and holding it to the side. He shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't have you do that this time. It looked at him, staring blankly with its featureless face. She's close friends with Princess Henrietta, the few that know about your affiliation with me. She is a student of Tristain Academy, and her death would be noticed unless she was to be sent in a literal war zone. The young pope's hands clenched into fists, and according to the princess, she is related to a powerful foe that even I hesitate to think that you can beat. It tilted its head. It pointed a finger at itself. I know that you are confident in your abilities, but it's better if we do not make any undue enemies, especially ones that can split the human race even further when we should be banding together. The void vessel lowered its hand and nodded. In that case, I only need you to examine her. The Pope explained as it stared at him, see if she really is a void mage. If she isn't, then you are to leave her alone. The Pope looked up at the void vessel. It was still staring at him without a single change in his pose. He sighed. If you wish, you can also take whatever or how many of your siblings is with her. It nodded, satisfied. Good. The Pope turned away from the void vessel. The messenger just left this night. It would take him a few days to reach Tristain at optimal conditions, a week at most. That should give plenty of time to go there and see if the princess is correct or not. He looked over his shoulder. This is your mission, my familiar. It knelt on one knee and gave a deep bow. It stood up and looked up at the sky. It stared at the two moons for a moment, and then it was enveloped in the same black ink of its body. Only the cape was left alone as it was covered from the top of its horns. Its eyes glowed a bright white, contrasting the color. Then it simply vanished, leaving the cape to be blown away in the winds. Vittorio turned his head forward, an impassive look on his face. It was broken when he felt a tug on his pants. He turned to see that the three-horned void vessel was at his side. Somehow he hadn't noticed it approach him. He turned away, causing it to release its grip on his pants, and walked away. The void vessel stared at him for a moment before it followed him back inside. Scene, is that the situation right now? Wards questioned the messenger in front of him. Yes, sir. The messenger nodded his head. There's been numerous attacks on the Albian royal family by the Reconquista. They are whittling them down day by day. The man let out of him as he examined the letter in front of him. At this rate, if they get attacked sometime this week, the castle could fall to their hands without effort. Indeed, sir. According to reports, almost all of their known supply lines have been cut, and the most recent attempt to reclaim them have been met with failure. Ward's eyes flicked towards the man, and then back to the letter, and if the castle is attacked, whatever is inside would be buried with them. Without another word, he crumpled up the letter and took out the sword wand at his hip. That settles it then. I must head towards Albian post-haste. He tossed the crumpled letter in the air and pointed at it, causing it to burst into flames. The glory of Reconquista depends on it. Chapter 24. Louise wasn't looking forward for class today. It wasn't the first time she'd have this feeling, with how often her classmates had mocked her for her previous lack of magical talents. There were days where she wanted to just stay in her room and not do anything. But this time it was a special case. The door to the classroom finally opened after she took a good moment staring at it with dread. The moment she did, heads turned towards her. When she stepped inside, she could feel the looks on her. Some of them whispering, as they usually did whenever she walked into the classroom, but the usual giggles were absent. With her being able to use the void as a secondary catalyst for her spells, the jokes about her lack of magical talent were no longer applicable. Of course, with the fact that most of her spells still had the same destructive capabilities except now translated to their respective elements. Some of the mocking of her lack of ability had turned to slight fear at it. It also didn't help that no one knew about it. So for all they knew, she suddenly gained a sudden, inexplicable boost to her magical prowess. But this wasn't what bothered her. Among the whispers and the fearful looks was one that was silent but terrified face staring at her from her seat. To be more specific, they were staring at the two void vessels that were following him. She ignored the look, as well as the furious one that belonged to her male companion, and headed towards her usual table. Bug and Sib following behind her. When she sat down, she could feel the gaze of another person. Her ever-quiet Tabitha was peeking over her book, her eyes following Bug and Sib as they squeezed past her to take their seat. The whispers eventually died down as the other students spoke about other things, but neither Louise or Kerchie broke their little stare down. The redhead was still looking at her, while Louise was more than a little uncomfortable at the attention. Eventually the silence was broken as Louise grumbled out, "What do you want, Zerks?" The Germanian's single eyebrow rose higher at the question, Really, zero? You're gonna just pretend to not notice it? Notice what? Louise asked in return. That you decided to bug me again, as usual? Montmorency, Kerchie stated bluntly, jabbing a thumb behind her to the blonde water mage's general direction. Something happened between you and her, didn't it? Her pink eyes widened, before she quickly turned her head away and crossed her arms. I have no idea what you're talking about. She replied. I did absolutely nothing of note towards Montmorency. She grumbled. Out the corner of her, as she spotted both Bug and Sib looking at her. Bug looked at its arms before it crudely mimicked her pose, Sib doing the same a moment later. You sure? Kerchie didn't sound convinced because she's been kind of a wreck since yesterday, when you two showed up late for class. Louise gripped her arms tighter. Slowly she turned her head and she could see Montmorency. She was still looking at her, still with a rather terrified look on her face. But alongside, that was a very tired one, to the point that she could even see the dark circles under her eyes. It didn't help that, even though she was looking her way, Montmorency seemed to be struggling to stay awake as Gueche tried to stop her from falling asleep. I didn't do anything to her, Louise repeated herself. Even if I did, she'd deserve it. That's a very dangerous thing to say, Louise, Kerchie told her. Does this have anything to do with Bug not following you into class yesterday? It has nothing to do with that, she snapped before she took a deep breath. Besides, I told you that I didn't do anything to Montmorency. If she's going through something, I had nothing to do with it. Her eyes trailed to her familiar, the two empty sockets staring back at her. Not me, at least. Even though she wasn't looking at their direction anymore, she could still feel the eyes of the Germanian on her. Any further attempts at interrogation was cut short by the teacher walking in. Louise turned her attention to the lesson, ignoring everything else as she tried to get her thoughts to the lesson. Scene. Later that night, Louise found herself in her room. She was on her bed, sitting with her legs crossed, as she stared at the other bed in the room. Her pink eyes met with the two pairs of empty eye sockets of her void vessels. Neither of them said anything, not that the void vessels could. Louise herself was silent as she contemplated on her words and thoughts, until finally she broke the silence with a Bug, Sib. The two of them raised their heads a bit at their names. You two are still okay, right? She asked. She slowly got off the bed and walked towards theirs. She reached for Sib. Her hand ran over its smooth surface of its skull before she went to Bug. She stopped as she felt a slight scratch mark on the head. Bug didn't seem to care. It just looked up at her without any change of posture. She sighed and poked its stomach. You two aren't hurt, right? No. That wasn't enough to dangerous injure us. Her eyebrows furrowed. No. None of that, only if it's dangerous nonsense. She stated firmly, did you get hurt from yesterday or not? Bug shook its head. IT wasn't enough to hurt us. I am fine. She gave it a look for a few moments, and when it didn't say anything else, she sighed. I guess I can accept that for an answer. Pulling away, she took a chair and sat in front of the void vessel's bed. Once more there was silence in the room. The only sound was her own breathing as Mage and Familiar stared at each other. Eventually, however, Sib seemed to have gotten bored as it walked off the edge of the bed and began walking around the room. That, however, left Louise to stare at her Familiar. Her eyes were looking over each inch of its shell before finally they landed onto their empty eyes. She blinked and then asked Bug, you said something about your sibling, the Hollow Knight, fighting an ancient enemy, right? It nodded. Is it gone? She asked if it was chosen. Then it managed to beat this ancient enemy, right? It paused before it nodded its head again. She smiled and gave a relieved sigh. So there's no chance of whoever was coming back? It shook its head. Thanks, Bremir, she muttered under her breath. Then she reached forward to poke its stomach. By the way, what was the name of that ancient enemy? Before she could touch him, however, she heard the sound of glass cracking from her window. She pulled her hand away and quickly stood up. Her wand was pointed towards the sound. She saw that Sib had jumped up, stabbing the soul wand through the glass, aiming to strike at a figure, and that was by her window. The windows rattled, however, and then flung open with magical force, flinging the four-horned void vessel along with its weapon towards her. Quickly she caught it, stumbling back before she recovered, and quickly pointed her wand toward the hooded figure with her free hand. A familiar hooded figure. Bug, as it usually did whenever Princess Henrietta was close by, looked at the ground, while Louise was more than a little surprised to see her friend in her room again. Sib, however, being absent from the last time she had entered her room, suddenly dashed off from her grip, soul wand high above its head. It sliced through wood and glass as the princess barely had time to dodge the attack. Sib, she called out for it. The void vessel landed on the window frame before it pivoted and dashed towards the princess, who was scrambling away from the edge of the soul wand. The tip of the weapon carved a line across her wall as it missed once more. Sib, stop, she shouted. Sib seemed to have heard her the second time and stopped mid-attack, simply abandoning the attack as it plummeted back towards the ground, right in front of the princess. "Oh my goodness, princess." She quickly rushed over to the down figure and held her. "I am so sorry." She apologized profusely. "No." Henrietta shook her head, causing the hood to fall to reveal her face drenched in sweat, as ever so slightly pale. "I shouldn't have just entered like that. I apologize." She looked at the void vessel in front of her with wide eyes. Sib, however, simply walked towards her and the princess, uncaring of the flinch it drew from the ladder, and placed its stump of a hand on her own. "I thought you said it was fine to attack those that were a danger to us." Louise could only look at the void vessel for a solid few moments, even forgetting that she was just comforting the princess as the words registered. "The princess isn't a threat, Sib." She snapped at it. She shook her head. "Why are you so quick to attack everything?" "Because if I don't, they'll kill me before I can kill them." "Well, knock it off. Just because someone is at the window or at the door doesn't mean that they're trouble." She then remembered that the princess was still in her arms. Quickly, she turned to her with a blush. "Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, princess, I forgot that." Despite that, however, she heard the princess laugh. The fear on her face was gone, and instead she just seemed to be happy to be in her arms. After they managed to right themselves, with Louise telling Bug to stop looking at the ground like it usually did, Louise found herself with the princess in her room once more. The princess was looking around and noticed the bed. "Oh, I see you added something to your room, Louise." She nodded. "Yeah." She reached out and patted the clothes' void vessel on the head. "I wanted to give them something better to sleep in." She shuddered. "I thought it'd be fine if they slept in my bed, but seeing empty eye sockets the first thing in the morning is too much for me." Henrietta giggled. "I see." The princess looked as Louise continued to pet one of the void vessels. "You must really care for your familiars, Louise." The Valier stopped her petting as the words reached her. The small mage smiled. "Yeah, I feel like they should have someone that should care." She shook her head. "But anyway, princess," she paused when she received a pout. "I mean, Henrietta, what brings you in my room again?" The princess' smile dropped, and she stood up. She then spoke in a sad tone. "I am to be married to the Emperor of Germania." "Married?" She stood up. "To some king in Germania?" "What?" she asked. Sib looked at her before it turned its head towards the door and tilted it when it saw the door handle shake. Henrietta's smile returned, although this time it was a sad and morose one instead of the joy that she had before, "because I have to Louise to make sure an alliance between Tristane and Germania." The princess told her of why such an alliance was necessary. The civil war in Albian threatened to overthrow the royalty and would lead to an invasion for Tristane. An alliance with Germania meant that Albion would be intimidated from attacking at best, or at worst, they'd have an ally for a war that would come. In return for allies, their own mages joining our army, and protection, Tristane would provide a bloodline of Bremir as well as open trading for our advanced mining equipment. Henrietta finished. "So it's something that you have to do." Louise said, "I don't like that you have to marry someone you don't love." To her surprise, she heard a rather bitter chuckle from her childhood friend. "Don't fret, Louise. I've abandoned the notion of marriage of love long ago." She closed her eyes and sighed as royalty. "I must be ready to sacrifice myself for my country, no matter the cost." Bug and Sib looked at her at the words that she had said. "But I didn't come here to merely give you news about my political wedding, Louise." She stepped forward and grabbed her friend's small hands. "But before I do tell you my main reason for coming here, I want to ask you something, Louise." What is it?" She stammered. "Are you loyal towards me?" The words made her blink in surprise. Louise stared into the teal eyes of the princess, hoping to see some kind of joke or mirth at her words. But there wasn't any of that. Instead, she was looking at her with a dead serious look. She returned the grip and nodded her head. "I am loyal to you, princess. To the crown, to Tristane." She leaned in closer and smiled. "And to my friend." They stayed like this for a while, before a soft smile appeared on her face. "I knew I could trust you." She pulled her hand away and took out a letter from her pouch. "Louise, as you know, I am to marry the Emperor of Germania. And obviously the rebels and nobles of Albion do not desire that." She held out the letter towards her. "When I was young, I wrote a letter toward a certain someone. I said words that if they were to be brought towards the Emperor of Germania, they would cancel out of the engagement completely." She then pushed the letter in her hands towards Louise. "So within this letter, addressed to Prince Wales, is something that must be given towards him so that that letter can be retrieved." Louise blinked. "But how can such a simple letter break an engagement such as this?" "The words I wrote are not something that the Germanians would prefer," Henrietta explained. "More so when those words are written to another prince. If he were to be captured, that letter would fall into his hands, and everything would fall apart." She looked her in the eye. "So that is why it is important that you retrieve the letter." "I'll do it." Louise placed a hand on her chest and held her head up high. "I'll get that letter for you. You have my word as a Valier and as a friend." "Thank you, Louise." But the single word made the atmosphere in the room drop as Louise looked at her friend with an unsure expression. "Why did you approach me for this, princess?" I'm flattered and would be willing to walk through hell itself. But why me specifically? Henrietta turned her gaze to her familiar. Your familiar is not a water spirit, she told her bluntly. Louise's mouth shut tight as her eyes widened at the words. I may not know what it and its sibling is, but I know that it isn't what you claim it to be. She stood over it, and once more Bug looked at the ground. I didn't believe that something like it could be a familiar because I've seen others like it. Stronger and more dangerous than your own. She turned to Louise. Initially, I was hesitant to trust you. The Valier could feel a slight sting. But then I remember that you said that these familiars of yours are loyal to you, and you alone. Is that still true? She asked. Louise nodded without hesitation. Yes, they are. Henrietta smiled in response, and that is why I trust you. With your own abilities that let you catch Fouquet and your control over these powerful spirits. I know that you can do this, Louise. She placed her hands on her shoulders. I believe you can. The Valier's face flushed red at the words. She turned away, embarrassed, although failing to keep away the smile on her lips. The moment was ruined when her door opened, however, revealing a nervous-looking Montmorency who walked in with a "Hello, Louise?" Montmorency, as quick as she could, Louise picked up both Bug and Sib and held them protectively in her arms. What are you doing here? Here to eavesdrop on us? No. Montmorency snapped. Then she noticed that there was a noticeable figure in the room. Her eyes widened at the sight of the princess, before S quickly bowed. Forgive me, your highness. She raised her head. I just wanted to speak with Louise, but I didn't expect to see you here. Henrietta was quiet before she spoke. How much did you hear? Montmorency gave a nervous smile. Before she sighed, I heard everything. She has been at the door for a while. Louise looked at Sib in her arms, and her mouth fell open. Why didn't you say anything? Bug came to its sibling defense with a simple. You said that not everyone at the door or window was a threat. Louise took a deep breath and just sat down. Scene. A woman sat quietly in her cell, her head resting against the stone wall as she counted the number of dust on each stone brick. As she was counted, she was jolted out of her thoughts by her cell door getting banged on. Peeking through the slits were a pair of large black eyes, dinner inmate. She sighed and stood up. The tray slid into the cell, pushed forward by some distinctly insectoid fingers. Her eyes widened. You're an insect? She asked in surprise. What's a tia? The guard asked. Nothing. She shook her head. Just surprised that your species would work with royalty, is all. The guard gave a shrug. We get treated better here in Tristain, apparently. Not that I would know. Never stepped a claw out of this country. The guard turned away from her door and began to walk away. When she was alone again, the woman looked at the food she was given and sighed. So, I heard, but I don't think Tiff would want to just leave Albian unless she has a reason. So the woman ate. The prison slop wasn't tasty, but it was enough to keep her alive for tomorrow. Chapter 25. She was back here again, standing alone as she stared up at the sun. The large ball of light searing into her eyes. She didn't want to be here. Everything about this situation, it tugged at something within her. It told her that something was wrong, and that she shouldn't be doing this. That she shouldn't be staring at the sun like this. But despite the tugging from within her, she couldn't find it in herself to move. She stood there, head tilted upwards as she continued to stare unblinkingly. Remember, there was a whisper, a voice that was calling out for her. A soft voice that pleaded as it said its words. Remember, where was it coming from? Then as she was staring at the sun, for the first time since she had found herself here, she blinked. The moment her eyes closed, the ground under her fell away. She descended further and further down. The more she did, the less she could see of the sun, and the quieter the whispers became. Until finally, both of them were gone. She slowed to a stop, no longer falling down. Her body floated within the water that had appeared underneath her. All there was silence and darkness. She welcomed it, feeling it comforting, especially as the water around her seemed to hold her. Then, there was a flash of light. Scene. Louise woke up from a dreamless sleep. The mage sat up immediately as she thought about the events that had happened last night. She closed her eyes for a moment to organize her thoughts and feelings about what she was about to do. It was crazy to go to a country that was currently experiencing a massive civil war that could result in the change of leadership. Anyone else would have just said no. But she didn't, for how many reasons she can think of at the moment. For the sake of her country, for the sake of the princess and her friend. No matter the reason, all that mattered was that she did what she was asked. She opened her eyes, determined and now fully awake. She turned towards the bed beside her own. Both of the void vessels were asleep. She clapped her hands. Bug, Sib. She called out for them. Immediately, they sat up and turned to her. She nodded her head. We have a mission to do today. Both of them jumped to attention immediately, leaping from their bed and landing in front of her own. She blinked but nodded her head. We need to get Albian. She saw how Bug's head tilted at the unfamiliar name. It'll be a 2-day trip to La Rochelle, and a 2-day trip. Sib did the same as Bug, and that's not counting how much time we'll need to wait for the ship. She stood up and placed her hands on her hips. Right, let's get ready to go. At her words, the two moved. Bug moved toward her desk and rummaged through it, grabbing a couple of parchment and quills. Sib moved towards her closet and started to pull out the clothes that she usually wore. She was surprised at their seeming eagerness, but she shook her head and did her own preparations. Walking towards her desk, Bug moved a bit to allow her to approach it and grab the two most important objects for the mission that she had received. One of them was a sealed envelope. Within was the letter that she needed to give toward the prince, and once he got it, he would give her the letter she needed to retrieve from him. It was important that this was given to him. The item next to it, however, was a water ruby, a precious gem that the princess had given towards her. It was a good luck charm, or a way to acquire funds if things got tough. She slipped on the ring on her middle finger, and she smiled a bit as it seemed to glow. Soon Louise had her belongings in her riding boots. Both Sib and Bug, as they were, didn't really have any belongings besides the former soul wand. They left her room and headed towards the stables. Despite that dawn was just starting to break, she figured that it was better to prepare now than later. When they got there, a hint of irritation filled Louise's heart when she saw that Montmorency was already there waiting for her. The water mage had her arms crossed as she stood by the horse she'd be riding. She spotted them, and immediately she moved a hand over the void vessels that were walking beside her. Montmorency's frown deepened when she did. Montmorency, she said with a hint of ice in her tone. Louise, the blonde replied with a wary tone herself. Her eyes flicked towards the two void vessels by her side, and she saw how her hands twitched. Louise was quick to step in front of them when she noticed, before she walked towards her own horse. Neither of them really spoke to each other as she was preparing her mount. There was just silence for a while, before it was broken with a question. Why are you bringing them along? Louise had just finished putting her belongings on the horse's saddle when the question came. She turned around. Excuse me? She asked the other mage. Them. Montmorency pointed towards the void vessels that was staring up into the face of the horse. Why bring them along? Louise's eyebrows furrowed. Why does it matter to you? She asked back. They're my familiars. I can bring them if I want to. We might go into a war zone, Louise. Montmorency stated. It would be dangerous bringing them along. Her eyes narrowed. I'm more worried about you hurting them than the soldiers, if I'm being honest. She growled out. The blonde looked away with a shameful expression for a split moment, before she shook her head and her frown returned. That doesn't matter. What matters is that they could mess up the mission that the princess us gave that could determine the fate of Tristain as a country. I know that this is a mission that the princess gave us. She looked down, and I know how important this mission is. She lifted her head and stared her in the eyes, and that's exactly why I'm bringing them along. Why? Montmorency demanded. Why would you think to bring your familiar to such a delicate mission? Because I want to, Louise snapped, arms at her side as she stomped her foot. Both Bug and Sib turned away from the horse. They faced her for a moment before they turned their attentions to Montmorency. The water mage's composure faltered slightly at the sight of the two void vessels looking at her. She gritted her teeth. You're being unreasonable, Louise. Bringing your familiars without even know what they can do. If you're so against it, then why don't you leave? Louise questioned. Just let me and my familiars do the mission, and you can just go to sleep. You think I can just sleep? She gestured towards the void vessels with a snarl. Knowing that you're sending these things to Albian, where they can do premier knows what. She stepped forward and jabbed a finger into Louise's chest. Sib reached for its soul wand, but was stopped when Louise held up a hand. I came to your room last night to tell you about what your familiar did to me. She continued. Why did you think I would visit you so late at night? I don't know. Louise slapped the hand away, and I don't care. Just because you think that they're bad doesn't mean that you're right. Listen to me, Louise. Montmorency pleaded. Your familiar isn't what you think it is. And why should I? She stepped forward, glaring at her. Just 2 days ago, you thought that it was a water spirit, just like everyone else. Then you decided to call it some kind of monster that you couldn't even name or describe. She placed a hand on her chest. I know what my familiar is. I know what his can and can't do. Louise dash. So shut up about what you think about my familiar. Louise shouted. They two mages stood there, breathing heavily. Are you two serious arguing before we even leave? A voice suddenly called out towards the two. Both of them were startled by the sudden voice, turning towards the source of the sound. Approaching the two was a woman on a horse. She had a stern look on her face. Her blonde hair was cut short, and she wore a cloak over her green attire. The horse stopped just outside of the stables, and skillfully the woman dismounted the horse. She was taller than them both, more muscular as well. Louise noticed the scabbard by her left waist, and the flintlock pistol and lumify lantern on her right. Who are you? Louise asked. Her body was still tense. Bug and Sib moved away from the horse and stood by her side as the woman walked closer. She eyed them both with a critical look, and then her eyes fell towards the two void vessels that stood at her sides. Her mouth pulled into a line. This is who the princess trusted for the mission? "Excuse me, we asked who are you?" Montmorency stepped in. The woman looked at her. "My name is Agnes Chevalier de Milan. The princess sent me here to assist you two in the mission." It was their time to scan the woman, both of them ending by looking at the scabbard at her hip. It was then they noticed that it didn't look like a wand sword. They looked at her incredulously. "She sent a commoner to help us?" Louise asked in disbelief. The woman frowned a bit at the tone. "Is there a problem with that?" "Of course," Montmorency scoffed. "What good can a commoner do for the mission? We're going to head into territory where your sword and gun won't be any use." "It's to guide you too," Agnes replied with a sigh. "She sent me so that you have some form of protection, but she didn't want to send an army or else people will get suspicious. She also sent me because she can't trust any of the nobles. Something's gotten her worried about the loyalty of the people around her," she explained. "So why did she send you then?" Louise asked. "I'm her bodyguard," Agnes replied. "I'm the closest person with a sword that she can trust." She jerked her head towards her horse. "Now come on. We're burning daylight and it's going to take us a while before we get to La Rochelle. Do you have the letter?" Louise nodded, patting the bag by her saddlebag. "Good." Agnes was about to climb her horse once more before she paused. She turned to Louise and looked her dead in the eye before that. A gauntlet hand pointed towards the void vessel at her side. It was Bug who looked at her with a tilted head. "Those things," she said. Her voice was low. "Are they loyal to you?" Louise was surprised at the question. It was the second time she had received it. She looked at Bug. The void vessel was still looking at the woman. Before she turned back toward her, "Are you asking if my familiar is loyal to me?" "Yes." "Now tell me, are they loyal to you or are they not?" Agnes asked again. Louise's eyebrows furrowed at the tone, but she replied with a yes, "There are." "Good." She lowered her hand and climbed onto her horse without another word. "Then let's get going. We'll need to get there as fast as we can." "Scene. Early," Tabitha complained, rubbing her eyes when the door to her dorm opened. Outside of it was Kerchie. The redhead was giving her a smile that didn't seem to hold the usual playfulness. In her hand was a bag that was filled what she can only figure out as her clothes. The blue-haired mage narrowed her eyes at the bag before she turned them towards their owner. "Want to go on a trip?" Kerchie asked. "I just thought we could have a break." "Something wrong?" Tabitha spoke past the attempt at levity. The redhead sighed. "You could always follow along with one of my jokes, Tabitha." Was all she replied. "Fine." Kerchie looked past her and out the window. "Apparently Louise and Montmorency left just earlier. If I hadn't woken up then, their screaming would have done so for me." "You want to ride?" Tabitha asked. She looked away, not sure. Her eyes snapped back towards Kerchie at the mention of the void being, and she saw how the fire mage smirked when she did. "I know that you're interested in that familiar," she teased, and then lifted her bag. "Come on, I'm just worried that Louise and Montmorency might kill each other and toss whoever died into the woods." She winked. "And you can spy on that water spirit all you want." She raised an eyebrow, worried. "Yeah." Kerchie nodded. "With her new familiars, I'm scared she might run into bandits, and it'll just watch as she gets skewered." "And Montmorency?" Kerchie was silent. Before she shook her head, "I don't know how to say this." She paused before continuing, "But something just tells me to follow her along. Don't know what." Tabitha hit a questioning hum before she nodded fine. She turned away. "Let me change." "Thanks, Tabby." Kerchie cheered. "You're the best. They're on horses, so we should catch to them in no time." Scene. It continued to run. Every step dug into the earth before it tore out a chunk of it every time he kicked off the ground to move. The vessel had been running without rest ever since it had left its master's side. Its destination was one that it had been to before. Tristane. It had found one of its siblings there, huddled and trapped within a box. It tore it free and dealt with the ones that had captured it. Now there was hope that there was another of them there. However, its master had told it that if it was a familiar, it was leave whoever had the sibling alone. It didn't want to leave it alone. It wanted to bring as many siblings back to where it was safe. But it also didn't want to disobey its master. So it continued to run, zipping past the trees and animals that spotted it for a mere moment before it vanished from their sight. It had long passed the carriage that carried the messenger that had brought them the information, and it was already closer towards the location where its sibling was held. Just a little farther until it was there. So the vessel ran. Chapter 26. La Rochelle was always busy during the couple of days where the two moons overlapped. Not that it wasn't busy if they weren't. Being the main port town to Albian, it was the most legal and safest way for anyone who wanted to reach the floating continent without issue. Plus, with the moons overlapping, it meant that Albian at this time was closest to the port city. That meant shorter travel time, less likely to run into complications along the way, and most importantly of all, it meant that it would take less resources to get there. That meant that it was the perfect time of the month to travel to Albian for any merchants or sailors that wanted to save up on their windstones. For example, a certain ship was currently rushing through the last of their cargo as the sun slowly rose up into the sky. The captain standing on the deck, screaming at his workers at the dock as they carried whatever supplies for their destination. Pick up the pace. The captain shouted, I want this ship ready to leave by sunrise. We get it. One of the workers, a man wearing a hood and gloves, snapped at the captain. He was carrying a crate that smelled of sulfur as he rushed towards the ship. You know we wouldn't be rushing if we just prepared the night before. Zip it, insect. The captain snapped at his worker before his eyes flashed towards another one and pointed at him, Mart. The man smiled and took a bite out of his bread. Me? What the fuck are you doing sitting around? He gestured to the rest of the cargo that was on the docks. Get to work. I'm on break. The captain held up a fist. I'm gonna break you if you don't help Confronting with loading the ship. Yikes, all right. Mart quickly stuffed his mouth full of the bread and wiped his shirt. I'll get to work, he mumbled through the bread. It didn't take long for the rest of the crates to be carried on board, where they were passed along to the other sailors on board to be put into the cargo bay. After the last of the crates was handed out, Confronting let out a tired sigh and plopped himself down onto the ship. Mart followed suit, the man letting out a groan as he put his butt on the ground. By the WIRM, I'm tired. Confronting let out a yawn and leaned against the wooden railing. I told him we should have put the cargo in last night. He muttered angrily as he glared at the captain who was making last-minute checks. Just cause we can do it in the early hours of dawn doesn't mean that we should. At captain's orders, Mart shrugged. What I'm confused about is why he's in a rush. It's not like we have any kind of shortages of windstones to make the trip. Beats me. The two workers sat down in silence for a few moments before they got up to continue their work. When they did, both of them spotted a man. He was wearing a purple cloak, a wide-brimmed hat, and a white mask. He was walking towards their ship as if he had an appointment with them, which, considering what they were transporting, both of them knew that he didn't. Then, without even a hello, the man stepped on board and turned to the both of them. Where's your captain? I need to see him. Mart's face contorted into a disgusted scowl at the tone, while Confronting tilted his head in confusion. The hooded worker stepped forward and crossed his arms. Excuse me? Who are you? And what do you think you're doing just stepping on the ship? The man focused on Confronting, and from behind his mask, he saw how the man's eyes narrowed. Are you going to make a noble repeat himself? I said I need to see your captain. Mart's eyes widened, and quickly he grabbed Confronting's shoulder and pulled him back. The man smiled and nodded his head. Of course, my lord. Mart leaned over and shouted, Captain, we got a noble that wants to see you. Said noble was looking at the hooded worker. Despite the mask that he was wearing, they could feel that he was glaring at Confronting. Gently, he lifted his gloved hands and spoke softly, So sorry, I didn't know that you were. His apology trailed off as the captain walked up towards them. At first, he looked annoyed before he settled on a neutral look. What is it? The noble turned away from the two and faced the captain. Is this ship ready to depart to Albian? He asked. Yup. He crossed his arms and looked around. We're just finished loading up and we're about to set sail soon. He raised an eyebrow. Why? Take me aboard with you. The noble stated, I need to get to Albian at this moment. The captain blinked, while the two who were there looked confused once more. Are you sure? The captain glanced around. We're a cargo ship. It's not exactly a cruise ship that a noble would like. Doesn't matter. The noble leaned forward. Take me aboard so that I can reach Albian. The captain had to lean away with an uncomfortable look on his face. All right, sheesh. The captain scratched his head. It's going to cost you. This ship doesn't like stowaways. Their sound of jingling coins reached their ears. In the noble's hand was a pouch that was fat with its contents. Is this enough? The noble asked, tossing the pouch towards him. Sure. The captain caught it with a dazed look in his eyes. Welcome aboard the Marie Galante, my lord. Enjoy the trip. He started to laugh as he walked away from him. He received a nod and walked towards the living quarters. Confronting's eyes followed the noble, and he couldn't help but ask, I know it's not my place to ask, but why are you in such a demand to get Albian, my lord? It isn't your place to ask, the noble retorted back, turning his head towards him, so you don't need an answer. All right. Once more Confronting raised his hand in fear. Sorry, I asked. The noble turned away and kept walking. Confronting clicked his tongue and spoke out words that were not of human language. The noble suddenly stopped in his steps. What did you just say? Mart's eyes widened at the tone, while Confronting was already backing away, rapidly waving his hands in front of him. No, nothing, my lord. The noble slowly turned around. No. You said something, didn't you? He began to walk towards him with a menacing gait. It wasn't human language, was it? Confronting was shaking his boots right now, glad that his hood was still on his head despite the shivering. Are you? The noble reached for the sword wand at his hip, an in's dash. Confronting, you clumsy fuck. You didn't close the goddamn lid on this stupid crate. A voice shouted from the cargo bay. Get your ASS in here and help you sweep up the goddamn sulfur. A duty calls, my lord. Confronting took the chance and quickly ran past the noble and towards the cargo bay. The noble whirled around, but he was already gone. He stayed there for a moment before he turned to Mart. Without saying a word, the man quickly backed away from the noble that looked ready to kill and hoped that they had enough rum on the ship. Scene. The cool air of the early morning brush passed the hairs of both Kerchie and Tabitha. Below them, Sylphid let out the dragon equivalent of a hum as it followed behind the three women that were making their way to wherever they were going. Tabitha had asked Kerchie if she knew where Louise, Montmorency, and the other woman was going. But the redhead shook her head and just told her to take off. Oh well, it wasn't as if this was the first time the fire mage had done something seemingly on a random whim. Though, she wished that she hadn't dragged them both out of bed so early. The blue-haired mage let out a yawn, covering her mouth with a hand as she did. Blue Eyes looked at the horses that were running, her eyes flicking between the woman at the front and the blonde near the back. Then they landed on the one in the middle, Louise and her two familiars. Sylphid let out a small cry when the dragon felt her grip the scales just a little too tight. She muttered, just loud enough for the two to hear them. So Tabby, Kerchie spoke for the first time in a while, I noticed that you always seem to be careful around Bug and Sib. Any reason why? Tabitha looked down at the horse that held the two familiars. The laughter echoed all over the house, mocking her as she walked towards the room she wanted to reach. No reason, she lied, it's weird. In what way? Kerchie asked. She stumbled back as it shoved past her. Her vision couldn't see it in the dark corridors. It continued to laugh. The worst part, however, was that as it vanished from her view, she felt it pat her head. A mockery of care and affection. Plays around. She rubbed her hand over the scales of Sylphid, especially in the bath. She turned around and narrowed her eyes. Why are you so curious? Kerchie opened her mouth before she closed it. Her eyebrows furrowed. I'm not even sure. She shrugged. I just wanted to know, I guess. She looked back down at the horses and jerked slightly in place when she saw that the woman in front had turned her head over her shoulder and was glaring right at them. I think we've been found out, Kerchie chuckled. Think we should go down and greet them before they shoot us down? Let's. Tabitha nodded, and they descended. Scene. Wales looked over his kingdom and country from the balcony of his castle. The prince admired the view before him. He saw the small villages in the distance, the old mother as she walked with her grandchildren. He saw the larger cities, with merchants all hawking their ware. A sense of warmth filled him as he took in the sight before him, from the smallest hamlet to the capital city of Albion. The prince felt pride at the piece he was looking at. But then, suddenly, everything burned. Flames, scarlet in color, erupted from the ground to swallow up everything that he could see from his balcony. Wales leaned forward in shock, his hands gripping onto the railings as his jaw dropped at the sight before him. His eyes widened in horror as the fires burned away everything that it touched. They darted from side to side to see if there was anything that the flames didn't consume. But every single village was swallowed by the fire, and only the largest cities were safe by the walls that were erected. And all the while he heard the screams of his citizens. Prince Wales, it hurts. Bremere, help me. His heart pounded in his chest as sweat broke out on his forehead. What was going on? His mind was swirling with confusion and panic at the sudden appearance of the flames. The feeling doubled as something came out from the flames. Large monstrous ships rose from the flames, and Wales stared agape as they flew over the walls that protected the cities from the flames, and instead rained down from above. Once more he heard the citizens cry out for him, begging for mercy at the slaughter and death. I don't want to die. Help me, help me. Wales gritted his teeth as his grip on the railing grew tight enough that his knuckles turned white and his nails bit into the wood. His heart was hammering so hard in his chest at the sight of the destruction of his kingdom that he could hear it in his head. The sound of his rapid heartbeat echoed out loud enough that it was as if he could hear it from around him. Wales moved, tried to leap over the railing to try and stop something, only for something to grab him by the ankle. He jerked forward, and the scene around him changed. Wales was no longer at his castle, looking down at the destruction of Albion. Instead, he was on the ground, which gave him the chance to look at the destruction up close. Flames covered the forests that were once lush and green. Now only red and smoke could be seen. People ran as things hunted them and cut them down as they caught up. He could see his soldiers fighting against them, the people that swore loyalty to him and the royalty of Albion. He tried to join them, but once more he felt the tug on his ankle. He lost sight of the soldiers that were fighting. Instead, in their places were their corpses, their faces all stuck in a horrified scream as they died, their bodies mangled and maimed. Wales tried to move to at least bury them, but still something tugged at his ankle. The prince whirled around to try and pull away what was dragging him down, but his blood ran cold, while his heart continued to beat faster and faster. It was as if the world around him was shaking. That was just how loud his heart had gotten. It kept pumping faster and faster, and he couldn't blame it. There, he could see a veritable sea of corpses, all of them bearing the armor of Albion, and some who were merely citizens. He tried to back away, but he tripped. He landed on another body. It was another soldier. He died with a sword to his back, his face looking regretful. He looked away and saw another man, a baker, inches from his face. His mouth stretched open in a scream. He shut his eye and tried to turn off everything around him. But no matter how hard his eyes were closed, the red flames pierced his eyelids while his heart continued to pound faster and harder around him. The prince tried to move, to stumble out of the pile, and found him touching nothing but air. His eyes snapped open, and the prince was in the air. He was falling. In front of him was Albian, his country and home. He was falling away from it, falling further and further. He reached out for it and flinched as the whole thing caught red. It was disappearing the more he was falling. The more he was leaving its sight, the faster the heartbeat sounded. Wales wanted to reach out for his country, but it was so far away. He couldn't do anything for it. Not now. He had fallen so far away from it that even if he tried to grab it, it would just slip through. As it vanished into the sky, just barely he could see the red from the scarlet flames that had absorbed it. He reached out for it, as if for one more attempt, and found himself grabbing the railing of the balcony once more. The sudden stop made him pant and wheeze. He was back at his castle. He was back to looking down as his country and kingdom burned. For a moment, he wanted to do what he had done before. But what would it do this time? Wales' grip tightened even more before his fingers released the railing. The boy stumbled backwards as he stared forward. His heart was no longer beating, no longer pounding in his head. And soon, one of those ships rose up from below. He stared as it prepared to fire its cannons towards her. And for a moment, it looked like it was the shape of a heart. The roar of a cannon was heard. Seen. Wales woke up in his room. He was staring at the ceiling as his consciousness returned. He felt like he was shaking. His heart was still pumping as fast as it could. I'd just been a nightmare. And what a nightmare it was, young prince. There was an unfamiliar voice in the room. Wales looked around, trying to find who it was. He scanned his room. It was still dark, and while the moon gave the bare amount of light, he couldn't see anything unless he lit up a candle or woke a lumafly. The prince's vision swept across the room. It moved past the mirror that he would prepare himself in front of. It moved past the door to his room, his closet, the shadowy figure that stood by the foot of his bed, the dressing table, his wind. His vision snapped back at the shadowy figure that was standing at the foot of his bed. It stood there, a vague black shape that loomed over him. Wales wanted to open his mouth, to ask who or what the figure was. But he found out that he couldn't move his mouth. In fact, despite the fact that he could look all around his room, he found out that he was still on his bed, his eyes closed. He looked at the figure. It was still standing by his bed, silent and without a shift in their position. Wales wanted to know who it was. "Who am I?" The figure responded. It sounded raspy and coarse, the type of voice you'd expect from someone that had experienced an accident with fire near his throat. Yet, for some reason, Wales could hear a certain youthfulness in this voice. It was then a pair of red eyes appeared on the shadow. His heart rate grew quicker, as red as the scarlet flames that had appeared in his dreams. It stood out within the undefined figure at the foot of his bed, and even more so at the dark moonlit night. "I am Grim." The figure moved, shifting as its eyes lowered down from where it had showed up, and down all the way to where the hips would have been. "A pleasure to meet your acquaintance, young prince. So glad to meet the one that had summoned me." Summoned? When had he summoned this thing? He was too busy with the war to have done something such as perform a summoning ritual. "Oh," the figure sounded as its eyes raised back to its previous height. "So you are unaware of your actions." What actions? All he had been doing for as long as he could recall was try and protect his kingdom, his country from the rebels. Never once did he summon anything. The eyes vanished, and he could hear sigh. "A shame. I assumed that you were aware of your summoning of the nightmare's flame. But alas, nightmare's flame. If Wales' eyes could widen, they would have. Was this figure an aspect of the torch by the throne? Indeed I am." The figure's eyes suddenly expanded outwards, spreading out as if they had a pair of wings that covered his vision. "The nightmare's flame is set ablaze when a kingdom is to be put to their grave." No. Albian can't be falling to ruin." Grim tilted their head. "Falling to ruin?" It leaned in close towards Wales, its red eyes appearing once more. Grim moved in so close that he could see the horns that grew from Grim's head. "It had already fallen to ruin when you saw it as a lost cause." Wales gasped and opened his eyes, and he was alone in his room. The young prince quickly scrambled to his sitting position. He looked around frantically, his whole body drenched in sweat. Wales tried to calm his breath. He placed his hand on his forehead and swallowed the spit in his mouth. He looked out the window and saw that the moons were high in the sky. The red moon seemed to glow brighter for some reason. Seen. Marian hummed as she walked through the academy grounds, a basket of laundry in her hands. The maid had returned from her vacation just yesterday. Apparently, she just missed one or two of the students leaving the academy because of some reason and had pretty much continued to work the moment she set down her luggage. Not that she was complaining. Working at Tristan Academy wasn't an easy job, but it paid more than if she had been working in a normal estate. Plus, with the vacation having done its job, she could do her own without worrying about passing out. So, she was fine either way. It was back to her usual rhythm, and the current tone for her was to wash the clothes in her hands at the moment. As she was walking, a feeling came over her. She slowed down until she came to a stop. She stood there for a moment as she felt something within her head. Then she quickly stepped to the side. The moment she did, a mole suddenly burst out of the ground where she had been standing on. She flinched away from the dirt, pulling the basket away to keep them from landing on the clothes. She opened her eyes and saw what had suddenly appeared, and to her annoyance, it was one of the students' familiars. It was a large mole about the size of a big dog as she had to guess, and from her memory, it belonged to the Greymont. The mole shook its head to clear the dirt on its head before it turned towards her. Marian's face scrunched up. "Watch it." She scolded the familiar. If it didn't belong to a student, she would have smacked it. Her eyes looked at the hole on the ground. She shook her head and gave a silent prayer to the groundskeeper for tomorrow. The mole, despite her scolding tone, stared at her with its beady eyes. Marian looked at it. Worry filled her for a moment. What? She pulled the basket close to her. Then it climbed out of the hole and started crawling towards her. Her eyes widened. "No," she warned it, backing away as it moved towards it. It ignored her warning, only stopping for a moment before it continued to crawl. "I said no," she snapped, kicking in its direction while lifting the basket overhead. Whether it wanted her or the clothes that she was carrying, she didn't want to close to her. The mole flinched and backed away from her attempted attack. Marian nodded her head. Good. She was already dealing with one familiar that liked to bother her at work. She didn't need another one. The mole sat on the ground, and for the next few moments they stared at each other. Marian then slowly walked around the creature, and when all it did was look at her, she quickly upped her pace to get away from it. She shook her head once she left it behind, relieved. Of course, that relief was cut short when the same feeling suddenly showed up in her head. Except this time, it was stronger. She looked behind her, thinking that the mole was following her. But it was still on the same spot. In fact, it was looking towards one of the walls. Marian found herself drawn to the same wall. Her eyes stared at it. The feeling in her head was growing stronger every moment. Then suddenly it spiked, and at the same time something suddenly leapt over the walls, jumping clear over it without any problems. Her eyes widened, and she tried to follow it. If she saw it, didn't report it, then there was chances she could be blamed for what it did. But when she tried to follow it with her eyes, she lost at the moment it reached overhead. She tried to look for it. There was no reason, as suddenly the something landed right in front of her. She felt the ground under her shake, sending her falling onto her, but as she kept a tight grip on the laundry basket. Dazed, she tried to look up at what had suddenly appeared in front of her. Her vision suddenly snapped back into focus the moment her eyes landed on the thing in front of her. The first thing that came to mind was that it was big. It was so big that if she stood, she could barely reach its chest. Then there was the fact that she could barely see its body. It was pitch black, and she could only really make out the size and height of the body due to the gray cloak that reached all the down to its hips, and the white head with two massive horns. They were curved inwards with 3 spikes lining on the inside of each horn, making them seem like the mandible of insects. The horns were so large that she was sure that they were almost her own height. Then there were the eyes, or lack of, that stared into her own. A pair of eye sockets that stared down at her. Eye sockets that had nothing but pitch black darkness. Marian was rooted on the spot. She was shaking and shivering as she stared up at the large figure before her. Her instincts told her to just stay still and not do anything. Something deep within her, however, told her to stand up and strike. If she could, she would smack that part of her with a laundry basket and shove it down a hole. There was no way she was going to attack the thing. Then after a few more moments, the figure stood up straight. Breamier, it walked past her. The maid kept her gaze forward, hoping that it didn't offend it. She heard the squeak of the mole when it walked past it. The figure didn't seem to care. Slowly, she worked the courage to turn her head over her shoulder. She was aware of the mole digging away, but she tried to follow the large figure. It walked until it stopped in front of the stables where the horses were. It raised its right hand, and then the back of it started to glow. It wasn't bright or blinding, but in the dark of night, it gave her a light source. She saw the shape of the figure, and it was then she saw that it resembled a certain small figure. A moment later, one of the horses from the stables stumbled out of the stables, its eyes glowing a pure white. The large figure placed its right hand over its snout, and the glow intensified before it died down. The horse stumbled backwards before falling to its side. The large figure didn't care. Instead, it turned to another direction and vanished into thin air. Marian blinked. She blinked once, twice, before she shut her eyes tight before opening them once more. The maid let out a breath and looked more than a little conflicted. How long was I gone? Chapter 27. It's good that we managed to find a ship that wanted to travel towards Albian. Agnes said as she took a seat at the table with the rest of the students. The inn that they were staying in was busy. More than a couple travelers were eating and drinking. A few of the workers were enjoying their meals before they had to retire for the night. And then there was their table, where it sat a group of mages, a bodyguard to the queen, and a single familiar. Sylphid was forced to sleep away from the inn, lest it scare the rest of the patrons. While Bug was currently wandering the area, all of them looked tired and slightly irritated, with the sole exception of Tabitha, was reading her book. Louise was resting her cheek on the palm of her hand as she stared forward. Sib was sitting beside her looking around at the patrons as they walked past the table. Montmorency was just staring at the air without a focus in her eyes. Kerchie was the only one that didn't seem that tired, besides Tabitha. Even then, they could see that she was still fatigued from the trip. Agnes, however, wasn't as affected by the trip. Her gaze was still as she looked among the group. She tapped her fingers on the table. It's going to cost some money, but at least we managed to secure a trip. I was worried we might be stuck here. I still can't believe that they expected us to pay, Montmorency grumbled out. The blonde mage narrowed her eyes at some of the workers currently eating. They should have waived the fee for us when we told them that it was an important mission from the princess. Yeah, Louise joined in. Did you hear what he said? That's what they all say. The trip ain't free, especially since you're asking us to go to Albian. She shook her head. The nerve of them. They deserve compensation for our request, Agnes stated, giving the two of them glares from her spot, especially since there's a chance that they don't want to leave La Rochelle or even go Albion. The two mage kept grumbling, but said nothing else. Agnes sighed. Besides, we need to pay them back for the windstones that they would use up. A trip to Albion right now isn't going to be cheap. A shame we didn't get here sooner, Louise complained, placing a hand under her chin. The moons were closest just 2 days ago. If we had gotten here, then we might not have to pay that much. Not that we should pay that amount that they asked for. Montmorency let out an annoyed huff. It's not like windstones are in hard supply now. I'll let them have their gold, Kerchie told them. The fire mage was smiling. It's not like we can't afford it. She then shrugged. Besides, if we ever decide not to take a ship, we could always take Sylphid to Albion. She turned to Tabitha and threw a hand over her shoulder. I'm sure it could make the trip. Tabby? The blue-haired mage lowered the book in her hands so that she could peek over the top of it. Her eyes flicked towards Kerchie and answered with a simple no. Kerchie flinched, drawing her arms back. Agnes raised an eyebrow. Is there any reason? She asked. It's always good to have a backup plan, but Tabitha's eyes turned towards Louise. Louise. The mage's eyes widened at the accusation. Blue eyes then turned towards the small creature at the side, who was still looking at each single passerby. Her familiars would cause trouble. What? Louise exclaimed. Montmorency smirked. I agree. Her eyes turned to the irritated mage. Nothing good would come from those things riding on Sylphid. Can it flood? Louise snapped, almost getting out her chair. I don't need any more of your slander. You gotta admit though, Louise. Kerchie cut in before she could angrier. Bug and Sib aren't exactly that well behaved when they aren't following your orders. I told that I was sorry about Sib. Louise threw her hands in the air. It's not my fault it tried to pick a fight with the wildlife on the way here. That's just proving my point, Montmorency stated. They're trouble. Who knows what could happen if they end up on Sylphid. My familiars don't cause trouble. Excuse me. Their argument was cut short by a call from the bartender. The man behind the counter that was serving drinks was looking out at the crowd, his eyes scanning the area. In his hands was Bug. The familiar was behind, held up by the cloak that it was wearing. It didn't seem interested in getting free, as it just hung limply as the bartender looked around. Did any insect lose their child, larvae, or whatever? You were saying? Montmorency smirked. This proves nothing. Louise stood up and started heading toward the counter. Sib didn't move, simply staying on its seat as its master left towards the bar. Agnes stared at Louise as she walked away, and once she was out of earshot, Agnes turned to the other three. Okay, you three obviously know more about her familiars. Is there anything that we need to be careful of in the near future? She glanced at Louise, who was now talking to the bartender, trying to get her familiar back. I didn't want to bring this up while she's here, because she's obviously attached to them. Dangerous, Tabitha said, eyes glaring at the familiar that was sitting with them. It turned from staring at one of the workers to look her in the eye. It tilted its head and its hand twitched. Kerchie mouth pulled into a line. She looked at Sib. That one I'm not sure of. I just know that it likes to pick fights with other familiars. So, watch out for that, I guess. She then jerked her head towards Louise. Bug is strong. Very strong. We saw what it could do back at the academy. The tower. It blew the walls apart like it was nothing. Montmorency mumbled. There was a pause as both Kerchie and Tabitha turned to her with furrowed eyebrows. Montmorency shook her head. In any case, I just have one piece of advice to give about her familiars. She turned to Louise, who was now arguing with the bartender to get Bug back. Before she looked at Agnes, don't touch it. Agnes raised an eyebrow at the warning. Is that all? She turned to Louise, who now had her familiar in her grasp, the bartender bowing and apologizing profusely. Is there something wrong with it? A disease or a sickness? And if so, should we be worried about the horses in him? No. Montmorency shook her head. When I say not to touch it, I mean directly onto its body. Its head and cape, I guess they're safe to touch. She winced as she massaged her forehead. Something about it. It messes with your head if you grab it directly onto it. Whatever they are, she narrowed her eyes at the other familiar at the table. And it isn't a water spirit, no matter what she might say. Don't touch it, Bug especially. And what about Louise? Agnes asked, gesturing at how she had the familiar in her hands and was talking to it. She's had the most contact with her. Should we worry about her? Montmorency didn't answer. The only danger she might have from her familiars is that it might stand and watch her get impaled when we get to Albian. Kerchie spoke out. There's nothing to show that she's in any trouble from touching it too much. She crossed her arms, though. I do agree. We need to be careful of Bug. She smirked at the other familiar on the table. Not to ignore you, Sib, but you just don't seem as threatening. It tilted its head at her comment. Okay, I got Bug back, Louise said as she arrived at the table, Bug following behind her. She shook her head. Can't believe that he thought that it wasn't mine. He should have kept it from you. Montmorency bit out. A small argument started between the two, one that Agnes ignored as she stared at the small familiar that stood behind the valier. It was looking into a piece of paper, a quill in its hands as it scribbled away. After a moment, it looked up and saw her staring at it. They stared at each other for a moment, before Agnes shook her head and turned away. Scene. Louise sat on the bed of the room she would be sleeping in. The arrangements would be that she and Agnes would share a room, while the rest would be in the next room over. That way she would be the most protected with both her familiars and the bodyguard, while help would just be one room over. It also meant she didn't have to share a room with Montmorency, so that was a bonus. Agnes was already on her bed, looking over her weapons and gear. Walking around the room was Sib. The four-horned void vessel was admiring the foreign layout, occasionally slapping something with its hands after she told it not to hit anything with its soul wand. Bug was just outside, mapping out the hallway and the floor they were on. Agnes was worried, but she was quick to dismiss her worries by telling Bug to not leave the second floor for the night. All that was left was to sleep. They would be heading toward a war zone tomorrow, and it shook her a bit that she was actually going to Albian. Her hand moved toward her bag, where the letter would be. The ring in her hands glowed as she tried to keep herself calm. Then, just as she was about to relax enough to sleep, Sib suddenly moved towards the window in the room. For the longest moment, it stared out the window, then it drew the weapon on its back. Agnes' head snapped up from the pistol in her hands. Her eyes narrowed at the void vessel before she looked out the same window it was staring at. Her eyes widened, as if she had spotted something. Louise was already worried that it was going to start breaking things. Sib, she called out to it. I told you not to. She paused when she saw that its eyes were glowing. They were shining the same color that Bug's eyes would be whenever it turned fully black. Is something wrong? Agnes stood up. She was approaching the window. Warily, her pistol was already aiming outside the window. Does your familiar see something? She was confused. I don't know. Then before any of them could react, it smashed through the window. All it took was a single swing from the soul wand to blow out the window it had just been staring at. Both of them flinched away from the glass, shards, and splinters. When they recovered, Sib had already leapt through the broken window. Sib, she shouted for it. She pushed the rest of the window open and tried to climb through only to be held back by Agnes. She turned to her with a frown. What are you? She trailed off when she saw the serious look on the older woman's face. You won't be able to chase after that. She pointed to the sight of the void vessel leaping across the rooftops of the buildings close by. She turned towards the door. We can catch up to it if we go now. Agnes quickly grabbed her bags on the bed. Grab your things. We aren't safe here. Louise stared just a bit baffled before she followed her order and reached for her own bag. Both of them ran out of the room, stopping by the next room to inform the rest. Kerchie, Montmorency, and Tabitha were all relaxing, but with just a few words they followed them. Bug, she called out to the void vessel, was who staring at a closed door. Sib is running away. We need to catch up to it. It tilted its head, but followed the group nonetheless. As they left the inn, Louise wondered why Sib was running away all of a sudden. Scene. Wards looked into the flames. The roaring fire was warm, even with the distance between them. With how cold Albian's was, being a continent in the sky, and all, the flames would have been a comforting thing. He ignored the flames suddenly flaring brighter when a Reconquista rebel tossed a body into the bonfire. It was an undignified funeral, but it was needed so that they didn't end up with a sudden plague from the corpses of the soldiers that littered the checkpoint. He had arrived on Albian just this morning, and from the port that he had dropped off from, he made his way to the closest meeting point of the rebels. He was caught up, most of it information that he already knew. Most of the defensives of the royalty had been worn down, the important checkpoints were already taken, and all that was left was to storm Newcastle. The only problem was that they saved the best defenders there, as the usual approach would result in a total squad wipeout, and they couldn't really bomb the place. It was a good castle. They planned to use it after the Civil War was over. Not to mention, their objective was inside, and if they just blew it up, then this whole conflict would have been useless. Another body was tossed into the fire. Wards mused at his lack of affinity for fire magic. If he were any better at it, he could have sped up the process. He shook his head, closing his eyes behind his mask, and turned away from the giant bonfire. He walked back the other rebels and took a seat neath the campfire. Conversation was slow among them. All of them were at edge since he had arrived. It was expected, after all. If he was here, it meant that they needed to grab that letter soon. For where they were situated, they could see the castle in the distance, the large building looming in the distance. Their goal was so close. Apparently, the main problem was the prince himself, Whale's tutor. A powerful mage, as expected from royalty. Not to mention someone that the Albian soldiers were staunchly loyal to. Wards let out an irritated huff. It would have made things so much simpler if there were some of them were willing to work with them and get them inside the castle. But things couldn't be simple, and they were forced to rely on their own. Besides, plans had changed when he arrived. A full-out assault was to be made to simply storm the castle and strike them down. Preparations were already being made. It didn't long for them to catch up to Sib. Despite its agility, its small size meant that it couldn't gotten too far ahead of them. The few people that were still out at this time of night watched as the group ran after the small figure. Sib, Louise called out towards it. Bug was in her hands, having picked it up so that it wouldn't be left behind. The void vessel in her hands watched as its sibling continued to run away from their master. I told you it would do something. Montmorency said angrily, we should be resting. And here we are. She stumbled a bit, but kept running. Here we are running after your stupid familiar in the middle of the night. Louise ignored the blonde, though she did throw a glare at her direction. Tabitha. Kerchie turned a small figure beside her. Where's Sylphid? Close. She answered, already summoned it. Told to wait at harbor. Waiting to leave. We're leaving. Montmorency shrieked. It's not safe here. Agnes told her. Her eyes were focused on the running void vessel. From what Louise told me, her familiars don't really end up running off on their own, so something is causing to run off. Kerchie turned to pink-haired Mage with a raised eyebrow. Didn't Bug run off back during the familiar exhibition? It had a reason. Louise snapped. And what was the cause then? Agnes asked. Giant golem. Tabitha answered. Kerchie let out a grunt, remembering the event. Fair enough. She focused on running, but back then, we saw what was the trouble. So what's causing Sib to run away this time? I don't know. Sib isn't like Bug. It doesn't like running off like this. Louise took a deep breath. Sibby, stop running. She called out for it again. It didn't listen to her. It didn't even turn to face. Instead, it kept running. Okay, that is weird. Kerchie admitted. She turned to Tabitha. Tabitha, can you grab it with a spell? Try. She pointed her staff towards the small figure, her eyes focusing on it as hard as she could. She mumbled out the words of the spell under breath, but before she could cast it, it suddenly took a turn and almost disappeared from their sights. Avoiding me, Tabitha said. As it stepped back into view, it can tell. We'll never catch up like this, Kerchie complained. Louise growled, damn it, Sib. Her grip on Bug tightened as she glared at Void Vessel. I said stop running. It suddenly jerked to a stop as it was in the process of leaping from a rooftop. Gravity suddenly took hold, and it descended downwards. Before it could fall further, however, it suddenly dashed forward and stuck to the wall of the building it had tried to jump to. It looked around from its position in the air. It looked around before it saw them. It tilted its head when they ran towards it. Seen. Impossible. It watched as its sibling rejoined the group it had been trying to get away from. There was a commotion between them. The one with pink hair was arguing with the one with blonde hair, but it didn't care. It turned to the sibling that it had been controlling. Turning towards its right hand, it could see that the glow of its runes were gone. It meant that the control over its sibling was similarly gone as well. Impossible. It shouldn't have been able to just break out of its control. It had done the same to its previous siblings that it tried to save from their situations. And never once had they broken out of its control. The group was leaving, all of them heading towards the harbor. It was then it noticed that there was the other sibling. It was being carried in the arms of the pink-haired one, but it couldn't see it before the sight of the other sibling obscured it when the carrier picked up the four-horned sibling. As it was staring at the pink-haired one argue with the rest of the group, it then noticed that one of them was staring at its direction. The blue-haired one could somehow spot it as it watched over them from its spot at the top of the cliffs. At least it thought it. No, another one of the group was staring at him as well. It was the one that spotted it when it had been close by. They noticed its presence somehow. It ignored them for now, and instead turned to focus on its siblings. It probably just lost focus the last time. Nothing should be able to resist its control. The only other thing, besides humans, that could have resisted its control probably would be another void familiar. And from what it saw, the one with the weapon wasn't the Gandalfer. It didn't notice the other one the first time around, but if the one with the weapon wasn't the Gandalfer, then the other one probably wasn't as well. Some part of it hoped that it wasn't, because it meant that it could take them back to safety. In a way, it was glad that it could take over their minds despite the bad memories it brought up. It focused on a magic within him, different from the soul it would use. It felt more natural to its own abilities, and when it drew it out, the runes that were normally hidden by its dark body appeared on its right hand, glowing bright. If the two couldn't see it then the glow of its hand and eyes gave away its position. It didn't matter. Its siblings were the priority now. Maybe it had just lost focus. There was no way it could have broken its control. It reached out with the magic, followed the invisible string that connected every single creature that it could control. The magic entered their minds. It allowed it to look into their thoughts. It could change it with its own thoughts, but always found that it was easier in the long run to use the target's own thoughts. It meant that they would be less likely to fight back. It reached into the thoughts of the two siblings. It entered their minds. Its thoughts mingled into their own, and it suddenly found itself staring at complete darkness. What? Had it been teleported away? No, that wasn't it. It hadn't detected any changes to its physical body, and it realized that it was still reaching out towards its siblings. It looked around, was in their thoughts. This wasn't the mind of the one that it had taken control of just before. It was then it realized there was a presence there with it. Something compelled it to look up. So it did. It looked up and up and up and up. For a pair of slitted eyes, glowing a bright white, stared at it from the darkness. Neither of them did anything. All it did was stare up at the eyes while the eyes did the same. Before it could even do anything, those four eyes suddenly lunged towards it. A moment later, it found itself on the ground, staring up at the sky. When it got back to its feet, the group was gone. Seen. There was a flash of light from Bug's eyes. It was short and sudden, so no one noticed. It looked at the cliffs of the city it had just been in. They were flying away from a city, on board one of the ships that they had approached earlier today. It took more arguing, more money that they had agreed on due to the early departure, but they were off towards Albian. Bug watched the cliffs, sensing a presence that became weaker as they flew away farther and farther. It tilted its head. Was there another sibling? Chapter 28. Remember, here she was again, once more in this world where there was nothing but her and the sun. Once again, she was staring up at the sky above her, the sun burning brighter than ever before. When she had first arrived here, it was just the size of the sun in the sky, a small ball of fire that if she held up her hands, she could block it out of sight. But now, the object nearly covered the entire sky. Her entire vision was nearly covered by the bright orange sun. Her eyes hurt, as they always did whenever she was forced here to watch the blaze so close to her made her wish she was blind. Bring me back. The whispers were the worst thing of all, if she had to be honest. The words pierced her ears like needles. They weighed on her head like lead, and echoed so hard within her that every syllable shook her to the core. But the worst part of it all, remember, was that the longer she heard them, the less it hurt. And the less it hurt, the less she wanted for it to stop whispering. And the less the whispers hurt her soul, the less it hurt to stare at the sun. Try as she might, she was stuck once more staring up at the sun as the words tried to convince her to remember something that she didn't even know existed in the first place. The words tried to convince her to recall their name, but there was nothing to recall, which meant that she was stuck there, frozen like a statue, a helpless victim to whatever kept bringing her here. At least, until she could blink. On cue, her eyelids fluttered close, and for the brief moment, she welcomed the soothing darkness. When her eyes opened, she allowed the waters below her to drag her down. They had long proven to her that they were trying to save her, rather than drown her. She fell further and further into the much more welcoming embrace of her element. But despite the relief that she felt, she knew that it would never last. The more she found herself in this world, the more she would be dragged further and further down into the waters below. Before, just falling back into the water had been enough to blot out the sun. But even as she fell further and further, the sun's radiance still burned itself into her eyes. The water responded by dragging her down even deeper. It was like the protective hold of a mother. Soon the heat from the sun vanished. The whispers were next, until finally, the sun was gone from view. The waters stopped dragging her down, and once more she was left floating in near pitch-black waters. She couldn't see the sun anymore, but that also meant that she couldn't see anything else. This was fine. There was some form of comfort with the duh. She saw a pair of eyes within the darkness. Seen, Montmorency woke up. It took her a moment to realize that she was sweating. Her forehead was damp. Slowly, she sat up from the bed she was sleeping in. She blinked. Her vision was blurry and unfocused as she tried to reorient herself. Her eyes narrowed as her vision cleared slightly. Looking around, she saw that she was in a ship. Several bunk beds, all unfit for nobles such as her and her travel companions, that were built into the walls of the ship. The lack of swaying told her that she wasn't traveling by the sea. The rest of them were asleep, all of them lying within their respective beds. She saw Kerchi sleeping with her head, arm thrown back, in a position just as shameful as she was. Tabitha was on her back, sleeping straight like an arrow. She saw a woman in armor sleeping on her side. And then she saw Louise, her arms wrapped around her familiars, both of which were looking right at her with their ever-open eye sockets. It took her a moment to remember that she was on a flying ship, one which was heading towards Albian. Her eyes squinted shut as her head pounded with a headache. She tried to massage her temples to relieve some of the pain. Her attempts to soothe her pain was interrupted by the sounds of a scuffle above them. She looked up, and she could panic from the deck above her. Were they being attacked? No. It was too calm, and it didn't sound like there were more people than what she had seen when she first boarded the ship. She swung her legs to the edges of the bed. She stood up and moved. Some part of her told her to wake up the others. If they were being attacked, it would be more important that they all knew and could run. But something within her stopped her from waking them up. More importantly, it stopped her from waking up Louise and her familiars. She opened the door towards the deck, and her bleary state was knocked out of her when one of the sailors nearly pushed her down the stairs towards the guest cabin. He stopped just shy of colliding with her, though he didn't apologize, instead moving to the side out of her way. She spotted what was causing the ruckus. Sylphid was currently throwing a tantrum on the deck. The dragon was shaking from side to side, flapping its wings and whipping its tail around. More than a few of the sailors had thrown themselves to the ground to avoid getting smacked off the ship and plummet to their deaths. Others were throwing nets to, presumably, calm it down so that it didn't fly off. Some had even picked up brooms and mops to push it away from the edge of the boat. One of them saw her emerging from the guest cabin, his eyes widening in panic. "My lady," he called out towards her, "please, we require assistance." Sylphid suddenly stopped its tantrum and turned its head around. Montmorency reached for her wand. The catalyst fell into her hands. Her mouth moved, seemingly on its own, chanting a spell. She pointed her wand forward, and with a burst of magic, every single source of water around her exploded out of their containers. They flew towards Sylphid. The dragon let out a cry and flapped its wings. More than a few of the sailors stumbled from the suddenly draft. The nets that had been thrown during the dragon's momentary lapse of attention were sent off course. The one that had been flying towards it scattered in the air. Her mouth kept moving, and another spell was chanted. Each splash of water in the air regrouped into a large ball above the dragon. The water in front of her moved, snaking along the around, nearly striking the dragon at its neck. The blue familiar swiped at her attack, only for it to reform around it in a ring of water, one that Sylphid dispersed by flaring its wings out. Her mouth continued to move, chanting spell after spell towards the dragon. The other sailors had long dived away from their encounter, and just watched as the dragon was assaulted by Mage. Sylphid couldn't move, kept in spot by all the liquid striking it from every angle. She had it at her mercy, until suddenly it let out a roar. She stumbled back from the loud sound. The spell that had been on her lips was cut short, and the ones that had been moving around it faltered. It took the chance to spread out its wings and take off, right into the ball of water that she had kept hovering above it. "Stay there," she growled. Her wand pulsed with magic, and the dragon was kept suspended within the orb of water. It didn't take long for the dragon to start thrashing within the water prison, shaking from side to side, but she kept it in place. It turned to her and snarled, glowing white eyes glaring into her own orange ones. "What is going on?" Agnes' voice exclaimed from behind her. She blinked, and suddenly her headache returned with the force of a hammer. Her wand fell from her grip and clattered on the deck. The water prison that held the dragon fell apart, the water splashing on the deck. It didn't take much for the dragon to shake off its attempted imprisonment and flew away from the ship. Sylphid, Montmorency could faintly hear the sound of Tabitha calling out for a familiar over her pounding headache. She was about to fall over when someone caught her. The worried face of Louise was the last thing she saw before she went back to sleep. "Scene. So there's no hope. Albion truly is falling to ruin. Founder, help us all." Those words of despair and more were said throughout the main hall of Albion Castle. Some muttered them under their breath. Others cried them out as they fell to the floor. Wales was one of the few that were silent as he stared at the torch by the throne, whereas before there was just the slightest of red embers. Now the black torch had a roaring red fire that burned so bright that it colored the hall red in its glow. A maid had been the first person to see the torch burning bright. She had entered the main hall to clean it as her duty demands, and she screamed so loud at the sight that it had woken up the entire castle. It didn't take long for the rest to leave their rooms and see what had caused her scream. It wasn't just a nightmare, Wales thought to himself. Memories of the dark figure was still fresh in his mind, something that he thought he had just imagined. "This can't be real," one of the soldiers growled out. He looked around the group that was gathered around the throne. "All right, Spill, Which one of you idiots thought that this would be funny? A few looked his way, their eyes worried, but there was some hope in them. Hope that this was just an ill-timed joke. But no one spoke out. The few that weren't staring at him were all too busy gawking at the torch. I said, "Spill it." The soldier exclaimed, turning around to face the group. "If this is a prank or some kind of practical joke, then it's not funny. We're losing people out there in this stupid war. And some of you thought that burning up the torch would be funny. It's not a joke." Everyone within the hall turned towards him. Wales walked past the group, heading towards the torch that had garnered all of their attention. The prince's face was set in stone. "It's real," he told them all. "The torch is burning because Albian is dying." He reached the throne, and to his surprise, despite how close he was to the red flame, he couldn't feel the heat. He stared into the red flames. They burned so brightly and viciously. "What are you saying, Your Highness?" the soldier asked. "This is not a joke." Wales repeated himself, "The nightmare's flame, the name of the mythical of fire that would burn to symbolize the death of a kingdom. It burns with fears and lingering regrets of those who once lived in a prosperous home, only for it to fall. It's burning because Albion has no hope." "Why, you can't say that. How can you think of something that horrible? How dare you?" He turned to face the crowd. All of them had lost interest in the flame and were now directing their attention towards him. "Be honest with yourselves," he said out loud. "How many of you truly thought that we could win this civil war?" A hushed silence swept through the hall. Wales looked amongst the people that had gathered, her eyes moving from soldier to maids to even the king. The king stared at his son, who stood where he would sat. "No one is willing to admit it?" he asked before he shook his head. "Then let me be the first. Victory for us is impossible, especially now." His eyes narrowed. "We all know deep inside that loss after loss, we had no chance against the Reconquista." Prince Wales, one of his soldiers, stepped forward. "Even if this is true, why say all of this?" He remembered the flames that consumed Albion within his dream. He remembered how many of the men that fought under him died in piles. He closed his eyes, because all we've done is prolong this nightmare of a war, a fight that we cannot win. The people murmured. His father was still looking at him, not a trace of emotion on his face. "So what do we do?" he heard Nelson ask among the group, looking up at him. Wales looked at the group with steely eyes. "What we were already planning to do. Go out and die in the battlefield, rather than cower inside." He held out a hand. "The nightmare's flame is burning, signaling the end of the kingdom of Albion, but that doesn't mean we need die lying down. Those that want to can all die in a blaze of glory on the battlefield. Take out as many as we can. I mean, with how this civil war has been going on, that's what you've all been planning to do, right?" Head turned away for a moment, before there was a collective sigh from the soldiers. They all looked up at him and nodded. "Then what are we waiting for?" He held out a hand. "This flame serves as a final sign. We have nothing to lose, so we might as well take away what they have." Grim nods and salutes were shared, before they all scattered to their respective tables. The maids and butlers all rushed towards their stations to prepare any kind of refreshments. Wales looked down at the hand he had held out. On it was the ruby of wind. The jewel, normally dull, seemed to shine and glow in the red glow of Nightmare's flame. If he was going to go out and die, there was one final thing he needed to do first. Scene. It stood at the edge of the cliffs where it would drop into the city below. Its right hand was glowing with the runes of the Vindolfer, as was its eyes as it stared up at where the ship had flown away to. Before it could truly leave its sight, it had sensed another being that it could take over. It reached into its mind and found it to be something that could fly, which was good because that meant that it could actually get it towards him. It was resistant, however, being able to withstand the initial control that would have taken over any other creature instantly. That told it that it was a familiar. Its master had told it that a familiar would be harder to control than normal animals due to the ritual that summoned them and binded them. But that didn't mean that it couldn't take control. Whoever it had taken over was a female, and that it had something on board that it wanted to protect. All it did was simply change the thought that the one that she wanted to protect had been left behind in La Rochelle. It saw that it wanted to leave, but had an issue with the people on the ship. It was the sailors at first, trying to keep her down. But then after that, it was a mage. Whoever it was, they were skilled with magic. But eventually they managed to leave the ship. It was flying towards it now, the link growing shorter and shorter as it drew closer and closer. Then it finally saw what it had taken over. It was a beast with 4 legs, blue scales with a white underbelly, a long neck with a long face, 2 wings on its back. She descended in front of it, and with a flex of his power changed it so that she saw it as the one she wanted to protect. She was almost as tall as it was, standing on her 4 leg, its face reached its upper neck. Her eyes were glowing and stared at it with a quizzical tilt. It reached forward and placed its right hand on her head. "Where are they going?" She tilted her head as its question. "We're going on a secret mission for the princess, aren't we, big sis?" So was her older sibling then. It hoped that whoever it was, it could handle her being away for a while. Where is the destination of this secret mission? She let out a whimper. Albian. Isn't it dangerous to go to Albian right now? She nodded her head. A war is going on because of some bad humans. We have to send a letter to the prince for the princess. It looked away from the beast and turned its head up. She whimpered and shook her head. I don't want to go there, big sis. Human wars can be scary and we could get hurt. It looked at her. We must complete this mission. It still didn't know if the pink-haired mage was Void Mage like its own master. And it didn't know if the vessels that she had with her were Void familiars or not. It had already abandoned its siblings once. It wouldn't do it again. Not when they ran the risk of getting killed in that war zone. It needed to save them from a false Void Mage, and with the chaos of the country they were in. Well, its master tell it, that it would need for it to be at a war zone for her death to be unauditable. We must head to Albion. The beast looked up at it before she let out a sigh. I understand, big sis. I'll try to keep you safe and not forget you this time. Then she pulled away from its hand and spread out its wings. It never flew before, never had the chance, and the Pale King never really carried it when he took flight. It climbed aboard the beast, making sure not to hinder her wings, and with a mental flex to ignore the fatigue she had built up, they took off, flying towards Albion. Chapter 29. I deeply apologize for what happened here, my ladies. Marco had been captain of his ship for quite a while. Even though it mainly went to Albion, which was lucky due to the pay for transport towards the floating continent, it still meant that he knew what to expect whenever he took off from La Rochelle and into the skies above. So when a couple of nobles had asked to board his ship to go on a diplomatic mission, he hadn't thought much of it besides the pay. Sure, some people would say that it would be suicide to ask for payment from the nobles, but Marco wasn't exactly a man that was willing to travel to a war zone for some ambiguous mission that they were planning to go to. Besides, he had planned on delaying the shipment until the whole situation at Albion blew over. Pirates and the like had been more than active with the civil war going on. That meant that his ship was already airworthy and all it needed was just the command and the windstones to carry them. Something that none of the other airships could say. Every day, he felt pride at the deal he managed to get with those insects. Why some people hated them so much, he could never tell. From the early shipment and the pay from the nobles that really wanted to travel to Albion, well, how could he say no to some extra gold? His crewmates obviously didn't. We tried our best to stop it, we really did. But we just couldn't handle the situation. Of course, like everything amazing that happened, something wrong always followed. The first was the much earlier departure that they had agreed on. When the dragons suddenly showed up, they assumed the worst. When the rest came and demanded that they leave, with the woman with the flintlock pistol nearly brandishing the weapon to negotiate, they all woke up from their interrupted sleep and begrudgingly agreed, not without a mentioning that they would need to pay extra. Then, halfway through the trip, suddenly the dragon that had scared the crew silly began acting up. It started thrashing around on deck, and before they knew it, they had to stay away from the beast before it threw them overboard. None of them wanted to get sent off the ship, but if the nobles knew that they had just done nothing while their pet flew off, he was sure that they'd be done for. So they tried, and failed to do anything to a blasted dragon. Their only solace came when the blonde of the group suddenly walked up from the guest cabins and waved that wand of hers. Even then, she could only delay it from taking off before it flew away. And now the captain found himself standing on a wet deck due to said blonde, in front of 4 angry-looking women, one that was dazed, and 2 weird things that looked like insects, apologizing profusely for his little mishap. Of the 4, the short pink one looked the angriest. But she was quiet, instead holding onto the blonde so that she wouldn't fall over. There was silence as he finished his apology, before the blue-haired one simply turned towards the railing of the ship. She walked towards it and leaned over. She's already gone, she said in a tone so soft he almost didn't catch it. The redhead, Germanian, followed the blue-hair girl. Think we can catch up to her if we turn this ship around? No. She shook her head. Sylphid flies fast. Would be wasteful to turn around. She wasn't wrong. Besides, the girl turned away from the railing and faced the pink-haired girl. The mission comes first. Sorry about this, Tabitha. The redhead sighed. I didn't think that Sylphid would just run away like that. When we get back to Tristane, I'll try to request a search party from the princess for your familiar. The older woman, Agnes she had called herself, told Tabitha, it's the least I can do. Familia? That dragon was her familiar? It's fine. The blue-haired girl shook her head and asked, how's Montmorency? She's waking up. The pink-haired one answered, adjusting the grip on her fellow noble, but she's still kind of dazed. Wouldn't be surprised. The Germanian spoke. She was casting her spells around like candy. Never seen her do that before. As they spoke among themselves, Marco excused himself, walking away from the group. His heart was still racing, some part of him still thinking that they would just toss him overboard as compensation for his loss. A familiar just running away like that. One of his crew members whispered to another as he walked past them, I thought that only happened in Romalia. No, it happens in Tristane too, doesn't it? Another one whispered. Mages get killed by their familiars in Tristane, not lose them. Yeah, but they run away first, don't they? Walking up toward the two, he grabbed them by their shoulders. Hush, both of you, he snarled. I don't need for them to have an actual reason to turn this ship into Kindle. Now, why don't you get the mop and clean up the deck? Sorry, sir. After that little fiasco, the rest of the trip was rather boring. The blonde mage was slowly but surely recovering from her magical display. The older woman and Tabitha were apparently talking among each other. Those two weird insects found themselves entangled within the nets and required the assistance of some free hands to get them out, while the Germanian and the pink-haired girl were just staring at their upcoming destination. The massive landmass of Albian came into view. The clouds and the mist that caused it to be named the White Country surrounding the continent was always nice to look at. The ship rose higher and higher, until finally it broke through the clouds, and he could see the countries and his destination for the Tro. Scarborough. From what he could tell, the port was long taken by the rebels of the Civil War. Luckily, there was no blockade that prevented him from entering, at least as far as he knew. As they ascended, they caught sight of a rather terrifying sight. Far into the distance, where Newcastle of Albion was, they could see a massive ship that was multiple times the length and size of his own. It hovered menacingly in the air above the castle, and just the sight of it made him shiver. It's a wonder that the royals haven't been wiped out by the rebels if they've that on their side. Marco spoke under his breath. He took his eyes away from the far sight, focusing on his current task, lest he crash his ship just as he got there. As he moved his ship towards the port, looking for an open spot, a gasp from his passengers drew his attention. The pink girl was pointing at the castle, and so were the other mages. At first he had thought that they just saw the ship as well, but when he felt a hand grab his shoulder and turn him back towards the direction of the castle, he turned, and his mouth nearly fell open at the sight. Growing from the castle was a massive tornado, one that was growing in size, and it rose higher and higher towards the massive ship that hung over the castle. In a matter of moments, the tornado grew enough that it reached the airship, even as it tried to fly away. In a matter of moments, the tornado seemed to shove the ship away from the castle, the massive vessel spinning away. It seemed that the royals still had some fight in them. A small bump brought him back to his current task, and with a few shouts towards the rest of his crew, he managed to stop his ship from slamming into the docks. It didn't take long for the group to run. They grabbed their stuff, tossed him a bag of the promised payment, and before anyone could say anything else, they were off. Running off to Bremere knows where. Marco raised an eyebrow before he looked at the coin pouch in his hands, weighing it with a grin. He looked at the rest of his crew, just as bemused at the sudden departure of their guests, and raised it a bit. Who wants drinks, boys? It was later he met a ship captain that had done a similar deal, though he was apparently heartless enough to let the ship get robbed since he wasn't involved in the situation. Scene. What the hell? A couple of the men around him shouted in complete shock at the sight that they had just saw. Ward agreed with their sentiment. The sight of the massive warship, the Lexington, from what the others had told, bragged to him about, that was apparently used to scare them inside their castle being blown away, wasn't something he or the rest had expected to see. Especially when just a day ago, every single one of the soldiers were telling him that the royals had lost all the will to fight. He looked at the closest soldier, his eyes narrowing under his hat. Is that not supposed to happen? He asked. No, sir. The Reconquista soldier stammered out. His eyes were wide with fear. They never had any mages that could do anything like that from what we can tell. The only mages left in that castle should just be the prince and the king. Wards growled. So that meant that there was an unknown factor inside that place. Damn it. We'll keep moving forward. Ward shouted, gripping the reins of his horse as they ran towards their destination. Either they have something that they think can turn the tide of the war, or they're planning on a suicide charge. It was a shame he didn't have his griffin. If he had brought along, maybe he could have flown straight towards the castle in half the time it took to move with this party. Furthermore, it could also give him the chance to fly to that massive ship and maybe tell them to not blow the castle apart. With how the royals had retaliated, it was only a matter of time before the ship responded with a deadly bombardment that would bury the place in rubble. But sir, the soldier and more than a few of the others called out towards him, we don't know what's inside. He snapped his head towards him. We enter that castle today. Or, do you want me to tell Cromwell that we lost the letter and the prince's corpse because of all you? That shut all of them up. His appearance had initially been something that they all celebrated. His mission to charge into the castle, kill the prince, and steal the letter was seen as something as an easy ticket to fame for all of them. But the presence of a threat had turned it into something that they were all unsure of. Wards growled. Of all the times for them to fight back, he reached into his coat and pulled out the white mask to hide his identity. In a way, while it was a shame that he didn't bring his griffin, the sight of the familiar of the Griffin Knight's leader would have exposed his identity to everyone. And that meant that he couldn't listen into the plans of Tristane anymore. The white mask fit over his face, and Wards took a deep breath as he stared at the ever-approaching castle. Scene. He coughed into his hand, bending over so much that he almost threatened to fall onto the ground. Immediately, the guards around him moved to support him. After a moment, his coughing subsided, and James I, King of Albian, raised his hand. "I am fine." "No offense, Your Majesty," the one that was holding him up commented, "but you seem to be rather out of breath." "Bah," he scoffed. "I could cast 10 of those spells without even feeling it." Maybe back then Father, Wales, his remaining child, approached him and took over support for the guard, but I don't believe that you can do the same now. "I must really be getting old then." James smiled as they slowly moved away from their spot. The balcony was always a favorite spot for the king. It allowed him to look out into the vast clouds of his country, the blue sky, and today it had given him and his son a proper way to blast that damned ship out of his castle. At least for the moment. It wouldn't be long for it to return, and the information that they received told them all that a full force was going to attack them today. At least his son picked a good day for their final stand. Oh well, if it was anything, it felt good casting a final spell. They moved him towards his room. The grandiose room was filled with golds and riches that meant nothing now that he was going to die later. But it was nice seeing the paintings and the golden chalices within his room. Wales sat him down at his bed. "Stay here, father." He told him kindly with a smile on his face, "You can rest now." James couldn't help but shake his head. "You should at least let me stand out with you. Cast a few more spells." "I believe that one was enough." Wales pulled away and turned to the guards, nodding as they stood at the doors. He faced him once more. "Leave the rest to me. You should at least be comfortable." "I've been comfortable my whole life," James admitted, but he closed his eyes. "I guess there's nothing wrong with just a bit more." Wales smiled and turned away. He left the room, trusting the two guards to give his father some form of protection. The prince moved from the wing that housed his father's realm and into the main hall. All the tables that would hold food, drinks, and recently plans for their war had been moved to barricade everything that they could, leaving only a small exit. The nightmare torch was still burning bright. Wales stared at it. Within the flames, he could see it. The figure that had appeared inside his room the night before. Eyes that burned even stronger than the scarlet flames stared into him, watching and waiting for his kingdom to fall. Wales turned away and drew his wand. Prince Wales, tutor of Albian, left the main hall and walked out towards his death scene. As the horse's hooves pounded against the road, the sight of the castle in the distance filled Louise's heart with dread. Not only due to the sight of the massive wind spell that had just occurred just now, which didn't bode well for the academy students if that was the scale of their opponents, but due to the feeling that she was too late and that even if she reached it, she wouldn't be able to complete her mission. No, her grip on the reins tightened hard enough that she could feel Sib, who was sitting in front of her, turning to look at her. Even if the anxiety of failure was eating her from the inside out, that didn't mean that she could doubt herself this far. She had to at least reach the castle, and that meant that she looked down at the void vessel in front of her. Bug was behind her, gripping her sides as they rode towards their destination. "Bug, Sib." She could feel Bug slide its hand to touch any of the exposed skin that it could find, while Sib touched her hand. "Yes, yes. We need to get to that castle as fast as we can," she told them both, and she could feel them staring at the sight. Taking her eye from the road for a moment, she looked down at Sib. "I know that I usually tell you not to hurt anyone and not to do anything dangerous, but you're both capable, aren't you?" Memories of Bug's little showing after the familiar exhibition suddenly filled her head, and for a moment she could feel a memory of a dark place. The sounds of scuttling insects everywhere. Yes, yes. Then she was back in Albion, riding her horse. She shook her head. "So from here, until we get to that castle, I allow you to act towards anyone that tries to stop us from reaching it. You can fight back. You can hurt anyone that you see as a threat towards yourself and the rest of us. As long as you don't leave my sight and you keep near towards me." Sib lifted its head, bending its head back so that it could look her in the eye. Should we kill them as well? The thought made her shiver, the thought of just letting her familiars take a life. But as she looked at them, the feeling dissipated and she nodded yes. She looked forward. "Until we get to the castle, you can kill as well." Out the corner of her eye, she saw both Agnes and Tabitha look her away, but she kept her head forward. "Understood. We'll keep you all safe." And to her unfortunate luck, those words were going to be tested. Just as they were about to leave the port city, there was a collection of armored soldiers who were blocking their way. 3 of them. They had to stop their horses, or else they'd be in trouble. The men raised their spears towards them. She saw Tabitha ready her staff. Kirchie and Montmorency already had their wands out, and Agnes was reaching for a pistol. It took her a moment to notice that Bug wasn't holding her sides anymore, and that Sib had stood up on the saddle. Then, just as they were close, Sib suddenly jumped. Her horse buckled at the sudden force, and before she could saw anything, Sib suddenly dashed forward. It didn't shift its body like Bug. Instead, only its cloak lengthened behind it as it suddenly flew forward. Aiming towards the soldier that was right in front of her, Its hand reached for the soul wand on its back. Swoosh! And swung the weapon. Her eyes widened, as did the other soldiers at the sudden attack. But before any of them could do or even say anything, two black tendrils suddenly pierced their heads. It stabbed clean through their faces and skull, even piercing the metal helmets that should have protected them. They were dead before they even knew what had happened. Then the tendrils flicked the corpses out of their path, sending them tumbling out of the way before they retracted back towards her. Sib landed on the ground, faster than the head and arm it had detached for the soldier. It turned towards her and jumped, timing it just enough that she could catch it. With it in her hands, her face pulled into an uneasy grimace. Is that fine? It tilted her head. Louise swallowed the nausea in her throat and nodded. Yes, that's fine. Chapter 30. Cracum. Lightning surged from the tip of his sword wand, the electricity arcing in every direction but making sure that it fired forward. Some struck the walls, others hit the ground, but the majority flew forward and fired into the chest piece of the Albian soldier in front of him. The man screamed, his voice jumping up and down as the lightning filled his body. His whole body jerked around. Soon he began to smoke as the metal pieces of his armor turned bright red from the heat of his spell. Until finally, he went silent and fell over dead. All this happened in the time span of just a single second. Wards pointed his wand to the next target, before having to take a step back when he rushed forward and tried to stab him with a spear. He chanted a spell, and the weapon in his hand glowed. It crackled with the same electricity, but none of it left the metal of the weapon. With a single swipe, the rounded edge sliced clean through the wooden stick of the spear. Wards pulled it by his head before he thrust it forward. It pierced the metal plating like it wasn't even there, and with a flick of his wrist, pulled it out from the side. The soldier coughed and hacked before falling backwards right next to his dead companion. Wards eyed the corpses for a moment before he continued forward. The halls of the new castle were a nightmare to go through, especially with the occasional bombing from the Lexington shaking the place and making him lose his orientation every few shots. It seemed that the big ship decided that it was time to blow the castle and all of its inhabitants apart. More than a few of those cannonballs had hit some of the soldiers, not that it mattered. Wards moved through the unfamiliar place, occasionally passing by the corpse of either a Reconquista soldier or an Albion one. There was, surprisingly, more of the former than the latter. The mage stopped as he stood at the end of one of the hallways. At the other end was a room that was illuminated in a scarlet red glow, suspicious to be sure. But the man was more focused on the lanterns that were lined up. Lumifly lanterns. His grip on his sword wand tightened, as his eyes narrowed at the insect products. The fact that even Albion royalty was accepting of those invaders was just more reason why the nobles of Albion rose up. More than a few were carried towards to Albion, bringing their machines and toys. It was how Reconquista could get so much support. Cromwell's rather transparent plan to direct their next attack towards Tristane, where the insects had first set foot on Hawkagenia, was a good incentive. They all wanted to wipe them out and take what they had to further use them to move towards the Holy Land. Frankly, Ward just wanted to do the former. He chanted a spell under his breath and pointed his wand forward. Lightning surged, breaking the glass containers and frying every single Lumifly within the containers. A sense of catharsis filled his heart at the, admittedly, petty display of power, but it felt good nonetheless. Scene. Louise flinched as another arm sailed over her head. She suppressed a squeal as the blood caked her head and cloak. She shuddered at the feeling, but she didn't let it take her attention away. With a heft, she pulled back Sib onto the saddle in front of him, as it left the screaming soldier to his death clutching his shoulder. Beside her, Kerchie was throwing around fireballs, each one setting whoever was trying to stop them on fire. Not even to kill them, but enough that they were more focused on putting themselves out rather than stop them. Tabitha seemed to have been chanting nonstop the moment they had left the port city. Every so often an errant gust of wind would fly from her and knock aside the soldiers in her path, while other times the arrows that were being fired towards them would be redirected to the side. Assuming that Sib hadn't sent them back with its soul wand. The image was still horrifying vivid for her, the sight an arrow that was about to take her head off before Sib suddenly struck it hard enough that it turned right around and took out the archer. Agnes had her pistol in her hand, shooting away at the few that were in sight. It was faster than Kerchie and Tabitha could chant, and it let her disorientate them before they could react. It also meant that they were easy pickings for Bug follow-up with its tendrils. There were very few times that were more horrifying and demoralizing than seeing your companion suddenly lifted in the air. She should know, even from her perspective, it was scarring to her, so see how casually it could do such a thing. If the image of the arrow nearly taking her eye out was horrifyingly vivid, the memory of Bug stabbing a soldier through the back of his head and seeing it tendril poke out of his mouth as he was tossed aside was going to haunt her for the next few days. When it wasn't terrifying the three of them, neither Tabitha nor Agnes seemed to be bothered by its display. It was their last line of defense. The only two that weren't directly contributing to their trip was Montmorency and herself. The water mage was busy with haphazardly healing them, small healing spells splashing against them as lucky arrows and spears would nick the horses. It was a shame that she wasn't using the crazy spells while she was on the boat, but she was keeping them moving. Whatever she was doing, she was keeping the horses running that she expected that the trip would take shorter than she had expected. And that left her, try to keep her familiars from falling of the horses and getting left behind. They were constantly in motion, and it was becoming her job to keep them around her as they were helping them cut a put towards the castle, grabbing Sib as it swung to the side to strike at a horse's head, keeping still as Bug grabbed her by the side of her shirt to aim at a particular target. She was the thing that kept them with them as they rushed towards the castle. Speaking of the castle, the sound of another cannonball bombardment made her and everyone else wince. When it had first happened, it spooked all of them. Now that they were even closer, Louise was hoping that her hearing would be fine after this. Damn it, Kerchie cursed. Her breathing was getting shallow and tired. By the time we get to the place, that stupid ship is going to bury the place. Agnes' arm jerked as her pistol fired out another bullet, splattering the head of the lone soldier on the road in front of them. She shook the smoking weapon in her hands before she holstered it. Well, we can't turn back now. Until that castle actually falls, we need to reach there and get the letter from the prince. What if we're already too late? Montmorency screamed. She was the worst of the group as she was still recovering from her little day spell on the way here. What if? She paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. What if we get there and the prince is dead? Then we turn around. Agnes replied curtly. If the prince is dead and the letter is gone, we turn around and head back toward Scarborough. Just like that, Louise asked incredulously. You can stay there if you want. Agnes turned to her with a cold look, but if the target is gone, and unless you're all willing to die, facing an army equipped with that, she pointed to the massive ship in the air as it continued to blast away at the castle. Then we go right back toward Scarborough. Regrettable, Tabitha spoke out, but we must leave if the mission failed. Seems like a waste, Kerchie said, her tone oddly sad, that we came all this way for a secret mission, only for us to fail to do anything. Louise gripped the reins of her horse tightly. Well, we haven't yet. Louise called out to the others. Until we know that we failed the mission, or that the prince is dead, or that his letter is gone, then we keep going. We do not back down. A Valier would do whatever it takes to complete the mission. The words echoed in her ears. Her mother's words that bore into her every time she failed to complete a task. Every time a spell blew up. Every time she saw her mother sigh in disappointment. Louise gritted her teeth at the approaching castle. We have to at least try. Scene. Sylphid panted for breath as she flew towards Albian. Her wings were pumping her forward as the massive landmass grew closer and closer. On her back, her big sis was silent as she usually was, probably reading a book while they were flying towards the country. She still couldn't believe that she had nearly left behind her big sis when she rowed the boat. And what was worse was that she was shocked at how the others also forgot. The fact that it was only her that remembered about big sis was such a lucky thing, if she hadn't remembered that her big sis would be all alone there. Although, as she continued to flap her wings and fly higher and higher, for some reason her big sis seemed to have grown heavier. She was getting tired, although she figured it was due to the fact that she had to fly back to the ground before, but even then she couldn't help but feel it was due to her big sis getting bigger. Her head looked over towards her, and through her mind she saw her big sis as she usually was. Her appearance was the same as when she was summoned by her. She was just bigger. The sight of her big sis began to blur a bit, as her eyes narrowed at who was sitting on her back. It turned towards her and placed a hand on her head. Once it did, Sylphid blinked before it let out a happy purr at the touch of its big sis. Maybe it was just too tired from flying. It turned its head back forward and concentrated on flying. After a long flight, finally Sylphid reached the landmass in the sky. Flying above the clouds and shaking a bit of the dew on her body, she carefully placed herself on the ground near a city and promptly collapsed on the ground, panting in exhaustion. Wow, she must have been more tired than she thought. Her wings were so sore that it almost felt like they were on fire and were about to fall off. And once her big sis stepped off, her back started to ache like crazy. Only her legs weren't struggling to stay up, and even then from the few moments where she landed on the ground, she couldn't help but feel the soreness in them. Why was she so tired? Big sis walked around her until she was standing next to her. She turned towards her and let out a small cry. Big sis, I'm tired. It was weird how she turned to her immediately and seemed to understand her words. While this form was less articulate in the human language like her other form, it could still make some noises that could point to a direction of what she was saying. But sometimes it took her big sis a while before she really understood. Now, she just seemed to know what she was saying as she looked at her with her eyes. Those are her EY. Can you still fly? The words entered her mind, and the doubt she was feeling vanished. Sylphid shook her head. I'm tired. I don't think I can fly anymore. She looked at her, tilting her head. Do you mean you aren't capable of flight anymore? Sylphid nodded. I need to rest before I can fly again. Big Sis turned away from her head looking at the castle that was in the distance. Sylphid could see the massive ship that was flying around it, and let out a whimper of fear. Big Sis then turned back toward her. How long? Sylphid blinked. Huh? How long do you need a rest? She was worried about her. That was nice. Sylphid let out a coo. A couple of hours. Just let me lay down for a while, and then I can fly again to the castle. Big Sis turned back towards the castle and spoke. There is no need. Huh? Big Sis nodded at her direction. I will head towards the castle ahead of you, and once you have rested, you must head towards the castle so that we may leave. Confusion filled the dragon's head, and she shook her head. But Big Sis, you won't be able to make it there. She was just a human. Was she? Her Big Sis did seem too large to be a human, and its shape just seemed to be out of focus that she couldn't have focused on the figure of H. Do not worry. I will make it. You just need a rest. Her body grew tired, and she abandoned the thought that she was thinking. Sylphid let out a yawn and nodded her head. Okay, Big Sis. Stay safe. The last thing she saw was her dashing forward at incredible speeds. Scene. Swoosh. Once more Sib swung its weapon and sliced off another arm. Agnes rushed in before the man could react to the loss of his weapon arm and jabbed him in the neck with her sword. It stabbed him clean in the neck, and the bodyguard raised her foot and kicked him off. The man thrashed on the stone ground, blood pouring out from both his neck and where his arm had been cut off. Fireball. The red-orange flame erupted from Kerchi's wand and set the group of men alight. They dropped their weapons and started trying to put themselves out, panicking as some tried to pull off the metal on their bodies. They were too preoccupied trying to survive the fire. None of them noticed when Bug swung a tendril towards them. Louise had to hold back a gag when the whip that had split the metal pot did the same for the necks of the soldiers. Two headless corpses fell back. One of them charged towards her, a sword in hand. He got 2 steps closer towards her before a tendril speared him in the side of the head, going in from one ear and coming out the other. The black appendage flicked it away. It landed just in front of the last remaining soldier of the group that had attacked them. He looked at the ground around him for a moment before he turned around and tried to run. Louise was willing to let them go. Swoosh. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for her familiars. Sib landed on the ground, once again before the head it had cut off. The soldier fell his chest, while his head rolled to a stop in front of the 4-horn void vessel. Bug walked up towards the head and was just about to kick it. Bug! Louise exclaimed before it could. She looked at the head for a moment, a shiver going up her spine. Just don't. It tilted its head, but walked away from it and towards her. Sib looked at the head for a moment before doing the same. Is there? Montmorency looked around from her spot behind her horse. Is there anyone else? The 5 looked around them. The courtyard was empty save for the corpses that were strewn about, most of them due to her 2 void vessels. They had arrived at the gates just a while ago, and waiting at the gates were the Reconquista soldiers, all of whom were all too willing to try and kill them the moment they came into view. The gate was already broken down, meaning that they had entry towards the castle. Distantly they could hear the fighting going in instead. Every so often they could see what looked like other soldiers being blasted out of the windows above them, plummeting towards their death. We're clear, Agnes answered, shaking her sword to try and clear off the blood before she sheathed it. Her hand moved towards her pistol, and with practiced motion, she reloaded the weapon. The rest of them are probably inside, so we need to get in and find that letter now. All 5 of them nodded, and they all jogged towards the main doors. However, when she tried to push, she found that they were stuck. She could push them open a bit, but there was something that was preventing her from pushing forward further. I can't open it. Louise told them something is blocking it. A barrier? Agnes asked. No. Tabitha shook her head, just barricaded. We need a breakthrough if we want to enter through here. Is this the safest route? Kerchi asked. She was out of breath because if we have to walk around, I must just end up dead weight. We just need to blow this door open, Montmorency said. She turned towards Bug and crossed her arms well. Bug looked at the 3 academy students that were looking at it before it turned around and found that its master was looking at it as well. What are you waiting for, Bug? When it received a nod from its master, the void vessel faced the door. Its body shifted, the black swallowing up the rest of the skull, while its black eyes lit up a pure white. Slowly the rest of the group backed away from the void vessel, the memories of the little show it had done still fresh within their heads. Agnes, seeing them back away, followed suit. One of its hands glowed the same color. It looked at the door for a moment before it launched itself forward. The door, the stone around the door, and everything that had been behind it was blown apart with that single blow. Black wisps of magical energy floated around the air for a couple of moments, before it dissipated, leaving behind Bug as it stood in the doorway. A moment later, a tunnel of air suddenly flung the void vessel of its little feet, tumbling over the air. "Bug!" She called out towards it. She backpedaled and held out her arms. It landed in her arms, her familiar looking more than a little confused at its sudden flight. Another tunnel of air suddenly fired from inside the door, forcing them to brace themselves before they were flung away, just as her familiar had been. Tabitha, despite the wind trying to blow her away, was already chanting a spell under her breath. Her eyes stared forward and pointed her staff at the door. A powerful gust of wind fired back towards the doorway. It wasn't as sustained as the one that was firing towards them, but it was stronger. It pushed back against the existing tunnel of wind, and from the cries they heard from inside, it had knocked whoever was casting the spell. That and a few others. They rushed inside before another spell was casted. Inside they found two heavily injured men. One of them wearing knight armor that covered his head, while the other was wearing more fancy-looking armor that had a cape and had gone without a helmet. While the former was covered in head-to-toe in armor and has no distinguishable features, the other one was a rather handsome-looking man. He looked young, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He had the look of a noble. He was also heavily injured, as the armor that they wore had parts missing as they reveal rather ghastly-looking wounds. The young man saw them approach and raised the hand that was holding the wand. Quickly, she, Montmorency, Tabitha, and Kerchie pointed their wands towards them. Agnes did the same with her pistol, and to her surprise, she saw Sib and Bug merely pointing their own weapons forward. The blonde eyes narrowed, gritting his teeth as he stared up at them. "Who are?" he asked, his breath cutting short with a cough as his wand clattered to the ground. He stared at it for a moment, before he just looked at them with a glare. "Who are you?" Louise pointed her wand forward. Her eyes scanned the two before her, trying to see if they had any of the insignia of the Reconquista soldiers that they had seen before this. To her relief, they had none of them. "I am Louise Françoise Leblanc de la Valliere," she introduced herself. "I am sent here to find Prince Wales' tutor of Albian." "What do you need with him?" he asked. "If you want his head, you better make it quick." "No," she answered. "I am here on request of Princess Henrietta." "We are to send him a letter," Agnes continued, eyes glancing at the two, making sure to see every single twitch a secret one from her towards him. The man's glare softened as his eyes widened. As much as they could in his condition, she really did. Despite the situation, a smile broke out on his face. "Oh, Henrietta, even now you still hold those feelings?" "Excuse me." Kerchie blinked in confusion. The man looked at them gently. "I am Prince Wales' tutor, and here with me is the last remaining bodyguard that I have." He turned to him. "Say hello, Nelson." The man in armor let out a grunt. "You are Prince Wales?" Montmorency asked in surprise. "A sorry sight, isn't it?" the blonde stated as he pushed himself into a seated position. "A shame you did not arrive earlier. To have such a group of nobles would have warranted a feast." "Assuming we had enough," Nelson spoke up, the man chuckling. "We would have greeted you with the welcoming of Newcastle, but as you can see now," he gestured around them where the bodies of soldiers littered the area around them. "Instead of cheer and merriment, you just see corpses dash." The castle shook as powerful force seemed to shake it, almost making them stumble. "Well, then even blink, and explosions." He looked up at Louise. "So sorry, Valliere. You deserved a better welcome. Any case, do you have a letter with you?" he asked, holding out a hand. Louise's lips pulled into a thin line, as she kept her wand pointed forward. "How do I know that you're actually Prince Wales?" The blonde smiled, before he turned his hand to face the floor. It revealed the ruby ring on his finger. Before he could say anything else, the water ruby on her finger shone brighter than it had before. The one that had been on the finger of the blonde did the same, and from the distance they could see the sight of small rainbow. The blonde was silent for a moment, his eyes wide, before he smiled. "The wind ruby of Albion and the water ruby of Tristain. Together, they form the rainbow between the royal families." Louise lowered her wand, and the rest followed suit. Scene. Whoa. Bug entered a room that was colored a scarlet red, from the walls to the ceilings to the ground. The moment they had entered the large room, everything seemed to glow red. The source of it all was the nightmare troop torch that stood at the throne. It was burning brightly, like the torch that it had lit up back in the Howling Cliffs. Its sibling didn't seem to know what it was. It was staring into the flames with a confused tilt. Yeah, the one called Nelson sounded. Everyone pretty much had the same reaction when we saw it this morning. He was walking now. After Montmorency has healed the two with some spell, the two were able to walk and bring them towards the room. They claimed that it was the safest. The fact that there were more corpses here than anywhere else in the castle told it that it was easier to defend rather than it being safe. "I didn't think it was real. It heard its master spoke in hushed awe. We read about it, but we've never seen one before. I mean, this is our first fallen kingdom," Kerchie had said, trying to sound as she usually did, but it could see that she was struggling. "It's still a pretty color." Whale looked at the letter, and without another word, he opened it and started to get. As he was reading it, both Bug and Sib started walking towards the torch. It was burning so brightly, even brighter than it had seen back in Hallownest. The red flames seemed to grow high. Bug stared into the fire, as something within it was familiar. A pair of red eyes, somehow even brighter than the scarlet flames, appeared within. And then a moment later, a familiar figure appeared in front of Bug. It was as tall as its master, only its black horns giving it an edge in their height. The figure in front of it had a white face that contrasted heavily with its red eyes. A black cloak covered the rest of its body. The underside of its cloak was a similar red to its eyes. Its head tilted down to look at Bug from its taller height, and a previously unseen mouth stretched into a wide smile. His voice was soft, at least compared to the previous figure that shared his appearance. I expected to see you, dear friend, but not so soon. Its cloak opened, revealing its red stomach and black insect-like legs. The cloak was revealed to have been a membrane that was connected to arms. One of its arms draped over its chest, while the other stretched out to the side. Then he bowed. It's so good to see you once more. Bug was confused. It raised its head. For a moment the smile was gone, and an odd look replaced it. At least, before the smile returned with a sound. That's right. It stood up straight. It's been years since we last saw each other, since we last fought your cursed sibling. He shook his head. I must appear different towards your memory of me. Bug tilted its head. The figure looked down at it. Is it I, dear friend, the one that was called Grimchild, and let out a plaignant? Its head snapped up, staring up with something dwelling inside it. Grimchild's smile grew. I am excited as well, dear friend. It was then it noticed that it was the only one that was reacting towards them. Bug turned to Sib, who had been standing beside it, only to see that it had left and was standing next to Agnes. Fret not, dear friend. Grimchild spoke. So far only those with the flames of the nightmare within them can see me. It stepped forward, walking down from the steps of the throne, and even then, it is only who I can allow to see me. It didn't remember that it could do that before. That was before I grew up and matured, before I understand the scope of the powers that my father once held. He held up a hand, and from its palms a swirl of red fire appeared. Time has allowed me to grow, dear friend. I am not the child that I was before. Grimchild stared forward, and so did Bug. It appeared that they were talking amongst each other. I am now the aspect of the nightmare's heart, to watch over kingdoms that are meant to fall, Grimchild told it. After your victory over your cursed sibling, I had left to continue my destiny. The years that went by, as other kingdoms burned away, and I came to harvest the nightmares and dreams. Now I am here to see the fall of the kingdom of Albian. So that was what happened after it had entered the dream of the Hollow Knight. Grimchild let out a hum. Yes, that fight of yours. Even if I was not attuned completely towards a nightmare's heart back then, it was odd to see the other half of my essence. Not only that, but fighting it as well. It was what it had to do, to take down its ancient enemy once and for all. I do not begrudge your choice, dear friend. He turned to it, and once more it smiled. I am simply happy to see you once more. Maybe you can tell me how you arrive here. It didn't really know. Well, when you do, please regale me once you have the chance. Grimchild turned to its master who was walking towards it. The Prince Wales was leading her. It might be quite some time before we can meet again. He was leaving? No. Grimchild shook its head. You are farewell, dear friend. Bug. The vessel looked up at its master, before looking to the side to see that Grimchild had vanished. Louise had a worried look on her face. Are you okay? You didn't see anything bad in that fire, did you? Bug shook its head. There was nothing unpleasant there. She smiled a bit, as did the prince. At least one of us isn't affected by it, he said under his breath. He then turned toward the doorway. Come, my room is just this way. I'll take you there and then bring you to the evacuation ship below. Hopefully the Eagle hasn't left yet. He turned to the armored man. Nelson, you lead the others there. Yes, sir. Bug walked up towards Louise. She held up her hand, to which it grabbed it. It held out its own hand, and Sib took it. Kerchie let out a snort at the sight. Let's go. Wales started walking towards where he had pointed, and its master followed. The last thing they had from the other group was, Montmorency, stop staring at the torch and let's go. The hallways were filled with corpses. Every so often, they would run into a soldier that was dealt with a single spell that blew them into a wall. Soon they reached a door. It was no different from the rest of the doors. Wales opened the door, smiling. They never expect the prince's room to be so normal. Indeed, it was a very normal room. It was not much bigger than its master's room back at the academy, and the contents were less. Wales walked toward a table dresser and pulled out a metal box. He reached for his pocket and pulled out a key. He stared at it for a moment before he inserted it into the lock. With a click, it opened, and from within he took out an envelope. For a moment, he stared at it, longer than he had for the key. He turned towards its master. Well, Miss Valier, I give you this. The letter that could damn Tristain into a war with Albian. I wanted to destroy it before, but I just couldn't handle it. You put the letters in her hands, so keep it safe and bring it back safely to Henrietta. Louise took it and nodded, I will. Whale smiled before he looked down at them. His smile stretched wider. You keep her safe. The two of them looked at each other before nodding. I'll go out first and tell you if there's anything out there, Wales informed her, walking out of the room. Louise looked at the letter in her hand, making sure that her grip wasn't staining the paper with the blood on her body. Mission successful, she muttered. She looked down at them. Good job, you two. Hey, Wales' voice shouted from outside the room. Immediately, she turned towards the door as she stuffed the letter into her pouch. What are CRA shush. A blast of magical energy suddenly shook the room they were in, and they saw the body of Wales suddenly fly past the door as he cried out. Louise gritted her teeth as she held out her wand, while Bug and Sib readied their weapons. A moment later, footsteps, heavy ones, stopped just outside the door. Then a large backhand, grabbed the edges of the door. It heard its master gasp at what entered the room. Bug felt the same feeling as before when the mask of the Hollow Knight peeked through the door.